Dedication. For William Mom, who encouraged me to read. Let us now praise Infamous Animals by Geoffrey St. Clair. In the spring of 1457, a gruesome murder took place in the French village of Savigny-sur-Etang. A 5-year-old boy had been killed and his body partially consumed. A local family was accused of this frightful crime by local residents who claimed to have witnessed the murder. The 7 suspects, a mother and her 6 children, were soon tracked down by local authorities, who discovered them still stained by the boy's blood. They were arrested, indicted on charges of infanticide and held in the local jail for trial. The defendants were indigent and the court appointed a lawyer to represent them. A few weeks later a trial was convened in Savigny's seigneurial court. Before a crowded room, witnesses were called. Evidence was presented and legal arguments hotly debated. The justices considered the facts and the law and rendered a verdict and a sentence. The mother was pronounced guilty and ordered to be hanged to death by her legs from the limb of the gallows tree. Her 6 children, however, received a judicial pardon. The court accepted the defense lawyer's argument that the youngsters lacked the mental competence to have committed a crime in the eyes of the law. The orphaned children were sent into custodial care at the expense of the state. This is an interesting case to be sure, featuring important lessons about the legal rights of the poor and the historic roots of juvenile justice in Western jurisprudence, lessons that seem entirely lost on our current tradition-obsessed Supreme Court. But here's the kicker. The defendants in these proceedings were not members of our species. They were, it must be said, a family of pigs. The Savigny murder case, even in its ghastly particulars, was unexceptional. In medieval Europe, and even colonial America, thousands of animals were summoned to court and put on trial for a variety of offenses, ranging from trespassing, thievery and vandalism to rape, assault and murder. The defendants included cats, dogs, cows, sheep, goats, slugs, swallows, oxen, horses, mules, donkeys, pigs, wolves, bears, bees, weevils, and termites. These tribunals were not show trials or strange festivals like Fool's Day. The tribunals were taken seriously by both the courts and the community. Though now largely lost to history, these trials followed the same convoluted rules of legal procedure used in cases involving humans. Indeed, as detailed in E.P. Evans's remarkable book, The Criminal Prosecution and Capital Punishment of Animals, 1906, humans and animals were frequently tried together in the same courtroom as co-conspirators, especially in cases of bestiality. The animal defendants were appointed their own lawyers at public expense. Animals enjoyed appeal rights and there are several instances when convictions were overturned and sentences reduced or commuted entirely. Sometimes, particularly in cases involving pigs, the animal defendants were dressed in human clothes during court proceedings and at executions. Animal trials were held in 2 distinct settings, ecclesiastical courts and secular courts. Ecclesiastical courts were the venue of choice for cases involving the destruction of public resources, such as crops, or in crimes involving the corruption of public morals, such as witchcraft or sexual congress between humans and beasts. The secular and royal courts claimed jurisdiction over cases where animals were accused of causing bodily harm or death to humans or, in some instances, other animals. When guilty verdicts were issued and a death sentence imposed, a professional executioner was commissioned for the lethal task. Animals were subjected to the same ghastly forms of torture and execution as were condemned humans. Convicted animals were lashed, put to the rack, hanged, beheaded, burned at the stake, buried alive, stoned to death and drawn and quartered. In 14th century Sardinia, trespassing livestock had an ear cut off for each offense. In an early application of the 3 strikes and you re-out rule, the third conviction resulted in immediate execution. The flesh of executed animals was never eaten. Instead, the corpses of the condemned were either burned, dumped in rivers or buried next to human convicts in graveyards set aside for criminals and heretics. The heads of the condemned, especially in cases of bestiality, were often displayed on pikes in the town square adjacent to the heads of their human co-conspirators. The first recorded murder trial involving an animal took place in 1266 at Fontenay Auxiliary Roses, birthplace of the painter Pierre Bonnard, on the outskirts of Paris. The case involved a murder of an infant girl. The defendant was a pig. Though the records have been lost, similar trials almost certainly date back to classical Greece, where, according to Aristotle, secular trials of animals were regularly held in the Great Prytaneum of Athens. Interestingly, Thomas Aquinas' Summa Theologia, written in 1269, is in part an attack on Aristotle's ideas and his radical acolytes who had infiltrated the universities of 13th-century Europe. In the Summa, Aquinas laboriously tried to explain the theological basis for the trials of animals. While most of the animal trials, according to the records unearthed by Evans, appear to have taken place in France, Germany, and Italy, nearly every country in Europe seems to have put beasts on trial, including Russia, Poland, Romania, Spain, Scotland, and Ireland. Anglophiles have long claimed that England alone resisted the idea of hauling cows, dogs, and pigs before the royal courts. But Shakespeare suggests otherwise. In The Merchant of Venice, Portia's friend, the young and impetuous Gratiano, abuses Shylock, comparing him to a wolf that had been tried and hanged for murder. Thy courage, spirit, governed a wolf, who, hanged for human slaughter. Even from the gallows did his fell soul fleet. And, whilst thou layest in thy unhallowed dam, infested self in thee. Even colonial Brazil got in on the act. In 1713 a rectory at the Franciscan monastery in Piedade no Maranhão collapsed, its foundation ravaged by termites. The friars lodged charges against the termites and an ecclesiastical inquest soon issued a summons demanding that the ravenous insects appear before the court to confront the allegations against their conduct. Often in such cases, the animals who failed to heed the warrant were summarily convicted in default judgments. But these termites had a crafty lawyer. He argued that the termites were industrious creatures, worked hard and enjoyed a God-given right to feed themselves. Moreover, the lawyer declared, the slothful habits of the friars had likely contributed to the disrepair of the monastery. The monks, the defense lawyer argued, were merely using the local termite community as an excuse for their own negligence. The judge returned to his chambers, contemplated the facts presented him and returned with a Solomonic ruling. The friars were compelled to provide a woodpile for the termites to dine at and the insects were commanded to leave the monastery and confine their eating to their new feedlot. A similar case unfolded in the province of Savoy, France in 1575. The weevils of Saint Julien, a tiny hamlet in the Rhône Alps, were indicted for the crime of destroying the famous vineyards on the flanks of Mount Cenis. A lawyer, Pierre Rembaud, was appointed as defense counsel for the accused. Rembaud wasted no time in filing a motion for summary judgment, arguing that the weevils had every right to consume the grape leaves. Indeed, Rembaud asserted, the weevils enjoyed a prior claim to the vegetation on Mount Cenis, since, as detailed in the Book of Genesis, the supreme deity had created animals before he fashioned humans and God had promised animals all of the grasses, leaves and green herbs for their sustenance. Rembaud's argument stumped the court. As the judges deliberated, the villagers of St. Julien seemed swayed by the lawyer's legal reasoning. Perhaps the bugs had legitimate grievances. The townsfolk scrambled to set aside a patch of open land away from the vineyards as a foraging ground for the weevils. The land was surveyed. Deeds were drawn up and the property was shown to Councillor Rembaud for his inspection and approval. They called the Weevil Reserve La Grande Fisse. Rembaud walked the site, investigating the plant communities with the eyes of a seasoned botanist. Finally, he shook his head. No deal. The land was rocky and had obviously been overgrazed for decades. La Grande Fisse was wholly unsuitable for the discriminating palates of his clients. If only John Walker Lind had been appointed so resolute an advocate. The Père Mason of animal defense lawyers was an acclaimed French jurist named Bartholomew Chassigny, who later became a chief justice in the French provincial courts and a preeminent legal theorist. One of Chassaigny's most intriguing essays, the 16th century equivalent of a law review article, was titled De Excommunicator Animalium Insectorium. In another legal monograph, Chassaigny argued with persuasive force that local animals, both wild and domesticated, should be considered lay members of the parish community. In other words, the rights of animals were similar in kind to the rights of the people at large. In the summer of 1522, Chassaigny was called to the ancient village of Autun in Burgundy. The old town, founded during the reign of Augustus, had been recently overrun by rats. French maidens had been frightened, the barley crop destroyed, the vineyards placed in peril. The town crier issued a summons for the rats to appear before the court. None showed. The judge asked Chassaigny why he should not find his clients guilty in absentia. The lawyer argued that the rat population was dispersed through the countryside and that his clients were almost certainly unaware of the charges pending against them. The judge agreed. The town crier was dispatched into the fields to repeat his urgent notice. Yet still the rats failed to appear at trial. Once again Chassaigny jumped into action. Showing tactical skills that should impress Gary Spence, Chassaigny shifted his strategy. Now he passionately explained to the court that the rats remained hidden in their rural nests, paralyzed by the prospect of making a journey past the cats of Autun, who were well known for their ferocious animosity toward rodents. In the end, the rats were spared execution. The judge sternly ordered them to vacate the fields of Autun within 6 days. If the rats failed to heed this injunction, the animals would be duly anathematized, condemned to eternal torment. This sentence of damnation would be imposed, the court warned, regardless of any rodent infirmities or pregnancies. Few animal trials were prosecuted as vigorously as those involving allegations of bestiality. In 1565, a man was indicted for engaging in sexual relations with a mule in the French city of Montpellier. The mule was also charged. Both stood trial together. They were duly convicted and sentenced to death at the stake. Because of the mule's angry disposition, the animal was subjected to additional torments. His feet were chopped off before the poor beast was pitched into the fire. In 1598, the suspected sorceress Françoise Secretain was brought before the Inquisitional Court at Saint Claude in the Jura Mountains of Burgundy to face charges of witchcraft and bestiality. Secretain was accused of communing with the devil and having sex with a dog, a cat, and a rooster. The blood-curdling case is described in detail by her prosecutor, the Grand Justice Henry Boguet, in his strange memoir Discours de Sorciers. Secretain was stripped naked in her cell, as the fanatical Boguet inspected her for the mark of Satan. The animals were shaved and plucked for similar examinations. Secretain and her pets were put to various tortures, including having a hot poker plunged down their throats to see if they shed tears, for, as Boguet noted in his memoir, all the sorcerers whom I have examined in quality of judge have never shed tears in my presence, or, indeed, if they have shed them it has been so parsimoniously that no notice was taken of them. I say this with regard to those who seem to weep, but I doubt if their tears were not feigned. I am at least well assured that those tears were wrung from them with the greatest efforts. This was shown by the efforts which the accused made to weep, and by the small number of tears which they shed. Alas, the poor woman and her animals did not weep. They perished together in flames at the stake. In 1642 a teenage boy named Thomas Grunger stood accused of committing, in the unforgettable phrase of Cotton Mather, infandus buggeries with farm animals in Plymouth, Massachusetts. Young Master Grunger was hauled before an austere tribunal of Puritans headed by Gov. William Bradford. There he stood trial beside his co-defendants, a mare, a cow, 2 goats, 4 sheep, 2 calves, and a turkey. All were found guilty. They were publicly tortured and executed. Their bodies were burned on a pyre, their ashes buried in a mass grave. Grunger was the first juvenile to be executed in colonial America. In 1750, a French farmer named Jacques Ferron was espied sodomizing a female donkey in a field. Man and beast were arrested and hauled before a tribunal in the commune of Vanves near Paris. After a day-long trial, Ferran was convicted and sentenced to be burned at the stake. But the donkey's lawyers argued that their client was innocent. The defense maintained that the illicit acts were not consensual. The donkey, the defense pleaded, was a victim of rape and not a willing participant in carnal congress with Ferran. Character witnesses were called to testify on the donkey's behalf. Affidavits calling for mercy were filed with the court by several leading citizens of the town, including the head abbot at the local priory, attesting to the benign nature and good moral character of the animal. The abbot wrote that the 4-year-old donkey was in word and deed and in all her habits of life a most honorable creature. Here the court was compelled to evaluate matters of volition, free will and resistance. In short, did the donkey say no? After an intense deliberation, the court announced its verdict. The donkey was acquitted and duly released back to its pasture. What are we to make of all this? Why did both the secular and religious courts of Europe devote so much time and money to these elaborate trials of troublesome animals? Some scholars, such as James Fraser, argue that the trials performed the function of the ancient rituals of sacrifice and atonement. Others, such as the legal theorist Hans Kelsen, view the cases as the last gasp of the animistic religions. Some have offered an economic explanation suggesting that animals were tried and executed during times of glut or seized in times of economic plight as property by the church or crown through the rule of dietand or giving unto God. Still others have suggested that the trials and executions served a public health function, culling populations of farm animals and rodents that might contribute to the spread of infectious diseases. Our interest here, however, is not with the social purpose of the trials, but in the qualities and rights the so-called medieval mind ascribed to the defendants: rationality, premeditation, free will, moral agency, calculation, and motivation. In other words, it was presumed that animals acted with intention, that they could be driven by greed, jealousy, and revenge. Thus the people of the Middle Ages, dismissed as primitives in many modernist quarters, were actually open to a truly radical idea: animal consciousness. As demonstrated in these trials, animals could be found to have mens rea, a guilty mind. But the courts also seriously considered exculpatory evidence aimed at proving that the actions of the accused, including murder, were justifiable owing to a long train of abuses. In other words, if animals could commit crimes, then crimes could also be committed against them. The animal trials peaked in the late 16th and early 17th centuries, then faded away. They came to be viewed through the lens of modern historians as comical curiosities, grotesquely odd relics of the Dark Ages. The legal scholar W. W. Hyde succinctly summed up the smug, self-aggrandizing view of the legal scholars of the 20th century: the savage in his rage at an animal's misdeeds obliterates all distinctions between man and beast, and treats the latter in all respects as the former. Of course, the phasing out of animal trials didn't mean that the cruel treatment of domesticated animals improved or that problematic beasts stopped being put to death in public extravaganzas. While the trials ceased, the executions increased. Recall the death warrant issued in 1903 against Topsy the elephant, star of the Four-Paw Circus at Coney Island's Luna Park. Topsy had killed 3 handlers in a 3-year period. One of her trainers was a sadist, who tortured the elephant by beating her with clubs, stabbing her with pikes and feeding her lit cigarettes. Topsy was ordered to be hanged, but then Thomas Edison showed up and offered to electrocute Topsy. She was shackled, fed carrots laced with potassium cyanide and jolted with 6,600 volts of alternating current. Before a crowd of 1,500 onlookers, Topsy shivered, toppled and died in a cloud of dust. Edison filmed the entire event. He titled his documentary short, "Electrocuting the Elephant." Topsy received no trial. It was not even imagined that she had grievances, a justification for her violent actions. Topsy was killed because she'd become a liability. Her death was a business decision, pure and simple. So what happened? How did animals come to be viewed as mindless commodities? One explanation is that modernity rudely intruded in the rather frail form of René Descartes. The great Cartesian disconnect not only cleaved mind from body, but also severed humans from the natural world. Descartes postulated that animals were mere physical automatons. They were biological machines whose actions were driven solely by biophysical instincts. Animals lacked the power of cognition, the ability to think and reason. They had a brain but no mind. At Port Royal the Cartesians cut up living creatures with fervor, and in the words of one of Descartes' biographers, kicked about their dogs and dissected their cats without mercy, laughing at any compassion for them and calling their screams the noise of breaking machinery. Across the Channel Francis Bacon declared in the Novum Organum that the proper aim of science was to restore the divinely ordained dominance of man over nature, to extend more widely the limits of the power and greatness of man and so to endow him with infinite commodities. Bacon's doctor, William Harvey, was a diligent vivisector of living animals. Thus did the great sages of the Enlightenment assert humanity's ruthless primacy over the animal kingdom. The materialistic view of history, and the fearsome economic and technological pistons driving it, left no room for either the souls or consciousness of animals. They were no longer our fellow beings. They had been rendered philosophically and literally in resources for guiltless exploitation, turned into objects of commerce, labor, entertainment, and food. Conveniently for humans, the philosophers of the industrial age declared that animal had no sense of their miserable condition. They could not understand abuse, they had no conception of suffering, they could not feel pain. When captive animals bit, trampled or killed their human captors, it wasn't an act of rebellion against abusive treatment but merely a reflex. There was no need, therefore, to investigate the motivations behind these violent encounters because there could be no premeditation at all on the animal's part. The confrontations could not be crimes. They were mere accidents, nothing more. One wonders what Descartes would have made of the group of orangutans, who stole crowbars and screwdrivers from zookeepers in San Diego to repeatedly break out of their enclosures. How's that for cognition, cooperation, and tool use, Monsieur Descartes? In 1668, Jean Racine, a playwright not known for his facility with farce, wrote a comedy satirizing the trials of animals. Written 18 years after the death of Descartes, Les Plaideurs, The Litigants, tells the story of a senile old man obsessed with judging, who eventually places the family dog on trial for stealing a capon from the kitchen table. The mutt is convicted and sentenced to death. Then the condemned canine's lawyer makes a last-minute plea for mercy and reveals a litter of puppies before the judge. The old man is moved and the harsh hand of justice is stayed. Racine's comedy, loosely based on Aristophanes' The Wasps, bombed, playing only 2 nights before closing, perhaps because the public had not yet been convinced by the Solons of Europe to fully renounce their kinship with natural creatures. Revealingly, the play was resurrected a century later by the Comédie Française to packed houses. By then public attitudes toward animals had shifted decisively in favor of human exceptionalism. According to some accounts, the play has now become the most frequently performed French comedy, having been presented in more than 1,400 different productions. Contrast Descartes' sterile, homocentric view with that of a much greater intellect, Michel de Montaigne. Writing a mere 50 years before Descartes, Montaigne, the most gifted French prose stylist, declared, "We understand them no more than they us. By the same token they may as well esteem us beasts as we them." Famously, he wrote in the Apology for Raymond Sebond, "When I play with my cat, who knows if I am not a pastime to her more than she is to me?" Montaigne was distressed by the barbarous treatment of animals. "If I see but a chicken's neck pulled off or a pig sticked, I cannot choose but grieve, and I cannot well endure a silly dubadabbled hare to groan when she is seized upon by the hounds." But the materialists held sway. Descartes was backed up the grim John Calvin, who proclaimed that the natural world was merely a material resource to be exploited for the benefit of humanity. "True it is that God hath given us the birds for our food," Calvin declared. "We know he hath made the whole world for us." John Locke, the father of modern liberal thinking, described animals as perfect machines available for unregulated use by man. The animals could be sent to the slaughterhouse with no right of appeal. In Locke's coldly utilitarian view, cows, goats, chickens, and sheep were simply meat on feed. Thus was the great chain of being ruthlessly transmuted into an iron chain with a manacle clasped round the legs and throats of animals, hauling them off to zoos, circuses, bull rings and abattoirs. Karl Marx, that supreme materialist, ridiculed the Romantic poets for their deification of nature and chastised Darwin for his natural, zoological way of thinking. Unfortunately, Marx's great intellect was not empathetic enough to extend his concepts of division of labor, alienation, and worker revolt to the animals harnessed into grim service by the lords of capital. By the 1930s, so Matt Cartmill writes in his excellent History of Hunting, A View to a Death in the Morning, some Marxist thinkers urged that it was time to put an end to nature and that animals and plants that serve no human purpose ought to be exterminated. Marx liked to disparage his enemies by calling them baboons. But what would Marx have made of the baboons of northern Africa, hunted down by animal traders, who slaughtered nursing mother baboons and stole their babies for American zoos and medical research labs? The baboon communities violently resisted this risible enterprise, chasing the captors through the wilderness all the way to the train station. Some of the baboons even followed the train for more than 100 miles and at distant stations launched raids on the cars in an attempt to free the captives. How's that for fearless solidarity? Fidel Castro, one of Marx's most ardent political practitioners, reinvented himself in his 80s as a kind of eco-guerrilla, decrying the threat of global warming and advocating green revolutions. Yet Castro likes nothing more than to take visiting journalists to the Acuario Nacional de la Habana to watch captive dolphins perform tricks. The cetaceans are kept in wretched conditions, often trapped in waters so saturated with chlorine that it burns ulcers in the skin and peels the corneas off the eyeballs. Cuba captures and breeds dolphins for touring exhibitions and for sale to notoriously noxious aquatic parks throughout South America. The captive dolphins in Havana are trained by Celia Guevara, daughter of Che. There, as in other dolphin parks, food is used as a weapon in the pitiless reconditioning of the brainy sea mammals. Do the trick right or you don't get fed. Is it any wonder then that many captive dolphins have chosen to bite the hand that starves them? In this respect, at least, Adam Smith comes out a little more humane than the Marxists. Although he viewed animals as property, Smith recoiled at the sight of the abattoir. The trade of a butcher is a brutal and odious business. Through the ages, it's been the poets who have largely held firm in their affinity with the natural world. Consider the Metamorphoses composed by the Roman poet and political dissident Ovid around the time of Christ's birth. In the final book of this epic, where humans are routinely transformed into animals, Ovid summons the spirit of Pythagoras. The great sage of Samos, whom Aristotle hailed as the father of philosophy, gives the most important speech in the poem. But the author of the famous theorem forsakes the opportunity to proclaim that mathematics is the foundation of nature. Instead, Ovid's Pythagoras denounces the killing of animals for food and asserts the sanctity of all life forms. What evil they contrive, how impiously they prepare to shed human blood itself, who rip at a calf's throat with the knife, and listen unmoved to its bleeding, or can kill a kid goat to eat, that cries like a child, or feed on a bird, that they themselves have fed. How far does that fall short of actual murder? Where does the way lead on from there? Where indeed? To hell, perhaps. That's what John Milton thought. Milton's God advises Adam that animals have the power of cognition and indeed they reason not contemptibly. Crusty Robert Burns tells a frightened field mouse, "I'm truly sorry man's dominion has broken nature's social union, and justifies that ill opinion, which makes thee startle at me, thy poor, earth-born companion and fellow mortal." Samuel Taylor Coleridge expressed similar fraternal sentiments to a donkey chained in a field. Poor ass! Thy master should have learned to show pity, best taught by fellowship of woe. For much I fear me that he lives like thee, half famished in a land of luxury. How askingly its footsteps hither bend! It seems to say, and have I then one friend? Innocent foal. Thou poor despised forlorn. I hail thee brother spite of the fool's scorn. And fain would take thee with me, in the dell of peace and mild equality to dwell. Lord Byron objected to angling, saying it inflicted unnecessary pain on trout, and ridiculed Isaac Walton for debasing poetry in promotion of this cruel hobby. His lordship would, no doubt, have been outraged by the inane pastime of catch-and-release fishing. Byron's arch-nemesis William Wordsworth wrote a stunning poem titled Heart Leap Well, tracking the last moments in the life a mighty stag chased for 13 hours to its death by a horse-riding knight and his hounds. The ballad closes with a stark denunciation of hunting for sport. This beast not unobserved by nature fell. His death was mourned by sympathy divine. The being, that is in the clouds and air, that is in the green leaves among the groves, maintains a deep and reverential care for the unoffending creatures whom he loves. One lesson, shepherd, let us two divide. Taught both by what she i.e. nature shows, and what conceals. Never to blend our pleasure or our pride with sorrow of the meanest thing that feels. The great, though mad, naturalist poet John Clare openly worshipped the religion of the fields, while William Blake, the poet of revolution, simply said, "For everything that lives is holy. Life delights in life." And, finally, there is the glorious precedent of Geoffrey Chaucer, who reveals himself to be an animal liberationist. In the general prologue to the Canterbury Tales, Chaucer describes the prioress as a woman who cannot abide the abuse of animals. But for to specken of her conscience, she was so charitable and so pious. She wold a wape, if that she saw a mouse caught in a trap, if it were deed or bled. Of small hounds had she that she fed with rostflus share, or milk, and wastel breed. But sore wept she if un of hem were deed, or if men smoot it with a yurdy smurdy. And al was conscience and tender hurt. Later in the remarkable tale of the Manciple, Chaucer goes all the way, arguing forcefully against the caging of wild songbirds. The English language's first great poet concludes that no matter how well you treat the captives, the birds desire their freedom. Take any bride, and put it in a cage, and do al thyn entente and thy courage, to foster it tenderly with meat and drink, of all dainties that thou canst bethinky, and keep it al so cleanly as thou may. Although his cage of gold be never so gay, yet hath this bride, by 20,000-fold, laveer in a forest that is rude and cold, goon at worms, and switch ruckness. For ever this bride wol doon his bisonis, to escape out of his cage, when he may. His liberty this brid desireth I. It would take the philosophers nearly 600 years to catch up with Chaucer's enlightened sentiments. In 1975, the Australian Peter Singer published his revolutionary book Animal Liberation. Singer demolished the Cartesian model that treated animals as mere machines. Blending science and ethics, Singer asserted that most animals are sentient beings, capable of feeling pain. The infliction of pain was both unethical and immoral. He argued that the progressive credo of providing the greatest good for the greatest number should be extended to animals, and that animals should be liberated from their servitude in scientific labs, factory farms, circuses, and zoos. A quarter century after the publication of Animal Liberation, Peter Singer revisited the great taboo of bestiality in an essay titled Heavy Petting. Expressing sentiments that would have shocked Grand Inquisitor Bogey, Singer argued that sexual relations between humans and animals should not automatically be considered acts of abuse. According to Singer, it all comes down to the issue of harm. In some cases, Singer suggested, animals might actually feel excitement and pleasure in such interspecies couplings. Even for the most devoted animal rights advocates, this might be taking E.O. Wilson's concept of biophilia a little too literally. In Fear of the Animal Planet, historian Jason Hribal takes a radical, but logical, step beyond Singer. Hribal reverses the perspective and tells the story of liberation from the animal's points of view. This is history written from the end of the chain, from inside the cage, from the depths of the tank. Hribal's chilling investigation travels much further than Singer dared to go. For Hribal, the issue isn't merely harm and pain, but consent. The confined animals haven't given their permission to be held captive, forced to work, fondled, or publicly displayed for profit. Hribal skillfully excavates the hidden history of captive animals as active agents in their own liberation. His book is a harrowing, and curiously uplifting, chronicle of resistance against some of the cruelest forms of torture and oppression this side of Abu Ghraib prison. Hribal takes us behind the scenes of the circus and the animal park, exposing methods of training involving sadistic forms of discipline and punishment, where elephants and chimps are routinely beaten and terrorized into submission. We witness from the animal's perspective the tyrannical trainers, creepy dealers in exotic species, arrogant zookeepers and sinister hunters, who slaughtered the parents of young elephants and apes in front of their young before they captured them. We are taken inside the cages, tents and tanks, where captive elephants, apes and sea mammals are confined in wretched conditions with little medical care. All of this is big business, naturally. Each performing dolphin can generate more than $1 million a year in revenue, while orcas can produce 20 times that much. This is a history of violent resistance to such abuses. Here are stories of escapes, subterfuges, work stoppages, gorings, rampages, bitings, and, yes, revenge killings. Each trampling of a brutal handler with a bull hook, each mauling of a taunting visitor, each drowning of a tormenting trainer is a crack in the old order that treats animals as property, as engines of profit, as mindless objects of exploitation and abuse. The animal rebels are making their own history, and Jason Hribal serves as their Michelet. Hribal's heroic profiles in animal courage show how most of these violent acts of resistance were motivated by their abusive treatment and the miserable conditions of their confinement. These animals are far from mindless. Their actions reveal memory, not mere conditioning, contemplation, not instinct, and, most compellingly, discrimination, not blind rage. Again and again, the animals are shown to target only their abusers, often taking pains to avoid trampling bystanders. Animals, in other words, acting with a moral conscience. So let us now praise infamous animals. Consider the case of Jumbo the elephant, the world's most famous animal. Captured in eastern Africa in 1865, Jumbo would become the star attraction of P.T. Barnum's circus. Jumbo earned millions for his owners, but he was treated abysmally for most of his brief life. The giant pachyderm was confined to a small compartment with a concrete floor that damaged his feet and caused his joints to become arthritic. He was trained using unspeakably brutal methods. He was shackled in leg chains, jabbed with a lance, beaten with axe handles, drugged, and fed beer to the point of intoxication. He was endlessly shipped back and forth across the country on the circus's train and made to perform 2 shows a day, 6 days a week. At the age of 24, Jumbo was finally fed up. He could tolerate it no more. On a September night in Ontario, Jumbo and his sidekick, the small elephant called Tom Thumb, broke free from their handlers and wandered away from the tent and towards the train tracks. As P.T. Barnum later told the story, Jumbo pushed his pal Tom Thumb safely off the tracks and tried to ram an oncoming train. After Jumbo died, an autopsy was performed. His stomach contents revealed numerous metallic objects that he had been fed over the years, including keys, screws, bolts, pennies, and nickels, his reward for entertaining hundreds of thousands of people. Tatiana the tiger, confined for years in a small enclosure at the San Francisco Zoo, finally reached her limit after being tormented by 3 teenaged boys on Christmas Day 2006. She leapt the 12-foot-high wall, snatched one of the lads in her paws and eviscerated him. She stalked the zoo grounds for the next half hour, bypassing many other visitors, until she tracked down the 2 other culprits and mauled them both before being gunned down by police. There is Ken the orangutan, who pelted an intrusive TV news crew with his own shit from his enclosure at the San Diego Zoo. Mo the chimpanzee, an unpaid Hollywood actor who, when he wasn't working, was locked in a tiny cage in West Covina. Mo made multiple escapes and fiercely resisted his recapture. He bit 4 people and punched at least 1 police officer. After his escape, he was sent off to a miserable confinement at a dreary place called Jungle Exotics. Mo escaped again, this time into the San Bernardino Mountains, where he's never been heard from since. Speaking of Hollywood, let's toast the memory of Buddha the orangutan, aka Clyde, who co-starred with Clint Eastwood in the movie Every Which Way But Loose. On the set, Buddha simply stopped working one day. He refused to perform his silly routines anymore and his trainer repeatedly clubbed him in the head with a hard cane in front of the crew. One day near the end of filming, Buddha, like that dog in Racine's play, snatched some donuts from a table on the set. The ape was seized by his irate keeper, taken back his cage and beaten to death with an axe handle. Buddha's name was not listed in the film's credits. Tyke the elephant was captured in the savannas of Zimbabwe and shipped to the United States to work in a traveling circus, where she was routinely disciplined with a sharp hook called an ankus. After 20 years of captivity and torture, Tyke reached her tipping point one day in Honolulu. During the elephant routine under the big top, Tyke made her break. She smashed through the railings of the ring and dashed for the exits. She chased after circus clowns and handlers, overturned cars, busted through a gate and ran onto the streets of Honolulu. She was gunned down, while still wearing her rhinestone tiara. Then there is the story of Tilikum the orca. When he was 2, Tilikum was rudely seized from the frigid waters of the North Atlantic off the coast of Iceland. The young killer whale was shipped to Vancouver Island, where he was forced to perform tricks at an aquatic theme park called Sealand. Tilikum was also pressed into service as a stud, siring numerous calves for exploitation by his captors. Tilikum shared his small tank with 2 other orcas, Nootka and Haida. In February 1991, the whale's female trainer slipped and fell into the tank. The whales wasted no time. The woman was grabbed, submerged repeatedly, and tossed back and forth between the 3 whales until she drowned. At the time of the killing, Haida was pregnant with a calf sired by Tilikum. 8 years later, a 27-year-old man broke into the aquatic park, stripped off his clothes and jumped into the tank with Tilikum. The orca seized the man, bit him sharply and flung him around. He was found floating dead in the pool the next morning. The authorities claimed the man died of hypothermia. In 2010, Tilikum was a star attraction at SeaWorld in Orlando. During an event called Dining with Shamu, Tilikum snatched his trainer, Don Bronchia, and dragged her into the pool, where, in front of horrified patrons, he pinned her to the bottom until she drowned to death. The whale had delivered his third urgent message. Tilikum is the Nat Turner of the captives of SeaWorld. He has struck courageous blows against the enslavement of wild creatures. Now it is up to us to act on his thrust for liberation and build a global movement to smash forever these aquatic gulags from the face of the earth. Oregon City. Prologue, a message from Tatiana. It was on December 26, 2007, when people around the world would first hear about the shocking attack that had occurred at the San Francisco Zoo. 1 person had been killed and 2 others critically injured. Blood was splattered everywhere. The police had gunned down the perpetrator. It was, according to all reports, a scene of mass chaos. For not only had a murderous assault taken place on Christmas Day, but the killer was not even human. Tatiana was a 4.5-year-old Siberian tiger. She had been born in Denver, Colorado, but she was transferred to San Francisco in 2005. She was, at the time, considered to be a sparkling new addition to the zoo's tiger exhibition. Such embracing attitudes did not last long, especially after Tatiana managed to scale the 12-foot-high wall of her enclosure and escape. There had been these teenagers. They were yelling obscenities, waving their arms, and possibly throwing stuff at her. One visitor described how these young men had been doing the same exact thing with the nearby lions, and that the lions were pissed off. The woman gathered up her family and promptly left the area. Angry lions are scary, even when they are tucked behind bars. Tigers can be even more frightening. Tatiana went directly after the men who had been taunting her and ripped one of them to pieces. The other two ran. For 20 minutes, Tatiana roamed the zoo grounds. She was presented with many opportunities to attack park employees and emergency responders. She could easily have gone after other visitors. But Tatiana was singular in her purpose. She wanted to find those two remaining teenagers, and she would do just that at the Terrace Cafe. With the dismembering taking place, police encircled the spot and shined their lights onto the tiger. Tatiana turned and approached. They shot her dead. Zoos and circuses have a standard operating procedure in dealing with the aftermath of such incidences of violence by captive animals. Step 1 is to claim that escapes and attacks are very rare. They almost never happen. The general public has nothing to worry about. Journalists have nothing to investigate. Yet, we have to ask, is this true? It was 1 year earlier when Tatiana attacked a trainer. With families watching from about 4 feet away, the tiger squeezed her paws through the narrow bars of the cage, clawed onto a keeper's arm, and pulled it in for a bite. While we were heading out, a parent lamented, "I could still hear screaming." San Francisco officials would state that it was the only injury of its kind that has happened at the zoo. This was not true. Tinker Bell the elephant had been involved in a series of dust-ups with zoo employees. Then there was Fatima, a female Persian leopard. In 1990, she jumped onto the back of a trainer and bit his neck. "I thought the leopard was going to kill him," one onlooker noted. "He was screaming, 'Help me, help me, get him off, get him off.' I was scared. That was not the kind of thing I expected to see at the zoo. If only the visitor had known." In the past 2 decades, in the United States alone, captive tigers have killed 10 people and injured countless more. A partial list would include the 2008 attack on a trainer at the Hawthorne Corporation. Hawthorne is a leasing agency and training facility located outside of Chicago, Illinois. Its 50 tigers are loaned out throughout the year to various circuses and entertainment enterprises. In 2007, it was Barani, a Sumatran tiger, who chomped onto a trainer's head at the San Antonio Zoo. A year before that it was a tiger named Enshayla at the Lowry Park Zoo in Tampa, Florida. Enshayla escaped her enclosure and went after a veterinarian. Lowry's 10-member weapons team, trained by local police, assembled. Many zoos, in fact, have these armed squads whose sole purpose is to respond to escapes and attacks. As for Enshayla's fate, she would die after being hit by 4 shotgun blasts. In 2005, it would be back to Hawthorne where a tiger attacked a touring visitor. In 2004, the Cole Brothers Circus had an escapee run into the Forest Hills neighborhood of Queens. His name was Apollo, a white Bengal tiger, and he would startle picnic goers and cause a 5-car pileup on the Jackie Robinson Parkway. In 2003, another white Bengal made the news. It was during a Siegfried and Roy show in Las Vegas, when Monty Core clamped down on the neck of Roy Horn and dragged him off stage. Roy barely survived the encounter. That same year a Sumatran tiger named Castro attacked his trainer at the Sacramento Zoo. The man would also survive, but not by much. In 2000, an Amur tiger escaped during a fundraiser at Zoo Boise in Idaho. Feast for the Beast, as the party was publicized, was almost just that. The tiger chased down a patron and began chewing on her. Police ended up shooting the woman but missed the cat. In 1998, it was Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey Circus's turn for trouble. While stopped in St. Petersburg, Florida in January, several tigers were brought into the center of the ring for a photography session. Trainer Richard Chipperfield was in charge. At some point in the photo session Arnold, a 4-year-old tiger, decided to grab a hold of Chipperfield's head with his teeth. Only after being whipped and sprayed with a fire extinguisher did the tiger let go. But the damage had been done. Arnold was returned to his cage, and the trainer's brother, Graham, executed the tiger with 5 shots. Graham himself had been attacked several years earlier by a group of performing lions. As for Ringling Brothers, their problems would continue. In November of that same year, another tiger would escape and take a run at a trainer. It also ended violently. Our list of confrontations could go on. We could add to those incidents that happened outside of the United States. There was, for example, a tiger attack in Moscow in February of 2006. Asked afterwards about whether the Russian circus was going to kill the tiger involved, the trainer responded with honesty. If we were to shoot every tiger that attacks us, there wouldn't be any remaining. Not so lucky was the fugitive tiger from a Polish show. In March of 2000, this animal fled into the streets of Warsaw. A circus veterinarian tried to stop him and they tussled. Police opened fire and killed both man and tiger. Also, we have not even begun to address the activities of other big cats, lions, jaguars, cougars, and cheetahs. The latter, for instance, seems to be particularly adept at the art of escape. Olivia the cheetah climbed a fence, bounced off a tree, and cleared a wall to get out her San Antonio Zoo enclosure. She roamed the visitor-filled park for 20 minutes. Halala scrambled over a 12-foot wide moat and a 12-foot high wall at the St. Louis Zoo. Keepers had no idea how she did it. At the Nashville Zoo, an unidentified male cheetah would spend 10 hours on the loose before being captured. And who could forget what happened in October of 2008? 2 cheetahs, while being transferred to the Memphis Zoo, escaped from their cages and strolled about the cargo hold of their Boeing 757 passenger flight. Indeed, such incidences occur far more often than the zoos and circuses would lead us to believe. Step 2 in the standard operating procedure is to deny agency. The key words to remember are accident, wild, and instinct. The tiger injured her trainer by accident. She is, after all, a wild animal. She was just following her instinct. Repeat these lines enough and people will believe you. Yet, when we begin to explore these incidents more deeply, we discover that the zoos and circuses are deceiving us once again. Tatiana targeted a group of teasers. She could have escaped the enclosure anytime, but she needed motivation. She could have attacked others, but she wanted revenge. A frequent visitor to the zoo told a reporter of witnessing a similar attempt by another tiger in 1997. The unnamed female had just missed scaling over the wall. Evidently, she wanted at the nearby keeper. As the man would explain to those around him, she always does that. She hates my guts. The veterinarian at Lowry Park admitted to the same thing after Shayla was killed. This cat hates me. Remember the case of Fatima, the leopard who jumped onto the back of a San Francisco trainer. School children told a newspaper reporter that only seconds before the attack the man washing out her cage had sprayed Fatima with water. Or how about Monty Core? She had been performing for over 6 years at a clip of 8 shows a week. The night of the attack she refused to obey a command and the trainer threatened her. She bit the man's arm. When the trainer hit her in the head with a microphone, she grabbed him by the throat. In each of these scenarios, the actions were neither accidental nor instinctual. These cats attacked for a reason. Consider the case of captive elephants. These animals have the capability of inflicting large-scale fatalities. They are big, strong, and fast. Yet, when given the opportunity to plow through a crowd of visitors or stomp a row of spectators, they almost never do. Instead, they target specific individuals. There is the case of Janet, a great American circus elephant. During her rampage in 1992, she had a group of children riding on her back. She could have easily thrown them off and killed them. But she didn't. Janet, in point of fact, paused midway through the melee, let someone remove the children, and then continued her assault on circus employees. As to her primary motivation, that was revealed when Janet picked up a fallen object off the ground and smashed it repeatedly against a wall. The object turned out to be a bullhook. The bullhook, or ankus, is a nasty device that the many zoos and circuses use to train their elephants. It looks like a crowbar but with a sharpened point on the curled end. Think of a large inverted fishhook and you would be on the right track. Trainers use the device as a weapon to strike, stab, and cause pain and fear. Ringling Brothers trainers were videotaped in 2009 viciously beating their elephants with these instruments of torture. The philosophy behind the bullhook is straightforward: violence equals discipline. It is with no understatement to say that the methods of training in this industry can be brutal. Circuses, for example, have long preferred the use of the whip as their means to direct tigers and lions. The whip allows the trainer to maintain a safe distance and still deliver a good deal of pain and fear. Some circuses have updated to more modern devices, electrical prods and stun guns. Others have chosen to stick with the blunt instruments. Hawthorne's trainers, for example, like to use baseball bats. But no matter the instrument, the purpose of these weapons is control. The trainer wants the tiger to jump through a hoop of fire. The tiger does not want to. The trainer whips, shocks, or beats the animal until he or she performs the action. This is a learned response, and all captive animals have had to endure this violent education. Some of them have been taught with negative reinforcements. Others have been fortunate enough to train with positive reinforcements. In either case, here is where things can take an interesting turn. Every captive animal knows, through learned response and direct experience, which behaviors are rewarded and which ones are punished. These animals understand that there will be consequences for incorrect actions. If they refuse to perform, if they attack a trainer, or if they escape their cage, they know that they will be beaten, have their food rations reduced, and be placed in solitary confinement. Captive animals know all of this and yet they still carry out such actions, often with a profound sense of determination. This is why these behaviors can be understood as a true form of resistance. These animals, as will be shown throughout the book, are rebelling with knowledge and purpose. They have a conception of freedom and a desire for it. They have agency. We have now officially reached dangerous ground, as the above claims will always be met with the accusation of anthropomorphism. According to many, only humans can be endowed with emotions, culture, intellect, and the ability to resist. But there is a retort. The main thing to understand about the idea of anthropomorphism is that, historically, it has no empiricism behind it. Rather, it is a loaded term, loaded with political, economic, social, and cultural meanings. The Catholic Church, in ancient times, used it to destroy paganism and thus increase the Church's power and influence. Today, it is science and industry that wields the sword. Their methodology, though, is opposite to that of the Church. Instead of uniting various sectors, they seek to divide and draw wide chasms between humans and other animals. This distance, they hope, will create a general public who neither knows nor cares about the lives and labors of tigers, elephants, or monkeys. It is a human-centered and human-dominated world, which science and industry seeks. This narrow perspective allows them to continue their exploitation of other animals in a completely unquestioned and unmolested fashion. The ultimate goal, of course, is to make the largest degree of profit possible. As for those individuals who dare go against the idea, they will automatically be called out and publicly censured: "You are being anthropomorphic." Sadly, this kind of reaction and labeling has led to self-censorship. There are lines of inquiry that a great many people are afraid to cross, as to do so can mean ridicule, castigation, and, yes, unemployment. The smart person will simply internalize the term. Nowhere has this behavior gained a stronger hold than within the university home of the status quo. Yet, it should be remembered that it was not so long ago when, in universities across the country, the ideas of eugenics and racism were also considered to be true, essential, and scientific categories of analysis. Professors loved them to no end. Today, the situation has changed, and the university is embarrassed, even to the point of denial, of its iniquitous past. Anthropomorphism awaits the same graveyard. Step 3 in the standard operating procedure is a public pledge to prevent such incidences from ever happening again. If it was an escape that occurred, then the zoo or circus will make design modifications. San Francisco, for its part, extended the concrete wall and constructed a glass partition, which raised the overall height of the tiger exhibition to 19 feet. Electrified hot wires were strung along the moat. The zoo put up signs that forbid the harassment of animals. If it was an attack that occurred, then these institutions will change their protocol. The training of employees will be made more extensive and intensive. Handlers may no longer be allowed direct contact with the animals. Also, the animal perpetrators themselves could undergo retraining or be placed under an entirely new system of management. But, if the animal is a repeat offender, then the zoo or circus might get rid of him or her altogether. In the past, summary executions were used. Some of the more popular methods included firing squads, poisonings, and hangings. These have since become a political liability, so the industry has instead turned to animal dealers for help. This is how it works. Flagship institutions, such as the National Zoo, the Lincoln Park Zoo, the San Diego Zoo, Six Flags, and Ringling Brothers, will sell their unwanted animals to licensed auctioneers and dealers. These individuals will then turn around and resell them to unlicensed third parties. Alan Green's Animal Underworld, 1999, can provide more detail on this subject, but suffice it to say that the key facet in this relationship is the absence of a direct connection between the original sellers and the final buyers. Thus, zoos and circuses can deny involvement in such dirty business and hide their avarice. As for the unwanted animals, they will end up in private collections, canned hunting operations, research labs, and exotic meat slaughtering facilities. Some of the animals, especially tigers, will be killed outright for their organs, fur, and claws. According to Interpol, the international trade in exotics is an $8 billion a year industry. And no animal is safe. These flagship institutions will sell endangered and non-endangered species alike: leopards, camels, Bengal tigers, antelopes, gazelles, lions, white rhinos, gorillas, chimps, and orangutans. Perhaps you will remember Canute, the famed polar bear cub. In 2007, a kind of hysteria revolved around him, as visitors by the thousands flocked to Germany to catch a glimpse. Canute's owner, the Berlin Zoo, licensed his image and placed it everywhere. The zoo made $8.6 million off of the Canute craze. Nevertheless, by December of 2008, Berlin wanted to dump the bear. Canute had grown up, and he was no longer cute or marketable. It was only through a public uprising that the zoo relented and agreed to keep the polar bear, at least, until the fervor dies down. Step 4 in the standard operating procedure is to manage public relations. The American Zoological and Aquarium Association, AZA, governing body of the industry, provides workshops on the successful PR techniques. The central thesis of them is this: control the information. Every institution should have a designated spokesperson. When questioned, and regardless of the question, this person should state repeatedly that the zoo is an important resource for conservation and education. Reassurances must also be made that appropriate changes have been implemented and that the park is safe for the return of visitors. Again, rigorous control is foremost in importance, as damaging information can easily leak out. Such was case in aftermath of Tatiana's raid. News came that the tiger was being fed 10 pounds less meat per individual feeding in San Francisco than she had been during her confinement in Denver. This led some to speculate that the zoo was trying to get Tatiana to be more active for visitors. If the tiger was continually hungry, the thinking went, she might move around more and thus be more entertaining to paying visitors. Officials were forced to deny the claim. Next came news of a $48 million bond, which the zoo had received earlier, almost all of which was spent on enhancements for visitors. The animals, meanwhile, continued to reside in decrepit and cramped exhibits. Tigers can have a range of over 100 square miles in their habitats of Eurasia. In San Francisco, Tatiana barely had only 1,000 square feet to roam around in. Such realities of captivity are known to cause psychological problems, unconscious swaying, incessant pacing, and self-mutilation. Zoo officials, again, had to defend themselves. The tiger, they affirmed, was not suffering from depression and her enclosure was more than adequate in size. The final piece of bad news for the zoo came when it was revealed that there were 2 near escapes by other animals just a week after Tatiana's rampage. During one of them, a female polar bear named Ulu tried to scramble over a wall but was turned back with the stinging spray from a fire hose. A keeper quietly confided that Ulu only did this because he and others had been pelting the bear with empty tranquilizer darts. In response to this incident, the zoo's director followed standard procedure. "That doesn't sound like an escape attempt to me," he began to explain. "The bear was simply being a bear." Yes, the zoo is now planning to raise the walls of Ulu's exhibit, but not because of what Ulu did. In all seriousness, the zoo's PR flax suggested, this kind of scrutiny and questioning is unnecessary if not vindictive. The zoo is the real victim. There is an African proverb. Until the lion has his historian, the hunter will always be a hero. For myself, the meaning behind the adage has long represented a challenge, one which I took up in 1998. I had just recently matriculated to the University of Toledo in order to study with the historian Peter Linnebaugh. My purpose was singular, I wanted to understand history from below. That fall, I took a research seminar on the Gilded Age, and the topic I chose to write about was the Toledo Zoo. It could have ended up being a standard history, the zoo and its directors, their curatorial ideas and the evolution in exhibit design, and a list of animals. Yet, my work with Linnebaugh led me to see the research material in a new light. Information that I would have previously missed or passed over now became evident. More specifically, I noticed that the captive animals were resisting and that resistance was having an effect. The zoo and the circus no longer remained the hero. In late 2006, I decided to engage this topic once again, and, through my research, the resistance became ever more evident. Captive animals escaped their cages. They attacked their keepers. They demanded more food. They refused to perform. They refused to reproduce. The resistance itself could be organized. Indeed, not only did the animals have a history, they were making history. For their resistance led directly to historical change. In the case of Tatiana, her eyes were burning bright that Christmas Day. She inspired others and brought about larger questions concerning captivity and agency. Concerned citizens, animal advocacy groups, and the City Board of Supervisors all got involved. Even the Wall Street Journal published an article exploring the incident. The San Francisco Zoo, for its part, still has not recovered. Yet, we must never forget from where this struggle begins and ends, with the animals themselves. A note on the book's primary and secondary sources. The vast majority of information came directly from newspapers, both national and international. Federal, state, and local governmental documents filled in some important details. Lawsuits and their trail of paperwork supplied a scant more. Online databases were rich with biographical detail, in particular, the Orca homepage at www.orcaome.de and the Elephants Encyclopedia at www.elephant.se. Writings by the various 19th and early 20th century animal collectors, such as Frank Buck, Carl Hagenbeck, and Charles Meyer, were certainly of use, as were the manuscript collections at the local history department at the Toledo/Lucas County Library and the Toledo Zoo. Bandwagon, Journal of the Circus Historical Society, assisted with its long-reaching archives. A handful of contemporary books were also helpful. Susan Davis, Spectacular Nature, Berkeley, 1997. Alan Green, Animal Underworld, New York, 1999. Eric Hoyt, The Performing Orca, Bath, 1992. Eugene Linden, The Parrot's Lament, New York, 1999. Dale Peterson and Jane Goodall, Visions of Caliban, Athens, 2000. Charles Price, The Day They Hung the Elephant, Johnson City, 1992. Don Reed, Notes from an Underwater Zoo, New York, 1981. Chapter 1, Elephants Exit the Big Top. When he arrived at Regent's Park in 1865, the elephant was sickly and underweight. Zoo officials were, to say the least, disappointed in their newest acquisition. Sure, he was quite young. But he was a bull male. Shouldn't he have been a little bit bigger? In any case, this runt of an elephant needed a name. Park directors set to thinking. The calf was taken, so they thought, from somewhere inside of the French Sudan, and the cultures there were known for worshipping an idol called Mumbo Jumbo. Why not just shorten this and call him Jumbo? Indeed, they decided, this would be a fitting name. It would ultimately prove to be a most ironic choice. In truth, Mumbo Jumbo was anything but a complimentary christening for an elephant or any other creature. For the word was derogatory and demeaning, originating, not from the African lexicon, but from the European imperialist imagination. Mumbo Jumbo was a grotesque idol, an object of unintelligent veneration. Today, the title continues to hold onto its negative ethnocentrism, referring to obscure meaningless talk and writing, nonsense, or an ignorant ritual. Yet the abbreviated version of the term, Jumbo, has not. Its history has actually flowed in the opposite direction. Jumbo has come to mean big and enormous. It connotes success and skill. A jumboism is a preference for largeness. Jumbomania is the idolization of largeness. A century ago, the mere whisper of Jumbo could bring about smiles and cheers. Its mention could even cause tears, sorrow, and solemn remembrance. Jumbo remains a word of respect. How did this divergence between the longer and shorter versions of the term happen? The story begins with the capture of an infant elephant in eastern, not western, Africa, sometime around 1861–2. After a lengthy and arduous journey across the Sahara Desert, the elephant who would become Jumbo ended up in the markets of Cairo, Egypt. There, he was spotted and purchased by the animal collector Johann Schmidt. Schmidt specialized in the trade of exotic creatures. He bought them from trappers for a low price and sold them to European zoos for a high price. Such were the beginnings for one young, little elephant. Schmidt dispatched his precious cargo across the Mediterranean Sea. Arriving in continental Europe, the elephant was then transported overland to Paris. Jumbo's new home turned out to be none other than the famous Jardin des Plantes. He was soon introduced to his first cage mate. This was Alice, a young African female elephant. The pair, though, did not remain in the City of Lights for long. The managers of the French menagerie soon decided that they wanted to add an Indian rhinoceros to the collection. The London Zoo happened to have one and was willing to make a trade for a pair of elephants. With the deal agreed upon, Jumbo and Alice were shipped across the English Channel. The two arrived in London in 1865. The male elephant made for a disappointing show. Sickly and thin, he looked as if he could die at any moment. But, over the next few weeks, he made a robust recovery. For the next 17 years, Jumbo remained in London. And he grew and grew and grew, in terms of both size and popularity. Reaching a height of 11.5 feet, the elephant came to weigh in at a hefty 6.5 tons. This sheer size earned him the title of the world's largest elephant. As for his popularity, everyone knew about Jumbo, from the thousands of yearly visitors who gazed their eyes upon him during his exhibitions to the countless number of school children who rode on his back in the howdah, or Indian carriage. Even Queen Victoria, Theodore Roosevelt, and P.T. Barnum once made that steep climb onto the broad back of this mighty pachyderm. Jumbo was almost as well known in the Americas as he was in England. Yet, not everything was quite as idyllic as it might seem. For the Regent's Park Zoo did have a serious problem on its hands, one which it zealously kept secret from the general public. Jumbo had always been known for his mild temperament. He was friendly to visitors. He was gentle around children. But, as he entered into his teens, his mood and behavior began to change. Jumbo had his own personal handler, a man called Matthew Scott. Scott earned his reputation as a top-rank animal trainer years earlier when attempting to trap an angry, adult hippopotamus. The animal had escaped his enclosure and was running amok in the park. When cornered by the keeper, the hippo charged him and took a ferocious snap. Scott only survived this attack with his life and limbs intact by nimbly hopping a fence at the last second. His new job, by contrast, looked at first to be far simpler, taking care of a gentle elephant. By the 1880s, however, Scott found this assignment to be ever more challenging. Jumbo had now entered into adolescence. Modern zoologists call this developmental period, must, Hindi word for madness. And they define it as a phase of glandular secretion, higher testosterone levels, and heightened sexual arousal. In other words, this is a case of overactive and uncontrollable hormones, otherwise known as heat. One would have hoped that the fields of natural science would have moved beyond the 17th century and biological determinism. But to no avail. Non-physiological factors such as captivity, poor labor conditions, brutal training methods, or the grind of the entertainment industry do not matter. Intellectual maturity and independence of mind are not considered. Rebellious attitudes and vengeful emotions do not exist. Freedom, or the desire for autonomy, is something that an elephant could never imagine. Agency is a non-concept. But Jumbo was no scientist, and he certainly did not see himself as a machine. Resistance was his new thought. He flew into terrible rages. He tried repeatedly to escape. He hurled his body against his enclosure. On one occasion, while attempting to ram his fearsome tusks through the iron doors of his exhibition cage, Jumbo injured himself so severely that surgery was required. Matthew Scott oversaw the procedure and, as usual, was able to calm the giant beast. The keeper's most successful method to soothe the elephant's nerves actually involved supplying Jumbo with large quantities of beer. This even became a ritual between the two, drinking time. Once, when the trainer forgot to give Jumbo his share of the nightly brew, he was slammed to the floor by the thirsty giant. Scott never made that mistake again. Yet, there were times increasing in number as the years wore on when inebriation did not work to quiet the elephant. It reached a point where Regent Park directors lived in constant fear of what Jumbo might do next. So afraid did they become that the principal director purchased an elephant gun for the protection of the zoo and its employees. If a fight ever got completely out of hand, Jumbo would be shot dead. But just when the situation looked its worst, the London Zoo received an amazing stroke of good fortune. P.T. Barnum's American Circus, promoted as the greatest show on earth, was lacking a centerpiece, that truly grand figure among other great spectacles. Barnum's arch-rival, the Cooper and Bailey's Allied Show, had its star, the baby Columbia. She was the first elephant ever born in captivity in the United States, and Barnum had made many bids to purchase her. But the Allied Show refused to sell. So Barnum did the next best thing, luring James Bailey to his side, and then went right on searching for another big-time celebrity. He soon found what he was looking for in London. This was Jumbo, a true icon with enough star power to fill his big top every night of the week. Barnum offered the zoo $10,000 for the elephant. The Regent Park directors were elated. This was a lot of money, and Jumbo had simply grown too dangerous to keep. He had to be sold. The zoo, however, was not prepared for the sheer scale of negative publicity that it would receive regarding this move. The British public was outraged at the idea of shipping Jumbo off to the States. Thousands of children wrote letters to the Queen in protest. Lawsuits were filed to block the sale. Newspapers openly vilified park administrators. Yet, the zoo would not be swayed from its decision. In the spring of 1882, patrons funneled in to catch one last glimpse of Jumbo and wave goodbye. Crowds of this size had never before been seen at Regent's Park, and the zoo itself profited handsomely from this planned farewell, pocketing $40,000 in ticket sales alone. But the final day did come, and the elephant was escorted from his exhibit area and led onto the main grounds. The original plan was to load Jumbo into a large container, which would then be paraded through the London streets. The journey would end at a Thames quay for shipping. This plan, though, proved to be far more difficult to carry out than first imagined. For Jumbo declined to enter the container. Matthew Scott, his trainer, tried every technique he could think of to coax the huge elephant into the crate. But each time, Jumbo would approach, stop short, and proceed to lie down on the ground. After that, there was no budging him. As the days passed and embarrassment mounted, the London press declared that this delay was a testament to the fact that the elephant did not want to leave England. Barnum was not amused, and his agent in London grew impatient. The circus's chief handler was sent for. William Newman, otherwise known as Elephant Bill, was Barnum's most notorious and brutal trainer. Instead of offering pachyderms a gallon of pale ale, Elephant Bill opted for a spear-like lance as his primary motivational tool. After his trip across the Atlantic, Newman set to work straight away at the reconditioning of Jumbo. At first, the trainer tried more gentle means of persuasion, verbal commands, pushing, prodding. But none of these were successful. Next, he fitted the elephant with leg chains and pulled on the beast. This method too failed. Jumbo just flatly refused to enter the container. Newman then pulled out his trusty lance and began using the weapon, but the Royal Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals intervened and put a stop to the stabbings. Newman was furious, both at this level of oversight, which would have never happened in the States, and at his own inability to quell Jumbo's recalcitrance. It was rumored that the American trainer even threatened to shoot the elephant, if that was the only way to get the animal to Barnum. Ultimately, the use of lethal force was not needed, as Scott was finally able to convince Jumbo to walk into the crate. Some speculated that Scott himself was partially responsible for this delay, as he wanted to demonstrate his own self-importance. Nevertheless, after chaining the elephant into place, the trainers found themselves in trouble once again. Jumbo had abruptly changed his mind about the move and began to struggle with all his might, straining the iron chains and quaking the thick bars of the wheeled enclosure. But it was of no use. Not even the world's largest elephant could break free this time. Jumbo was taken out of Regent's Park and transported down the Thames to the coast. From there, the elephant was hoisted on board the HMS Assyrian Monarch for his long-awaited trip across the Atlantic. Jumbo reached New York Harbor on Easter Sunday. With great fanfare, he marched through Midtown Manhattan to Madison Square Garden. The circus season had just kicked off, and he was now a member of P.T. Barnum's extravaganza. For the next several years, Jumbo would toil for Barnum. He traversed the country, shuffling from town to town. He rode on what must have seemed to be an endless train, being loaded up in a boxcar every night and unloaded every morning. Jumbo was paired with Tom Thumb, the world's smallest elephant. Together, the pair of contrasting pachyderms would parade around the arena at the close of afternoon and evening programs. Life in the circus was a grind. The typical season lasted 8 months, from March to October. Performances occurred 6 days a week, twice a day. By his 24th year, the greatest star on earth had been worn out. Whereas Barnum and others had made millions of dollars from this elephant, Jumbo himself had little to show for it. His body was exhausted, his strength sapped, and his vitality drained. Jumbo could barely even lie down. When he did, it was a struggle to return upright. Scott thought privately that Jumbo might not make it through another year on the circuit. And yet, another circus season had just begun. Opening in New York, the Barnum and Bailey Big Top had already traveled through Pennsylvania, New England, and maritime Canada. By September it was in Ontario. There are several versions of events that unfolded on September 15, 1885, the night that Jumbo the elephant was killed. Each begins in a similar manner. The circus was in St. Thomas, a small town located in the southern region of the province. The final performance had just ended. Tom and Jumbo were in the process of being led back to their respective train cars by Matthew Scott. While all three were walking along the tracks, the sound of a fast-approaching freight train could be heard in the distance. It is at this point where the stories diverge. One version has Scott, heroically but unsuccessfully, attempting to lead the elephants to safety by guiding them down a shallow embankment that bordered one side of the tracks. Another has the trainer scrambling off on his own, leaving the pair of elephants to their own devices. In both scenarios, the first to be hit by the locomotive was Tiny Tom Thumb. Tossed into the air like a rag doll, he crashed into a nearby pole and sustained serious, but not life-threatening, injuries. Tom, years later, would be sold to the Central Park Zoo in New York City, where he would spend the rest of his days. Jumbo was the next to be struck. It happened in one of three ways. The first account has the elephant initially following Scott down the embankment. However, Jumbo got confused or scared by the oncoming train, raced back up onto the tracks, and was hit from behind. Another has Jumbo rushing along the tracks. He was apparently looking for a gap in the line of stationary train cars, which bordered the opposite side. But he missed the opening, and, when he doubled back, the train smashed into him. A third version has Jumbo escaping from Scott and charging towards the train. He rammed the engine head-on. As for how Jumbo ultimately died, that also depends on which version of the story you believe. Some said that the world's most famous elephant was killed almost immediately, while others stated that he suffered for at least 3 hours before dying. Barnum himself cooked up his own tall tale, claiming that Jumbo died instantly after sacrificing his own life to rescue little Tom Thumb from the speeding train. In the end, none of these unknowns, discrepancies, or fabrications are important. Jumbo died that autumn day. He spent his life working for the Regent's Park Zoo and the Barnum and Bailey Circus. Before the days of radio, television, or motion pictures, he was one of the first international superstars of the entertainment world. Indeed, over the past 2 centuries, books have been written about him. Songs have been sung in his honor. Movies have been made depicting him. An Ohio town was once named after him. He has been used to advertise countless consumer products. To this day, Jumbo remains firmly planted in the English lexicon. That little, sickly elephant once mocked as Mumbo Jumbo grew into a large, powerful, and resistant fellow creature, one still worthy of our respect and veneration. Mary. The circus train had arrived early that Tuesday morning. The sky was still dark, and the rail yard was just beginning to awaken. The place was Kingsport, a dusty coal mining town hidden amongst the rolling hills of eastern Tennessee. Given its isolated location, the town rarely saw much in the way of big-time popular entertainment. The local residents must have been excited for the day's forthcoming festivities. The circus was owned and operated by Charlie Sparks. Based in the southern region of the United States, Sparks' world-famous show catered to those small out-of-the-way towns often ignored by larger companies like Barnum and Bailey. The show first opened in the late 1880s. Founded by John Sparks, Charlie's father, it was a dog and pony act. This meant, literally, that Sparks had a few dogs and a pony performing tricks for an audience. Yet, over the next 25 years, the show grew into a mid-sized operation. It would come to boast of 10 train cars and feature numerous trapeze artists, gymnasts, equestrians, and clowns. The Sparks show also had a couple of lions and 5 elephants. One of those pachyderm performers was a female named Mary. Odds are that this elephant had been sold or traded at least a few times before reaching Charlie Sparks and his show. There was, of course, her original sale. She had been born in the jungles of southeastern Asia sometime around 1886. but she was soon captured, traded, and shipped to the Americas. By 1889, this young, little elephant was already working for her first circus. After that, it is difficult to say what happened to her. Circuses and traveling menageries went bankrupt frequently. Elephants exchanged hands. They were often renamed, especially if an elephant had a reputation for unruliness. No company wanted to deal with a performer who continually refused commands, injured trainers, or escaped from confinement. This was a hassle and a liability that few owners could afford. So what would usually happen in these circumstances is that the circus would try to sell the animal to someone who specialized in retraining disobedient and dangerous creatures. If that failed, the circus would change the name of that particular elephant and try to pass him or her off to an unsuspecting or desperate prospect. Either way, this issue was solved from its end, as the rogue beast was now someone else's problem. There were, however, some cases where the elephant in question had become so notorious that no one in their right mind would dare acquire the creature. In these situations, the animal would be put to death. By 1916, Mary the elephant was owned by the Sparks world-famous show. Mary was the star attraction, and Charlie Sparks promoted her as the largest living land animal on Earth. She was, according to the show's billing, 3 inches taller than Jumbo and weighed in at over 5 tons. Of course, these were very dubious claims. But this was the circus business, a less than honest profession populated by owners who regularly exaggerated about anything and everything. Still, Charlie Sparks made a shrewd move in comparing Mary to Jumbo. For even the most skeptical tobacco farmer remembered the exploits of Jumbo, and they would often purchase a ticket for that reason alone. It would be a mistake to underestimate just how well known and respected Jumbo was in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. As for Mary, she had not reached the same level of fame. Nor was she, in measurement, larger or heavier than Jumbo. Yet, audiences thronged to see her in considerable numbers. Mary was in her own right a mighty elephant, and she would forcefully prove that point in Kingsport. The morning of September 12 began as most mornings did at the Sparks Circus. The animals were awakened and led out of their boxcars. Some were then loaded into wagons and carriers. Others, namely horses and elephants, were put to work. For each of these wagons and carriers had to be towed and pushed to the circus grounds. Every piece of equipment had to be carried. The most extensive labor involved setting up the big top. Gigantic poles had to be moved into their correct place. The canvas itself had to be unfolded and positioned just right. Cables had to be pulled to raise the entire structure. Indeed, without the bulk and strength of the elephant, this final feat would have hardly been possible. With the morning tasks now complete, the circus's 5 pachyderms received a short but well-deserved break. Their ankles would, as always, be chained and tethered to deter any inclinations of escape. Water and hay would be provided as their standard fare. The animals really needed this rest and nourishment, for their day was just beginning. Soon there would be the noontime parade. This meant a complete shift in tasks, from manual labor to public entertainment. The elephants had to change into their costumes and march through the streets. They had to mull around with the local residents, pose for photographs and sketches, and give a few rides. They had to be happy, at least in appearance. Next, there would be the 2 performances under the big top, a matinee at 2 p.m. and an evening show at 8 p.m. The elephants had performed choreographed routines and tricks for the audience. They had to kneel on command. They had to stand on their hind legs. They had to balance on stools. They had to form a large circle with each elephant resting his or her front legs upon the back of another. None of this was easy. Elephants know nothing of such things, as circus performances are not part of their society or culture. Nor do elephants, as strong and formidable as they may seem, even have the proper muscle development to carry out such demanding stunts. It takes months of rigorous training to learn these routines. It takes months to develop the stamina and muscle strength needed to perform these tricks. Then there is the harsh discipline and brutal treatment that each elephant had to endure in the name of training. Verbal abuse, beatings, and whippings were the common pedagogical methods. For example, in order to teach a performer how to lie down on cue, Charles Meyer, the leading elephant coach of the early 20th century, would stab an animal in one particular spot over and over again. Sooner or later, the elephant would lie down to protect the wound. After this procedure was repeated enough times, an amazing trick would be born, as the mere threat of being stabbed caused the animal to obey the command. Finally, the circus would be packed up to travel to the next town for the next show. The tent had to be taken down and disassembled. All the equipment had to be reloaded. The wagons and carriers had to be hauled back to the train. It was only then, well into the witching hour, that the long, exhaustive day would finally come to a close. Unfortunately, another morning was soon on its way. There were times, however, when the elephants did obtain reprieves from this monotonous, tiresome schedule. The most common type were short recreational walks. With a handler guiding them along, the elephants might amble into a nearby field, explore a neighboring wooded area, or walk down a dirt road. Maybe, if they were lucky, they would discover a pond or a nice patch of mud. The ultimate point of these ventures was simply to get away from the circus so that the animals could take in the sights, breathe some fresh air, and have a little natural stimulus. Ironically, it was during just such a relaxing perambulation in Kingsport when Mary chose to rebel against her trainer. A witness later described the scene. While walking through Kingsport, Mary espied some watermelon. This sighting must have spiked her curiosity, as she stopped and reached for the rind. The temporary pause perturbed her handler. At first, he slapped at the elephant with a long stick and shouted for her to move along. Mary ignored the request and just kept chewing away. Some of the people watching this disagreement found it to be most comical and they began laughing aloud. The trainer was now growing embarrassed. He yelled angrily and struck the elephant viciously across the side of her head. This impetuous act of violence was not a smart move. Mary grabbed the man with her trunk, raised him high into the air, and pitched him against the side of a nearby shack. Such was the force of this throw that the trainer crashed through the building's wall. With the thump of the body, the snap of the wooden boards, and the crunch of bones, the crowd stood there in a state of shock. Was the man dead? Was he still alive? Would anyone dare attempt to help him? But Mary put an end to such thoughts, as she walked calmly over to her handler and promptly stepped on his head. The crowd scattered. Perhaps it was the deliberateness of Mary's action or maybe it was coolness of her demeanor, but whatever the cause, by the time the situation had settled down, the good citizens of Kingsport wanted blood. It did not seem to matter that no one from the town knew the deceased man. An elephant had killed a human and that was a good enough reason for an execution. Mary must die. Charlie Sparks, however, was not going to let his prized performer, and chief breadwinner, to be taken away that easily. The elephant was worth several $1,000s. Hence, Sparks did his best to quell the public anger and convince local residents to change their minds. Mary, for the moment, remained safe. As news of the stomping spread across the county and state, the clamor for retributive violence only increased. One Eastern Tennessee newspaper deemed the elephant, "Murderous Mary." Towns announced that forthcoming circus shows would be cancelled if the man-killing elephant performed. Rumors circulated of approaching lynch mobs, the utilization of police force, and the intervention of the state government, each group seeking its own version of summary execution. By the time the circus reached the town of Irwin on the morning of September 13, the pressure for action had intensified. The owner was forced to make a tough decision. Mary was to be executed after the matinee. This would be the day, the folklorist Charles Price wrote, they hung the elephant. It would not be the first time that an elephant was killed in such a manner. Only 3 decades previous, Carl Hagenbeck, the father of the modern zoo, signed a death warrant for one of his performers after the animal almost killed him. The monster, he demanded, must be executed. Hagenbeck first tried to make a deal with an English sportsman, who, in exchange for a handsome sum of money, would receive the pleasure of shooting an elephant. For whatever reason, this arrangement fell through. So Hagenbeck and his crew hung the creature. There was also Columbia, the first elephant ever born in captivity in the United States. She was the one whom P.T. Barnum so coveted. Instead, he settled for Jumbo, and little Columbia remained the pride and joy of the Cooper and Bailey Circus. This amicable relationship, however, did not last long. According to Charles Meyer, this elephant had developed a nasty disposition by the age of 2. She struck keepers at the age of 7. By the age of 8, she was kept hobbled. A few years later, Columbia, too, was hung to death. Then there was the case of Topsy. In 1903, this 36-year-old Coney Island elephant was slated to be executed by hanging. Luna Park officials even built a large scaffold for the grisly event. Yet the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals intervened and demanded that a more humane method be used. So officials chose electrocution. Topsy had originally come to New York City via the circus, but after killing her third trainer in 3 years, the elephant was sold to the nearby Brooklyn boardwalk. The change in venues did not improve her situation or demeanor. Her handler turned out to be a drunk who was, on 2 occasions, arrested for physically abusing the elephant. Thus Topsy had no choice but to continue to resist. Her final act was charging after a group of Italian construction workers. A week later, several very matter-of-fact electricians of the Edison Company arrived at the park and began setting up for the execution. Edison had, for some time, been using alternative current, AC, to kill as many animals as possible in order to drive his arch-rival, George Westinghouse, out of business. Westinghouse used AC as his method of electrical supply, Edison used direct current, DC, and bad publicly, i.e., the apparent danger of AC current, could ruin anyone's reputation. On the afternoon of January 4, Mr. Edison's executioners attached electrodes to the elephant's feet. At 2:45 p.m., they flipped the switch. There was a bit of smoke for an instant, a New York Times reporter noted. Topsy raised her trunk as if to protest, then shook, bent to her knees, fell, and rolled over on her right side motionless. 2 minutes later, she was declared dead. As to the events a decade later, on September 13, 1916, Mary the elephant was held out of the afternoon show. Afterwards, she and the other elephants were collected and led off together into the adjacent rail yards. While only Mary was to be punished, the trainers knew that she would probably become suspicious of any effort to remove her alone. They preferred to be safe than sorry. Upon arrival at the site, Mary was separated from her fellow performers and secured in place. There, she waited. No one is certain how the method of execution was chosen. Legend has it that several means were discussed: poisoning, electrocution, and even draw and quartering via 2 opposite pulling steam engines. Yet we do know the final decision. It was to be death by hanging. This was the South, and lynching was the common form of punishment for those who dared resist the power and privilege of the white man. In fact, a few witnesses later swore that 1 or 2 African Americans were also hung that afternoon in the hamlet of Irwin. But for Mighty Mary, a rope and tree branch would not do. A much larger and sturdier device was required. A 100-ton industrial crane was ultimately commandeered for the task. By the time Mary was put into position under the crane, 3,000 men, women, and children had gathered around the train yard. This crowd swelled to a size far greater than tiny Irwin's entire population. Apparently, everyone in the surrounding Tennessee counties wanted to see this infamous elephant be put to death by the hand of man. None of them were to be disappointed. The derrick car started up and a winch lowered a heavy metal cable. At the end of the cable was a linked chain. A handler grabbed the device and fastened it around the elephant's neck. The steam-powered engine began to roar and tow upward. Mary, though, was not about to go without a fight. As the noose tightened and pulled, she began to struggle and twist her body. The cable was not strong enough to withstand both the weight and the strain. It broke and Mary came crashing down with a thunder. The spectators erupted in panic, for the killer elephant was now free. Would she stampede through the crowd? Would she target her trainers? Or would she attack the rig and tear it apart? In reality, Mary was in no condition to retaliate. The fall shattered her hip. Collapsed there in a heap, immobilized and in agonizing pain, Mary must have been a pitiful sight. But her handlers were unmoved. Instead, they refashioned the noose and slid it on once again. This time, Mary was unable to free herself. The happy spectators settled back in and watched as the elephant died of asphyxiation. Janet. Janet was a female elephant born in 1965. She had been captured in the tropical forests of Asia. Stripped from her mother and extended family, she was ultimately shipped to the United States. After her arrival, Janet was put to work in the circus, and it was in the circus where she remained for the rest of her life. Her main job was giving rides to children and adults. And it was one day, while providing just such an amusement, that this elephant reached her breaking point. In 1992, Janet was toiling for the Great American Circus, a medium-sized operation based out of Sarasota, Florida. She had been owned by this same outfit since reaching the States nearly 25 years earlier, and she had grown quite disenchanted both with the company and her job. It was in February, while performing in the town of Palm City, Florida, when everything went down. On the main stage inside the big tent, Janet was giving a ride to a group of school children. A crowd of some 1,000 people watched and marveled at the spectacular display. But that delight soon turned to dread after Janet began resisting her trainer's commands. The elephant started thrusting her full weight against the steel barrier separating the ring from the audience. She toppled the high wire platforms, which collapsed with a loud crash. A handler tried to calm the elephant but was rudely pushed aside. A police officer suddenly appeared and entered into the fray. He confronted Janet, but was promptly picked up by her trunk and slammed hard onto the concrete floor. As the cop lay there dazed and bruised, she grabbed him again and placed the man directly under her foot. He was going to be stomped. Several circus handlers, though, pulled him to safety at the last second. Janet seized this opportunity to bust through the barrier. She smoothly maneuvered through the screaming crowd, and escaped the arena. Once she got outside, Janet began targeting certain people. Elephants, bear in mind, rarely forget, whether it be a face or a trespass. She chased down one circus employee and flattened him. Amid the chaos and the sea of hysterical patrons, Janet spotted another one of her tormentors trying to get away. This employee too was caught, toppled over, and plowed under. Janet was angry, and she has not been the only one. It was in May of 1993 when Axel Gautier, the world-famous trainer for Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey Circus, was stomped to death. Descended from 6 generations of circus performers, this 35-year veteran developed such elaborate tricks as coaxing elephants to walk sideways on their hind legs. Gautier was on sabbatical from the greatest show on earth and decided to tour the company's private breeding operations in Williston, Florida. Significantly, this facility, like its zoological counterparts, was opened in response to the strict new laws and regulations that had recently been passed regulating the exportation of elephants from foreign countries. Circuses and zoos no longer had easy access to their labor pool. The enterprises needed a new source. Thus, breeding programs and conservation centers sprang up around the country. As for Gautier and his visit to the Ringling operation, he went alone into a corral that contained a group of elephants. He must have known or trained at least few of them. In any case, the elephants knocked him down and stepped on him repeatedly. Gautier died of internal injuries. The circus maintained that this was an unfortunate accident, but they kept mum on the specific details. 12 years later, another longtime Barnum trainer paid a visit to the facility, and the elephants promptly stomped him too. In 1994, 2 handlers for the Jordan Circus were beaten up by an elephant named Sue. She had 2 kids riding on her back when she decided to grab one trainer with her trunk and hurl him into the air. The man landed with a thump. Sue strolled and stomped him repeatedly, breaking his arm, shattering several ribs, and inflicting damage to internal organs. The elephant then turned her attention to the other employee. Sue ran down the woman and kicked the crap out of her. It was only 2 years after that incident when Sue violently confronted a different trainer, this time in central Wyoming. When questioned by a local newspaper, a circus spokesman denied that this was an attack. The elephant, while giving a ride to 6 children, became spooked at the sight of a horse and backed into her handler. Spectators provided a much different story. They described how the elephant charged directly towards the trainer and bashed into the woman. Sue then began kicking the handler over and over again. When the women tried to escape, the elephant just pulled her back for more punishment. In February of 1995, after a Tarzan Zerbini show, a trainer was trampled while attempting to load a female elephant into a trailer. Circus officials assured the media that this was a freak mishap, as the handler simply slipped under the elephant. Yet, according to a later lawsuit, this mauling was no accident. The former employee detailed how the animal purposely knocked him to the ground and stomped on him not once but twice. The elephant, he testified, was trying to kill him. 10 years later, there would be second confrontation involving a Tarzan Zerbini handler and the insides of a trailer. Again, the circus pleaded innocence. The man fell and the elephant was only stepping on him out of curiosity, not out of aggressiveness. In the end, no lawsuit was filed, as the man had died from the wounds. In April of 1999, yet another handler for Tarzan Zerbini went down. This time, an elephant broke free from her leg shackles and ran after this particular person. Spinning the man onto his back, she proceeded to deliver swift blows to the trainer's face, chest, and pelvis. Why did this happen? The circus would say nothing. However, an ambulance crew member noted that the injured man reeked of booze. Another employee confided that the circus's pachyderm performers were originally trained by drunks and were badly beaten in the past. Now, he warned, the elephants don't like the smell of alcohol on people. A lesson to remember. In January of 2000, an associate of the Ramo Circus was crushed to death at the outfit's home base in Florida. Kenya, an 11-year-old African elephant, had managed to snap her leg chain and wander free. Indeed, while some people may know rivers, elephants know chains, as they are often tethered for 15, 16, or even more hours per day. At any rate, this elephant was now on the loose, and she targeted a member of the Ramos family. First, Kenya thumped the woman and trampled over top of her. The elephant then watched as this former acrobat struggled to her feet, only to push her over again and continue to deliver the lethal strikes. Kenya, shortly thereafter, joined this same woman in the afterlife as the elephant also died. County authorities suspected foul play. Someone had poisoned her. Finally, in 2006, a pair of trainers at a fair in Marlborough, Massachusetts were smashed up against a wall by a 37-year-old Asian elephant named Minnie. Both handlers were critically injured. A spokesman explained that the elephant, while being burdened with a group of children, shifted her position and accidentally bumped into the handlers. Visitors, on the other hand, gave a stunningly different report. They said that a trainer jabbed Minnie near the eye with a bullhook. People think the animal got crazy, but it was provoked, a witness said. The elephant was just trying to defend itself. Several years previous, at the New York State Fair, there was a similar altercation involving Minnie. It was at end of a long day of hauling passengers when she knocked her handler into the grass, kicked him, and then stepped on him. This last action not only left a large imprint of Minnie's foot on the man's body but also a lasting impression upon his mind. Interestingly, While scientists think they have identified the root cause of this kind of behavior in male elephants, i.e. must, many remained mystified as to why it happens in females. For many decades, most thought that female elephants did not have the ability to act in such an aggressive manner. Sexism, it seems, does not just affect the way biologists see each other, but also the way they see other animals. In other words, while individuals have inferred, most infamously the former president of Harvard University, Larry Summers, that the discipline of science is better suited to men than women because of discrepancies in innate intellectual levels, so has science itself viewed female animals as unequal to males ones in similar ways. This is particularly the case with acts of resistance. It was and still is believed that female animals, as a whole, are simply incapable of this characteristic, at least not in any meaningful fashion or on any effectual level. Females are instead seen as imbibed with qualities of gentleness, placidity, and obedience. This is their nature, this is their instinct. Perhaps, biologists will address this issue sometime in the future. Of course, they will probably return and tell us that such kinds of behavior in females are nothing more than a variation of PMS. Let us return to Janet and the town of Palm City, Florida. One visitor snapped a photograph capturing this elephant sprinting along the midway with a group of children still clinging to her back. Eventually, circus officials were able to surround her and retrieve the frightened youngsters. 2 handlers were then put in charge of loading the rogue elephant into the back of a trailer. But Janet declined the offer. She snatched one of them and threw the man 20 feet into the air. She grasped the other and gave him a similarly high and mighty toss. Finished with those 2, Janet began to ram her broad body against the trailer that she had been locked in so many times. Next, according to an eyewitness, the elephant grabbed the training stick from a fallen handler and was slinging it against the van. Then she threw it down and just took off running. That stick, otherwise known as an ankus or bull hook, is the primary teaching tool for elephants. It is an instrument meant to inflict pain and submission. Terror is how elephants are ruled. And Janet hated both, the ankus and the ankus wielder. It was just 2 years earlier when a great American circus elephant, very possibly Janet herself, pummeled a trainer during a show in Pennsylvania. Audience members later detailed how the animal, only seconds before the attack, refused to obey a series of instructions. The handler, at that point, commenced hitting the performer in the left ear and eye with an ankus and then hooked the creature's mouth with the barbed point. This type of corrective violence towards elephants is usually kept well hidden by circuses, but, on rare occasions, it makes a public appearance for all to see. This was the situation with Mickey the elephant in September of 1994. This 15-year-old elephant was working for the King Royal Circus. During a performance in Lebanon, Oregon, he refused to perform a trick. The trainer shouted and promptly gouged the elephant in the neck with the bull hook, drawing blood and gasps of horror from the audience. A few people called the cops. After the show, the handler was arrested and dragged off to the city jail. Responding to the brutal act, the King Royal manager fumed that these animals can become killers. "What I'd like to do with these protesters," she continued, "is take our nicest elephant and put it in their backyards for about an hour. Then they'd see just how much destruction one of these guys can really inflict." As to the escalating situation on the Florida Midway, the police at the request of the owner of the Great American Circus stepped in and drew their weapons. A crowd of spectators had already encircled the scene. All the people were yelling, one bystander recalled. They were saying, "You shouldn't shoot that animal." The audience had chosen a side in this struggle, and it was not with the circus. Alas, the police paid no mind to public opinion and began their fusillade, firing a total of 47 bullets into the elephant. Janet fell in the hail of gunfire. She lay prostrate on the ground, bleeding profusely but still alive. 15 minutes later, an officer arrived with larger caliber bullets and finished her off. Janet's bullet-ridden body was taken to the local garbage dump and unceremoniously discarded. Debbie and Frida. In just a 2-month span, Debbie and Frida perpetrated a lifetime of trouble. The pair of elephants escaped twice. They caused tens of thousands of dollars worth of property damage. They engendered lawsuits and bad publicity. They frightened city officials and drove their employers, the Clyde Beatty Circus, mad with frustration. In the end, Debbie and Frida had worn out their welcome. They would, subsequently, lose their positions at the circus and be sold off to the infamous animal contracting firm, Hawthorne. The turmoil began in May of 1995. The circus was in Hanover, Pennsylvania for the week and the trainers were already on edge. Apparently, they were worried about the elephants, who were in an agitated and irritable state. Some speculated that the beasts' bad mood was due to the surface of the North Hanover Mall parking lot on which the animals were being kept. The blacktop was bothering the elephants' feet. Others thought that the handlers were being overly nervous, as these animals had worked on such surfaces before and without incident. In either case, circus administrators should have paid closer attention to the situation. On Friday the 19th, the elephants were awaiting their entrance into the big tent when two of them broke away. Sprinting from their trainers and maneuvering through the protective fencing, Debbie and Frida found themselves in the middle of the parking lot. Automobiles were their new obstacles, although, to an adult elephant, the cars did not prove much of a challenge. The escaped pair rammed their way through, stomping and smashing a total of 6 cars. When they reached a nearby shopping mall, Debbie and Frida charged forward, crashing through the glass plate window of a Sears Auto Center. It was only then, after having caused a sufficient amount of damage, that the elephants chose to leave the scene and wander into a wooded area. Trainers eventually caught up with the pair and led them back to their trailers. In attempting to explain the rampage to a questioning media, a Clyde Beatty spokesman placed the blame on a motorist. It was a car horn, he explained, that started the ruckus. The automobile was too close to the tent, and, when the driver began honking, the animals became spooked and ran away. Witnesses, however, did not swallow this excuse. They agreed that a car horn did beep shortly before Debbie and Frida fled, but that noise was not the rationale behind this escape. Rather, they described how trainers were driving the elephants towards the tent by beating them savagely with bull hooks. This violence, the witnesses concluded, was the true reason why the animals became enraged and escaped. Presented with the contradicting evidence, Clyde Beatty chose to ignore it. Instead they reiterated that the elephants were scared off by the horn-happy motorist. The pair were simply spooked. This was an accident, nothing more. In fact, the circus went on to explain, such unfortunate episodes among elephants are very unusual. Breakouts like this almost never happen, they averred. The general public has nothing to worry about. Little did the public know, however, that one of those elephants, Frida, had a rich history of resistance. A decade earlier, she attacked a visitor in Atlantic City, New Jersey when the man blew into her trunk. Soon thereafter, she killed a drunken woman at a mall in New London, Connecticut. Trouble, it would seem, has a way of coming in twos. And so it did again in 1995. On July 10, only months after the incident in Hanover, the situation with Debbie and Frida worsened. This time, the Clyde Beatty Circus was in Forest Park, New York, and the pair made their escape during a performance. 1-minute audience members were marveling at a well-trained elephant routine. The next minute, the big tent had descended into madness. Debbie and Frida charged for the exits. Families tried to do the same. Ironically, while the two elephants made it through with relative ease, the latter found the process to be considerably more difficult. People panicked. They pushed and shoved one another. Children were knocked to the ground. Numerous visitors were trampled underfoot. There were many injuries sustained that day. As for Debbie and Frida, they were already outside, exploring the borough of Queens. While it is said that New Yorkers have seen it all, this pachyderm rampage was certainly a first for most. Indeed, in a city where a naked person preaching about the love of Jesus would barely elicit a glance, the sight of two giant elephants stampeding down the street deserved broader contemplation. Local residents stopped and gawked. Others pointed and let loose with expletives. There were even a couple motorists who, so mesmerized by the outrageous sight, took their eyes off the road and crashed their cars. But the excitement soon faded. The elephants were rounded up and led back to the circus grounds. Responding to another round of media inquiries and public criticism, Clyde Beatty decided to take a more forthright approach. It admitted that these breakouts were a serious problem and that this obstreperous pair of elephants was becoming increasingly difficult to control. "They did it once and we thought it was an isolated incident," a spokesman stated plainly. "But they did it a second time, and it's now a behavior pattern." The circus industry, some critics believed, was ripe for change. It needed to evolve, develop new ideas, and stop using elephant acts altogether. Clyde Beatty, however, was not interested in such suggestions, and the circus industry as a whole remained firmly unmoved. It preferred to stick with the status quo. The result would be a series of additional high-profile escapes in the coming years. In 1999, for instance, Luna the elephant broke loose from her trainers during a Royal Hanford show. This 15-year-old Asian elephant was performing in Poughkeepsie, New York, when she, according to one audience member, went crazy. Luna fled from the ring and busted through the perimeter barriers. She then proceeded to climb up into the second tier of circus seating. Amazingly, not only did the terrace hold under her enormous weight, but no one was seriously injured that afternoon. A few months later, Kamba the elephant walked out during a performance at the Texas State Fair. Leased from Elephant Encounters, a Dallas-based contracting service, this 21-year-old African elephant managed to find her way out of the fairgrounds and into the city streets. At first the trainers tried to lure her back with food. But Kamba was not interested. Next they tried to cajole her. Trainers pushed and pulled. Trainers hit and stabbed. But Kamba would still not budge. Finally, they chained her to a large truck and literally dragged her back to the fairgrounds. Yet, the circus's problems were not over, for the elephant now refused to enter her trailer. The trainers, once again, tried everything, but Kamba stubbornly ignored them. She preferred to snack on a pile of leaves and take a leisurely stroll around the fair. Only Kamba was going to decide when it was time to call it a night. In 2000, it was Barbara and Connie's turn. These two veteran performers worked for the Culpeper and Merriweather Circus, and they escaped from their trailer. Connie led the way with Barbara following close behind. One handler got in Barbara's way and yelled halt. He was plowed over. Afterwards, circus officials tried to assure the media that the Barbara was merely spooked and that the trainer just fell down. Yet witnesses told the newspapers that the man was most definitely trampled. In either case, these two elephants made good use of their free time and explored the desert town of Yucca Valley, California. 2 years later, another pair would escape from a circus. This was Mary and Tori, two disgruntled employees of the George Carlin show. It was in front of a packed house in Stout, Wisconsin that these two Asian elephants decided to sprint out of the ring and march right through the tent door. While Tori was caught before she could make it off the circus grounds, Mary got away. She ended up walking 2 miles. Along the route, this elephant got to see Stout and the local university campus. Authorities, though, did not appreciate this unplanned excursion. They finally trapped Mary with a blockade of municipal fire trucks. Then there was Tanya. By March of 2002, this elephant had escaped 4 times in the last 6 years. The first breakout happened in York, Maine at a wildlife park. The second occurred while working for a circus in Mentor, Ohio. The third took place while she was in Washington, Pennsylvania. In the final getaway, the elephant was in Easley, South Carolina. It was there, while being loaded into her trailer after a show, that Tanya made a run for the nearby woods. Only after some considerable effort were local authorities able to track the elephant down and corner her. Tanya, however, was reluctant to surrender. As for our original pair, the 24-year-old Debbie and the 29-year-old Frida, they were placed into isolation until further notice. The owners of Clyde Beatty had gotten sick and tired of dealing with them and decided that the best solution was to remove the source of the problem altogether. The two troublemakers must be sold. All Clyde Beatty needed to do now was to find a willing buyer, a task sometimes easier said than done. But in due course the circus tracked down someone who was eager to take the elephants off its hands, the Hawthorne Corporation. Operating out of Richmond, Illinois, a small town located in the northeastern corner of the state, Hawthorne is a contracting firm owned by John Cuneo, Jr. The company's principal services are leasing, obedience training, and performance training. Its clients include circuses, zoos, and other businesses that deal in live animal entertainment. As for Hawthorne's contractors, they are the animals themselves. In the mid-1990s, the company employed 19 elephants, 1 lion, and 84 tigers, each available for lease on a weekly, monthly, or yearly basis. The amusement industry very much prefers and benefits from this type of contractual, temporary arrangement. Circuses no longer carry the expense of training the animals or caring for them during the off-season. Zoos no longer shoulder the primary responsibility for the animals in terms of physical and psychological care. Smaller fairs have more flexibility with their exhibitions and scheduling by shuffling animals in and out at a moment's notice. This arrangement is equally beneficial to Hawthorne. The animals are kept on the road as much as possible. Oversight is always nominal. At its private facilities, costs are slashed to the bare minimum. The elephants, for example, are chained 24 hours a day inside Spartan barns, and they receive little in the way of quality food, adequate sanitation, or proper health care. All of this maximizes the company's profits. It was into this world of contract labor that Debbie and Frida arrived in early 1996. Cuneo, for his part, did not waste any time wringing a profit from his new acquisitions. He immediately put the 2 elephants through re-obedience training and then sent them back on the road, albeit separately. Cuneo was no dummy. In the coming years, Frida would remain quiet, but Debbie would once again appear in the news. In October of 2001, she and another performer, Judy, busted through a show in Charlotte, North Carolina. This time, it was with the Vasquez Circus, and the performance was actually taking place inside of a church. Sacrilegious or not, those 2 elephants tore that place apart. Tyke. On the 20th of August 1994, the city of Honolulu hosted its final circus. It was an unforgettable event. For that was the day Tyke the elephant came to town. This 21-year-old performer had evidently enough of her employer, the Hawthorne Corporation. Tyke was tired of being leased out to circuses and carnivals. She was sick of the dismal and dangerous working conditions. She was finished with the abusive training and routine beatings. She was through with the untreated injuries and wounds and the lack of basic health care. Most of all, Tyke was through with the constant travel and having to perform day in, day out. Tyke was born in Africa in 1973. She was, as with most of the other elephants in this chapter, just a baby when she was captured and sent to North America to work in the entertainment industry. Where once this little elephant had a mother, she now had none. Where once she had a family, Tyke now was confined among complete strangers. John Cuneo was her new owner, and this elephant now had a job. Tyke was to spend the rest of her life performing in the circus. That life came to a tragic end in Honolulu, Hawaii. Tyke was being leased out to Circus America, a company that she had worked for in the past. During this particular tour, the show had traveled all the way to the Pacific Islands of Hawaii. The trip from the mainland must have been a difficult one, and the animals could not have been pleased with the arrangement. Indeed, this leg of the tour only served to exacerbate a tension that had been building between the circus pachyderms and their trainers. It was soon after crossing the Pacific that an elephant named Elaine went out of control and injured a family of visitors during the middle of a show. According to witnesses, the elephant had been performing inside of the ring, when she appeared to ignore a command. Her trainer became visibly upset. He was yelling in an angry voice, "Very mean," one person explained. Right after that, wham! Elaine ran from the man and slammed into the protective fencing that separated the audience from the animals. A section of the guardrail buckled and collapsed under her weight, falling on top of a family of 10. There, the father, mother, and 8 children remained trapped, until Elaine could be calmed and the heavy fencing removed. This must have been a frightening experience, with the entire family only steps away from being crushed to death by an elephant. Yet, Elaine chose not to hurt them and they sustained only minor injuries. But this incident was only a prelude to the frenzy that would break out 5 days later. The Saturday matinee was already in full swing. The stands overflowed with parents and their children, each with his or her own personal bag of popcorn and tuft of cotton candy held tightly in hand. Sounds of chatter and glees of excitement filled the arena. A growing charge of anticipation could be felt circulating throughout the arena, for the crowd could now see 5 enormous beasts waiting to make their entrance into the center ring. The elephant show was about to begin. Oddly, it was a groom, the person in charge of caring for, feeding, and cleaning up after the animals who first came into the ring. Even more strange was the fact that this person seemed as if he was running for his life. What was happening here, the audience must have wondered. And who exactly was chasing this man? They soon found out, as one of the elephants sprinted into the ring and knocked the groom to the floor. This was Tyke, and she was mad as hell. The elephant kicked the man. She picked him up and threw him down. She was in the process of stomping him, when a trainer came into the ring. Tyke stiffened, turned around, and charged, killing the handler under the weight of her body. By this point, the audience was in an uproar. Some remained frozen their seats, paralyzed by fear. Others rushed for the exits. Tyke decided to follow the example of the fleeing patrons. She busted through the railings of the ring, found a doorway large enough to accommodate her bulky size, and fled the arena. Roaming outside in a parking lot, she spotted a clown and chased after him. But when she noticed someone trying to close the main gate, thereby trapping her inside in the lot, she flattened him instead. The angry performer then made her way into the streets of central Honolulu. One driver, noticing an approaching elephant in his rear-view mirror, wisely pulled off to the side and let the animal pass. Tyke ran wild for several blocks before the police finally cornered her. Wasting little time, they opened fire, riddling the escaped elephant with 86 bullets. One witness captured the bloodbath on video. Tyke, with her star-emblazoned headdress still on and blood streaming down her legs, collapsed in the road. Laying there motionless, she remained alive. Officials called the city zoo. Its employees soon arrived and gave the elephant a lethal injection. The problem was that it did not work. So the police stepped in again and placed 3 more bullets into Tyke's body. This was not the first time an elephant had been shot dead in Honolulu. Back in March of 1933, Daisy had just killed her handler. This African elephant was a resident of the city's Kapiolani Zoo. She was bought in 1916 with money raised by local school children. After her arrival, Daisy was housed in a small wooden shed. She remained in this primitive hovel for the next 17 years. In fact, the fatal attack occurred while the handler was trying to stuff Daisy back into her cramped, little home. The elephant, apparently not liking the idea, refused to enter, and the man began to apply pressure and force to further stress his demand that she move into her hut. This was when Daisy decided to retaliate. She grasped the handler with her trunk and pitched him high into the air. When he landed, Daisy gored and crushed her keeper. Minutes later the police arrived. They located the elephant, surrounded her, and gunned Daisy down. Attempting to explain why this happened, the handler's wife said that Daisy was never mean before. It was the park's visitors who were the real culprits behind Daisy's lethal tantrum. They teased the creature, burned her with cigarettes, and purposefully fed her noxious items. The visitors, the widow said, were the ones who turned this gentle giant into a killer. It was just a couple of years earlier, when a visitor had his arm broken by Daisy. Undoubtedly, many believed this individual had teased the animal and got what was coming to him. Yet the city's board did not care about what may have provoked Daisy to violence, and it demanded that the elephant be summarily executed. Only a last-minute Save Daisy campaign was able to gain her a reprieve from the sentence. But after the second incident, Honolulu's only elephant was not so fortunate. Daisy's dead body was taken out to sea and dumped into the depths of the Pacific. As for Tyke and his 1994 attack, the people of Honolulu once again sought answers as to why something like this would ever happen. The first to be questioned was John Cuneo, the owner of the now deceased elephant. From the outset, Cuneo emphasized that occurrences of this nature were very rare. Elephants were, in his experience, well-behaved and obedient. To prove this point, Cuneo explained to the press that before the melee began, Tyke had been spooked by a strange noise or the sight of something unusual. Hence her actions that day lacked any real intention. The entire incident was a sad but freakish accident. Yet, Cuneo could not have been more off the mark. You see, there was a hidden history here. In April of 1993, Tyke was working a show in Altoona, Pennsylvania for the Great American Circus. During a special performance for a group of some 3,000 children, she busted out of the ring and rumbled into the aisles. Ramming through a doorway, Tyke made her way up onto the balcony level. Police wanted to shoot her immediately, but circus employees assured the local authorities that the elephant could be safely retrieved. This proved to be a far more difficult task than imagined. First, handlers commanded that Tyke come down from the balcony. She ignored them. Next, they tempted her with a bounty of carrots and apples. Still she would not move. Finally, they brought in another elephant in order to lure Tyke from the balcony. This trick worked and the disgruntled performer came down the stairs. 2 months later, a similar episode took place involving Tyke. This time, it occurred at the state fairgrounds in Minot, North Dakota. The elephants had just finished rehearsal and were being led back to their holding pens, when Tyke broke away and attacked a groom. She just spun around, the man later recalled, put her head down and charged me. The elephant was definitely trying to kill me. Trainers were able to rescue the man and he escaped with his life and only few broken ribs. But Tyke was not finished. She sprinted out of the tent and made her way onto the midway. For 25 minutes, circus employees chased her around. Each time they thought they had her trapped, the elephant gave them the slip. Eventually, Tyke gave herself up on her own terms. The events that transpired 1 year later, however, would conclude in a much different manner. News of Tyke's death in Hawaii made the international wires. Videos of her rampaging inside of the arena and being gunned down in the streets by police were broadcast worldwide. Many people, who had never before thought about the plight of circus elephants, now voiced their concerns. Others, who knew some facts, endeavored to learn more. As the interest in this subject grew, so too did the sympathy for Tyke and her fellow performers. The outrage over the shooting had just begun. Then there were those individuals who were pushed into activism. Many joined or gave donations to well-known animal rights organizations, while others chartered new advocacy groups. 2 people, in fact, decided to establish a retirement community for older circus and zoo elephants. Tyke, co-founder Carol Buckley explained, was the catalyst to do it. Here, elephants were going to be able to roam unchained and unsupervised. They could hang out with friends or be alone. They would sleep in a state-of-the-art facility and have the very best in medical attention. They no longer had to work or live in fear. The Hohenwald Elephant Sanctuary, located in central Tennessee, opened in 1995. In the months following Tyke's death, the global campaign against the use of elephants in the entertainment industry intensified greatly. Protests now met circuses everywhere they went. Boycotts against circus sponsors became more successful. Lawsuits against Hawthorne, Circus America, and the city of Honolulu were filed. The United States Department of Agriculture, USDA, which oversees the industry, was spurred into increased vigilance, enforcement, and prosecution. In 1996, the federal government penalized Hawthorne a total of $12,500 for the earlier events in Hawaii. In 1998, the USDA slapped the company an additional $60,000 fine and suspended its license for 45 days, owing to charges related to the mistreatment and premature deaths of two of the company's other elephants. Tunga and Hattie had each died of tuberculosis and a general lack of basic veterinary care. In 2003, the USDA filed 47 new charges against Hawthorne, several of its employees, and the Walker Brothers Circus, which was then leasing the company's animal performers. These violations included physical abuse during training, causing physical harm and discomfort, and failing to provide adequate veterinary care. In March of 2004, Hawthorne's owner, John Cuneo, copped to 19 of the charges and paid a fine of $200,000. More significantly, Cuneo was required to relinquish all of his elephants. The first two elephants liberated from Cuneo's operation were Misty and Loda. They arrived at the Hohenwald Sanctuary 9 months later. Sadly, Loda showed up emaciated and dying of TB. She had spent 36 years at the Milwaukee County Zoo in Wisconsin. But due to her continued misbehavior and resistance, Loda was ungraciously sold to Cuneo in 1990 as a punishment. Interestingly, when responding to concerns about the sale, the zoo director, Charles Weichenhauser, mocked them as foolish and sentimental, adding with a wagging finger that people should really focus their attention on human issues. Loda was, after all, just an animal. In 2006, another 8 of Hawthorne's elephants were released to Hohenwald: Minnie, Lottie, Queenie, Liz, Debbie, Ronnie, Billy, and Frida. Sue should have accompanied them, but she had died days before. Finally, in 2007, the two males, Nicholas and Gypsy, began their long-awaited trip to the Performing Animal Welfare Society Sanctuary, PAWS, in Galt, California. Tyke, the elephant, may have died that autumn day in 1994, but her actions proved far from futile. She was part of a larger struggle against oppression and exploitation: Jumbo, Mary, Janet, Debbie, Frida. Indeed, her resistance that day altered the course of history. Humans were inspired into action. The city of Honolulu never again hosted a circus. Hawthorne has never again touched an elephant. Tyke's adopted sisters and brothers are now living out their lives in peace. The legacy of Tyke remains engraved in the memories of animal lovers around the world. Chapter 2: Pachyderms prefer to forget about the zoo. While Jumbo is arguably the world's most famous historical animal, he was not London's first star pachyderm attraction. That honor went to Chini. Born in Bengal, this male elephant arrived to the Isle in 1810 and, for the next 16 years, entertained the people of England. Princess Victoria, before she became queen and paraded on the back of Jumbo, first marveled at the mighty Chini. English writers, it seems, had a particular fascination with the creature. Charles Dickens, William Wordsworth, and Robert Browning each paid Chini regular visits. Lord Byron might have been his biggest fan of all. But it was not just the privileged and intelligentsia who were attracted to this elephant. Everyone wanted to see the famous Chini, rich or poor, man or woman, adult or child. Even those living in rural England would make the occasional long pilgrimage into the city, in order to cast their eyes upon this giant beast. Chini resided at the Royal Menagerie. Opening in 1773 as a seasonal rest stop for circus animals, the menagerie would eventually develop into a full-time zoo and remain in business for the next 6 decades, until closing in 1829. Over the course of these many years, a series of individuals and families owned the small zoo. First, it was owned by the Pidcock family. Then it was acquired by the Italian Polito brothers, Stephen followed by John. The final owner was Edward Cross, who was himself a former employee. Yet, throughout all of these changes, the function and operations of the zoo remained essentially the same. The menagerie was, from the outset, a private enterprise designed to produce a profit. It provided entertainment at a low cost, and its audience was the general public. At the end of Cross's tenure, for instance, he charged an admissions fee of 1 or 2 shillings, depending on what attractions the individual visitor wanted to see. Moreover, as opposed to the Regent Park Zoo, which was at the time exclusive in its admittance policy and elitist in its mission, Cross carried on the tradition of catering to all people, regardless of class. Anyone who could afford the cost of a ticket was welcome through its gates. The menagerie was housed inside of a large commercial structure. Known as the Exeter Exchange, the building was situated in the central part of the city on the Strand. This was London at its busiest and most congested, with pedestrians, horses, carts, and carriages all competing for limited space. It was undoubtedly an odd spot for a zoo. One has to wonder just how many unsuspecting bypassers were frightened out of their wits, after hearing the roar of a lion or the trumpet of an elephant, in this dense, teeming commercial district. Even more bizarre was the fact that the menagerie did not sit on the ground floor of the building. Instead, it occupied an upper story. This must have made for an awkward, if not precarious, arrangement, as accommodating a group of animals in the upper section of any structure, let alone one constructed in the 17th century, was probably not the wisest of decisions. This was especially the case with an adult, male elephant. For not only must it have been difficult to deal with the logistics of holding or moving a creature that weighed several tons and had several yards of girth, but what would happen if he ever got mad and started charging around the place? The menagerie, for its part, recognized the danger involved, and it tried to resolve these issues by having an enclosure specifically designed and built with the grown-up Chani in mind. This new cage, management hoped, would be strong enough to both support the elephant's weight and withstand any struggles. As for the rest of the captive animals, they were exhibited alongside the walls in small, cramped cages. These cages were stacked on top of one another in a building block arrangement. Tigers sat atop lions. New World monkeys perched over Old World monkeys. All were camouflaged behind a maze of iron bars. None of this was particularly aesthetic, as the place had the feel and look of a warehouse more than anything. Yet, to be fair, space was limited. The zoo itself only occupied 2 rooms. Furthermore, these types of displays were typical for the era. Museums and menageries often had large collections and very little concern for interpretation. Hence they would cram as many objects and specimens as they could into a singular exhibition. This arrangement, as overwhelming and unintelligible as it would appear to modern eyes, did not seem to bother 19th-century visitors. Regardless, such an environment could not have been a pleasant experience for the animals who had to live inside the cramped enclosures. There was no room to move, let alone to run, swing, or fly. Air circulation and proper sanitation were not concerns of the zoo. And external simulation, with the exception of looking at the audience, was something that was never going to be realized by the captives of the royal menagerie. Despite all of this, Chani appeared, at least on the surface, to be remarkably well adjusted. Many a visitor commented on his mellow disposition. He was an amicable, if not particularly affectionate, elephant. Chani even performed a few tricks. There was one in particular that everyone loved. It involved him reaching out with his trunk and taking off a man's hat, which he would then pull back into his enclosure. Was the purloined going to be kept there? Would Chani destroy it? Alas, after a brief minute, he returned the cap and placed it gently atop the gentleman's head. Well done. Sometimes, however, the trick did not go quite as planned. Chani would smash an occasional hat. He would cover others with his dung and place them back on unsuspecting owners. He could be rough in the return process, leaving the visitor with a bruised head. Or he could just plain refuse to do the trick no matter how hard his handler tried to make him perform. Indeed, Chani could certainly be disobedient when he wanted to. He could even be deadly. The first serious incident happened in 1815 when Chani attempted to kill his handler, Alfred Copps. Copps was, at time, inside of the enclosure. He might have been training the elephant or just cleaning the cage, we do not know. But something set Chani off, and Copps bore the brunt of his fury. Backing the man into a corner, Chani rushed straight ahead with his tusks pointing outward. Remarkably, when the dust settled, the elephant saw that he had missed his target. The man remained alive, pinned against the wall with a tusk resting on either side of his body. Copps must have breathed a sigh of relief, that is, until he saw Chani's trunk coming down fast upon him. In between the blows, the handler must have been cursing himself for ever taking that job. In the end, he survived the beating, but only because Edward Cross intervened at the last second and created a diversion with a well-placed thrust of a pitchfork into Chani's backside. Copps chose never to return to the menagerie. The next man in line for the job was George Dyer. By all accounts, Dyer was a particularly wicked trainer, who enjoyed using a 12-foot spear as his vicious method of encouragement. Yet Chani was never without recourse. If Dyer stuck him in the side, he could always respond with a spray of dirty water or a strike of his trunk. Once Chani hit the handler square across the face, breaking Dyer's nose. So powerful was the blow that physicians were unable to set the nose in a proper manner, thus leaving the man permanently disfigured. Fights between Chani and Dyer became so bad that the owner was forced to hire an assistant. Cross wisely selected someone with experience. This was John Taylor, and he definitely knew a thing or two about the animal business. Not only had Taylor spent much of his adult life working with captive animals, but he paid a steep price in gaining this experience by having an arm chewed off years earlier by a circus lion. Despite this gruesome injury, Taylor returned to the profession and remained congenial towards other creatures. In fact, Taylor was a strong advocate of non-physical training methods. No animal, he believed, should be abused. This enlightened philosophy differed markedly from Dyer's brutal way of thinking, and Taylor often complained to Edward Cross about these differences. So bitter did the infighting become between the two men that Cross got sick of hearing about it and fired both of them. Chani's next handler was Richard Carter. He, like Dyer, preferred an aggressive, violent approach to elephant management. Using a long, razor-sharp spear, Carter was determined to keep the elephant in line and retain his job. But Cross was not so confident. He believed that, in addition to physical force, a new means of control was needed. Cross ordered the staff to begin the drugging of Chani. These experimental psychiatric dosages, in combination with large quantities of ale, would, Cross hoped, keep the menagerie's prized exhibit in a calm, malleable state. But the daily doses of booze and drugs didn't sedate the embittered elephant. By late 1825, Chani was out of control and literally tearing the place to pieces. He rammed against the walls. He butted against the beams. He pounded the ceiling, sending pieces of it flying everywhere. The specially engineered enclosure was failing, and Cross thought that the entire building itself might collapse. The final straw came when Chani gored an assistant, killing the man. Cross decided that the elephant must be put to the death. At first, the staff tried using poison. They mixed it in the elephant's daily feed and waited for the inevitable. But Chani just stood there, refusing to eat. Next, they bought several of his favorite treats, hot buns, and injected one of them with the deadly toxin. Chani, as always, greeted the perquisite with a cursory sniff before commencing with the snack. He ate them all. All, that is, except the poisoned one. The would-be assassins then tried to trick the elephant by having an innocent-looking visitor present the buns. But Chani did not buy that either. The menagerie was forced to devise another method of execution. Cross enlisted the help of the Metropolitan Police. The following day, 3 constables arrived to the Exeter Exchange with their rifles. Cross led the men upstairs and lined them in front of Cheney's gated enclosure. The men aimed and opened fire. "I expected to see him fall," one witness later wrote. "Instead of which he made a sharp hissing noise, and struck heavily at us with his trunk and tried to make after us, and would have but for the formidable double-edged spear blades of the keepers." Cheney was tougher than anyone had expected. This was going to take some time, and Cross needed advice. Besides a hunter, he wondered, who would best know how to kill such an animal. Cross settled on a physician and sent an employee to gather one. When the medical doctor showed up, he directed as to where best to shoot the beast in order to quicken the kill. Yet Cheney refused to be a stationary target. As the constables fired, the elephant kept moving from side to side and front to back, and avoided being hit in the vital areas. Growing increasingly desperate, Cross sent another employee to Somerset House. Perhaps, he thought, professional soldiers would have better aim. With 14 of them standing at the gates of the enclosure, they too opened fire. But Cheney still would not fall. Indeed, the scene itself had descended into a kind of nightmare, with blood in the cage rising to an almost ankle-deep level. This execution, Cross bristled, had to come to an end, and he ordered for more powerful rifles and ammunition. The soldiers, once rearmed, began shooting again. When this appeared to fail, Cross called in for a cannon. It was not to be needed. The 152nd musket ball finished the deed, and Cheney died. While death may have a dignity all to its own, the field of zoo management does not. Those vultures had descended before the elephant was even dead, and they set to work at once. Cheney's trunk was pitilessly hacked off and sold to the highest bidder. His eyes were gouged out and kept as a scientific prize. His body was dissected by physicians. His skin stripped off by biologists. His intestinal tract and muscular tissue extracted for study. Ultimately only his skeleton remained at the menagerie. Cross had it mounted for a very profitable and unproblematic display. Babe. The Toledo Zoo was in desperate straits. Its elephant, Josie, had recently died from choking on a piece of food. While the death was sad and regrettable, the zoo had to move forward. It simply did not have the time to investigate the death or mourn her loss. Rather, all of the focus had to be put on finding a replacement. The zoo, which had opened a few years earlier in 1900, needed a new leading attraction. Today, zoological parks call such creatures a flagship species. They are the larger-than-life animals, the elephants, tigers, hippos, gorillas, and panda bears. They are the ones that heighten the reputation of a zoo and boost its image. They provide an easy focus for the marketing department to lure a larger audience. Most importantly, they afford assurances to the parks and their employees that the external funding will continue to flow. Prestige, then as now, is essential for the survival of these institutions, and elephants play a central role in creating this impression. Indeed, if the young Toledo Zoo had any hopes of growing and prospering, it had to obtain another pachyderm. This was an absolute must. One significant obstacle, however, stood in its way. Elephants did not come cheap. For help, the zoo turned to the children of Northwest Ohio. Throughout this era, zoos around the country relied upon local youth for financial support. In truth, most parks would not have survived their early years without these tot-driven campaigns. Those pennies from heaven did not so much fall from the sky as they were pried from the mouths of babes. It was school children who were asked to scrimp together everything they had in order to fund the purchase of a new captive animal. It was school children who were asked to save up for years in order to support the construction of a new exhibit. They were the ones who had to make the sacrifices. The same cannot be said for those who collected the donations. Members of zoological societies were, almost exclusively, very wealthy individuals. Many were captains of industry. Some owned banks. Others sprang from old money. All were capable of fully funding these institutions by themselves. But they chose not to. Instead, society members siphoned tens of thousands of dollars from those who could least afford it. This was, for better or worse, the arrangement of the time, and the children of Toledo and its neighboring counties would perform their role admirably. By 1912, the kids had amassed enough pennies to purchase a new elephant. Now it was up to the zoo to find one. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, if you needed a pachyderm, you went to see William Hall. Based out of Lancaster, Missouri, Hall was the foremost animal dealer in the United States. He was an early transnational entrepreneur. His operations extended worldwide in their reach, with buying and selling facilities located as far away as Cape Town, South Africa. His particular skill was in the art of transatlantic shipping. No one, it was said, could get more animals across the ocean alive and healthy than Hall. Even today, mortality rates can be quite high, with up to 50% or more of the cargo dying en route. Dehydration, heat exhaustion, suffocation, and starvation are the usual causes. This is especially the case in smuggling operations, which, sadly enough, is how much of the trade is carried out. The business of commerce in exotic species has never been considered an ethical enterprise. Regardless, this was Hall's chosen profession, and one in which zoos dealt with on an almost daily basis. Hall began his operations dealing, not in pachyderms, but in equines. He would go on to supply the American Express Company and the municipalities of Philadelphia and Chicago, all of whom relied heavily upon horsepower for their transportation needs. Hall was also a shrewd defense contractor, servicing entire countries with horses during periods of war, such as the British in the Boer War or the Allies in World War I. At any one time, his Missouri farm had up to 2,000 horses living on site, awaiting shipment. It was not until 1904 that Hall first purchased an exotic species, 2 camels. But from that point on, his stock in such animals would only increase, eventually including a large selection of tigers, lions, and elephants. In 1912, one very conspicuous member of Hall's inventory was sold and sent via boxcar to the state of Ohio. The Toledo Zoo was finally about to get its elephant. Born on the Indian subcontinent, York was a strong male elephant with a reputation for being difficult. Just a few years previous, while working for the McKay Circus, York had stomped a trainer to death. Zoo officials knew of this, and they were certainly wary. For not only were they going to have to keep this elephant under control for the next couple decades, officials also had to try to prevent outsiders from learning about York's rap sheet. It would not be good for public relations. What parent would want to take their kid to see a dangerous killer? Consequently, the zoo decided that the best course of action would be to preempt any difficulties and simply change the elephant's name. Thus, York was rechristened to Babe. From the beginning, the Toledo Zoo used Babe to advertise its image. Look, there's Babe marching in a parade. How amazing! Look, there's Babe posing in front of a piano, as if he is trying to play. How cute! We should all go to the zoo. Barely a week went by that one of the area's newspapers did not mention the elephant by name, show a photo of Babe, or run a sketch of him. Babe was big news and would remain so for the next 30 years. Yet, as popular as he was, not everything about him could be spun in such a positive way. Babe's frequent escapes became something of legend in the Walbridge neighborhood. Here, he could often be found eating geraniums, knocking down laundry lines, and demolishing porches. So routine did his escapes become that the newspapers treated them as a running joke. Babe outsmarted his keepers once again, they would smirk. The zoo, for its part, tried to be as matter-of-fact as possible. The present house is not regarded as having the proper safeguards when Babe is in his ugly moods, an official would clarify. Although the big elephant has both forelegs chained, the former being anchored by another chain to the concrete floor, the big pachyderm manages at times to unhook one or both chains. With his trunk he is able to open the big double doors of the house. Their elephant, it seemed, could not be stopped, and the zoo admitted as much. A new, stronger enclosure was needed. Babe could also be violent with employees. In 1915, he killed his then trainer, goring the man right through. The zoo first responded by sawing the elephant's tusks off, thereby lessen the danger involved. Next, it assigned a new keeper to Babe. Hopefully, this one would work out better. The last thing the zoo needed was another fatality. How would it explain that to the public? Some officials began wondering privately if this elephant was more trouble than he was really worth. Maybe, some speculated, William Hall was not the best source of pachyderms. Hall specialized in taking in rogue elephants. But his operation was no sanctuary or retirement community. Nor was it a rehabilitation center, tending to physical injuries and wounds, or counseling service, treating psychology trauma and scars. Rather, this was a place to dump the unwanted. If a circus or zoo could no longer handle a particular performer, or if it simply wanted to rid itself of an animal, it could always find a willing purchaser in Missouri. As one of Hall's men described it, the company would buy the outlaws nobody else would have. Then we'd work over them and kind of straighten them out. In the summers we'd rent them out to circuses and carnivals. Hall's operation was, essentially, a labor camp, a place where elephants would be whipped, beaten, terrorized, and sent back on the road. This arrangement, however, could have its drawbacks. We can identify 3 of them by name: Hero, Black Diamond, and Old Major. In the 1916 season, Hero was leased to the Orton Brothers Circus. He was an Asian elephant, large and male. Hall had purchased him 6 years earlier, just another rogue that nobody wanted. And, while Hall's men might have straightened Hero out for the short term, they were not able to eradicate all of the resistant behavior from him. At a show in Elkton, South Dakota, Hero escaped from his intoxicated trainer and made a break for freedom. It is notable how many alcoholic handlers there have been over the years. Circuses seem to be full of them. Perhaps, this is a sign of how lax the industry is in its hiring practices. Or, possibly, all of the drunkards are a symptom of a larger problem: elephant training itself was and is a morally corrupt enterprise. In either case, our elephant hero was now on the run. Who knows how long it had been since he was able to be out on his own, free to roam wherever he wanted. Although not the jungles of southeastern Asia, the vast northern grasslands of Dakota must have seemed extraordinary. It was a full 5 hours before the armed posse caught up with him. Hero was shot dead. Wherever Black Diamond went, he was kept in a complex system of restraints. Chains draped over his body. One pair stretched from his back legs to the trunk, another circled around his torso. A thick iron bar stood in the center, mounted between his 2 enormous tusks. No chances could be taken with this animal. Black Diamond was a dangerous elephant, unpredictable and recalcitrant. His movements needed to be limited and his speed slowed. And at no time should he allowed to raise his trunk, hence the insertion of the iron bar. In fact, when circuses marched Black Diamond in a parade, he was, in addition to the regular security measures, chained to 2 other, more obedient elephants. Only the fictional Hannibal Lecter garnered as much concern and technological ingenuity as that imposed on Diamond. Ironically, like Lecter, this elephant too would get his revenge. In October of 1929, while employed with the Albarn Circus, this 31-year-old elephant was in the middle of performing in yet another street parade. But what set this one apart from the rest was that his old trainer, Homer Pritchett, showed up to the event. Black Diamond spotted the man through the crowd and began to thrash about. Breaking away from the other elephants and snapping his own chains, he ran forward. It put its tusks into a car on his right and pushed it over into another car, a witness remembered. People were screaming and running away, and you couldn't get anywhere because it was such a big jam-up. Corsicana, Texas had never seen anything like this before. Although, oddly enough, there was an elephant named Texas also owned by William Hall who had rampaged in a similar manner while working for the Atterbury Circus. As for Black Diamond, when he reached his target, he grabbed Pritchett with his trunk and tossed the man to the ground. Pritchett scrambled away with a broken arm, far better off than the trainer Black Diamond had killed a few years earlier. Not so lucky, however, was Pritchett's companion, who was left standing there alone. Black Diamond smashed her. 4 days later, local authorities led the elephant to a stand of trees and chained him into place. With a firing squad at the ready, the order was given and the shooting commenced. Black Diamond struggled and tried to free himself. But he could not get away, and the gunfire continued. The mighty Black Diamond soon collapsed. A photographer captured a final image. The elephant lay motionless, his body tangled in a mess of blood-stained chains. Then, there was old Major. The elder of the group, Major had well over 30 years of experience in the entertainment industry. Season after season, Major traveled across the country from one end to the other and back again. In 1935 Hall sold the veteran performer off for good. The recipients were the Cole Brothers Circus, and they were quite happy with their purchase. A circus could always use another well-trained act. The self-congratulations did not last long. Major had only been with them a couple months when he attacked a trainer. The Cole brothers were perturbed. Not only had they lost a valuable employee to an injury, they knew that more trouble loomed on the horizon. Within weeks, the elephant went after another handler. It happened inside the ring while practicing a routine. A trainer had barked out an order and Major lashed out, bringing down the full weight of his trunk down upon the man's head and shoulders. Tumbling to the floor, the handler scrambled to his feet and ran for safety. The elephant, though, was close on his tail. Major wanted him dead. It took an army of employees and much concerted effort to bring the disgruntled performer under control. The circus thought it best if the aging beast was chained securely and left to cool off. Yet, by the next day, Major was still in a fury. Whenever anyone approached, the visitor was met with a violent swing of the trunk or swipe of the tusks. The owner of the Cole Brothers Circus called an emergency meeting to discuss the issue. Could Major ever be calmed? Would he work again as before? Or was this it, an elephant who had been pushed beyond the breaking point? The meeting concluded by issuing a death warrant for Major. For whatever reason, circus officials decided not to kill Major inside the barn, where he was being held. Instead they wanted to bring him out into the yard and shoot him there. Thus, they gathered an array of handlers, grooms, ticket takers, and anyone else they could find. Each man was armed with a gaff and the crew was set to its task. In time, Major was cajoled out of the barn, although, once outside, the elephant stopped short and refused to move any further. This spot, officials resolved, would have to do. A local reporter described what happened next. A marksman advanced, stepped off 15 paces and took his stance, rifle to shoulder. Major eyed him contemptuously, the heavy trunk raised as if he were ready to charge. The rifle cracked. Witnesses saw the huge frame quiver, the trunk laid supinely over the head, there was a fast derisive snort, and the tons of flesh sank slowly to the ground. Major, the reporter concluded, had closed his 70 years of life as he had lived them with a challenge to mankind. Cole Brothers kept to its tradition and hacked off the old performer's tusks, so that they could be put on display. The circus maintained a morbid collection of ivory trophies sawed from executed elephants. As for Babe at the Toledo Zoo, his fate seemed destined to be the same as those who came before and after him. The year 1922, in particular, lent heft to this conclusion. The relations had disintegrated between the elephant and zoo. Struggles became an almost daily affair. 5-hour battles were not unusual. Babe, 4 weeks, has been in bad humor, the zoo would have to repeat. The call of spring is in his blood and he resents his confinement. The situation would only worsen, when the elephant's personal handler was sent to the hospital because of injuries sustained from a fight with an escaped baboon. In his absence, the Zoological Society enlisted city police to help keep watch over Babe. Officers were stationed 24 hours a day, both inside and outside of the barn. With their high-powered rifles, the cops stood at the ready, scared as hell. Equally as frightened were the zoo managers. For the question was not if their prize elephant would rampage but rather when. Officials began drawing up plans to kill the animal. As news of this lethal plot leaked out in the newspapers, the general public took notice and reacted angrily. The good people of Toledo did not want to see Babe put to death. They demanded that the zoo come up with a new strategy of management. Zoo officials bowed to the pressure and soon announced that construction on a new elephant house would soon begin. The zoo, however, had a problem as it first had to develop a design that specifically addressed Babe's resistant behavior. Otherwise, what would be the purpose of spending all that money? The new exhibit must, a. prevent escapes, b. withstand violent rages, and c. allow for minimal contact between the handlers and the elephant. Ultimately, engineers decided that the best way to accomplish these goals was to dig below ground level. This sunken pit could then be poured with concrete and reinforced with steel rebar. When completed, not even Babe would be able to escape from here. They turned out to be correct. Babe would remain at the zoo for next 2 decades and continue to be its most popular attraction. He would die in 1943. His final obituary read, "Animal which became killer and outlaw executed following paralytic stroke." Tilly. Tilly began her life of captivity known as Chocolate. But unlike the dessert, which denotes images of sweetness and experiences of delight, Chocolate the elephant could be anything but. She did, if truth be told, resemble the food's more controversial side, its stimulant side. For Chocolate was high-spirited, independently minded, and stubbornly resistant. If somebody pushed her, she would push right back. If somebody hit her with a bull hook, she would make that person regret ever doing so. This was one elephant not to be underestimated or messed with. In the end, Chocolate would be kicked out of 2 zoos for misbehavior and placed in a specialized detention facility. Born in Southeastern Asia, Chocolate was brought to Europe in 1965. Her new home was the regional zoo in Kalmarden, Sweden. It was, most would say, an odd place for an elephant to live. Located on Lake Mälaren, this park sat less than 100 miles from the Baltic Sea. Here, winters could last 4 to 5 months. The skies would remain overcast, as the sun kept hidden behind the clouds. The temperatures during the season rarely rose beyond the freezing mark. All of this meant that the elephants had to spend nearly half of the year indoors, living in small, cramped quarters. When they ventured outside for any extended period, they were exposed to the cold, damp air. This could easily get into their lungs, joints, and feet, making for sick, arthritic animals. Overall, this subarctic climate is horrible for elephants. They do not get to walk or even get much of a good stretch for months at a time. There is no physical or mental stimulation. There is little sunlight. These conditions lead to depression and despair. This was especially the case for Maggie, an elephant confined in the Alaska State Zoo. In 1983, this South African native arrived to the city of Anchorage. Maggie was the sole survivor of a family that had been culled only months earlier, and the event must have been traumatizing. At the zoo, there was one other pachyderm, Annabelle, who had been living there alone for the past 17 years. Annabelle would die of a foot infection in 1997. Maggie, in turn, spent the next decade by herself. Prolonged isolation is very hard on female elephants. They are highly social creatures and need each other for companionship. In Africa or Asia, their families are extended to include a matriarch, 6 to 20 related females, and an assortment of calves. Even the dead are long remembered in elephant societies. Furthermore, elephants enjoy interacting with fellow animals. Humans conveniently tend to think of other species as being segregated or divorced from those around them. But this is demonstrably not the case. They, like humans, need to create and develop these kinds of holistic relationships. Animals have a culture all to their own. Maggie, unfortunately, had none of this social interaction. In fact, the best that the Alaskan Zoo could come up with to ease her discomfort and alienation was a giant treadmill. On this $100,000 machine, the elephant could, the zookeepers fantasized, exercise her way to good physical and mental health. Ironically, this was not a new idea. The 18th century policy wonk, Jeremy Bentham, advocated just such a device in his essay on the Panopticon. Here, the Queen's elephants would be put to work, spending 18 out of 24 hours a day treading a wheel. Not only would this project be advantageous for the health of the animals, but it would also produce mechanical power and revenue for the mill's owner. Maggie, however, was not convinced. She refused to use her machine. In 2007, under growing pressure by citizen groups, park administrators agreed to send Maggie to the Paw Sanctuary in Galt, California. Our elephant Chocolate could only have imagined such joys. For 15 years, Chocolate remained at her Swedish zoo, enduring many frigid winters and appreciating, the best that a tropical animal could, the mild Scandinavian summers. She watched as Kolmården became the country's leading zoological institution, a feat which Chocolate herself played not a small part in accomplishing. Yet, behind the scenes, the situation was not so rosy. The elephant was maturing and becoming more self-aware. She would no longer acquiesce to any order or demand. Her attitude began to shift from to go along, to get along, to open defiance. It came to a point where Chocolate became so contrary that the zoo could no longer handle her safely. She was simply too aggressive and too dangerous. Chocolate had already injured several keepers, and zoo officials knew that it was just a matter of time before she killed someone. Kolmården threw up its hands. Chocolate had won the battle of wills. By 1980, the elephant had been sold and shipped off to the States. Her new home was in the more temperate Tampa, Florida. For a while, the association between Chocolate and her new zoo remained amicable. Perhaps it was the return to the heat and humidity which calmed her. This climate change put the elephant at ease. Or maybe it took a while for Chocolate to figure out that, when the Tampa handlers screamed out Tilly, they were referring, not to another elephant, but to her. Apparently, she had a new name. The years went by. Tilly became a mother. The Lowry Park Zoo filled its pockets with money made from displaying Tilly and her calf. It made cash on the side by featuring the elephant in local television commercials. In time, though, Tilly became less tolerant of this life. Troubles first flared in June of 1993. Tilly and another pachyderm were being led on their daily walk, when, suddenly, they sprinted away from their handler. Tilly plowed through a gate, and, together, the two wandered outside of the grounds. Elephants remain, despite all of the efforts by zoological parks, opposed to a sedentary life of endless sequestration. Whether in Asia or Africa, these animals will cover many miles per day. Their typical home range can be anywhere from 9 to 31 square miles. And this expansive use of open space is not merely about finding food or water. Elephants love to walk and to roam on their own accord. They enjoy being constantly on the go, seeing new sights, and interacting with fellow creatures. They are highly social travelers. In zoos, indoor facilities are measured in feet, not miles, and outdoor sites might, at most, reach 2 or 3 acres. Indeed, the escapade in Tampa was not the first occasion, or the last, that an elephant or two escaped from a zoo. A decade previous, Misty fled her Irvine, California facility. Running over her trainer and busting through a security fence, she strolled by a nearby swap meet, caused a traffic jam on a freeway, and nimbly avoided capture for over 3 hours. In 1997, Callie and Tanya took off from a Maine zoo. A gate was either left open by accident or it was opened by the elephants themselves. Officials could not determine which. The pair exploited this fortunate opportunity to do some exploring. Tanya was the first to be caught. But Callie was nowhere to be found. She had simply disappeared. It was not until hours later that employees stumbled upon her in a wooded area. Callie was in the process of taking a much-deserved mud bath, a pleasure that the elephant never had in captivity. As for Tilly and her partner, they would also be located and brought back to their enclosure. Yet this was just a foreshadowing of more dramatic events to come. One early July day, while Tilly was in the middle of a training exercise, she paused and refused to continue. When shoved by her handler, she pushed back and sent the woman tumbling into an adjacent pool of water. There was no doubt that this was an intentional act, and the trainer, while not hurt physically, was emotionally shaken. For their part, Lowry Park administrators chose to view this action not as a second warning by the elephant but rather as an isolated incident. At the very least, they believed, it was Tilly having some fun at the expense of another. At most, it was normal interplay between a handler and an animal, each striving for dominance over the other. Significantly, zoos and circuses will on occasion admit to this fact, that the relations between animal handlers and elephants are primarily antagonistic, coercive, and, often, violent. This is a question of domination and resistance, the answer of which is played out every day behind the doors of these institutions. In other words, we can think of these relations as a dynamic, whose outcomes are determined through a process of negotiation. On the one side, there are the zoos and circuses. They attempt to impose control by using everything from repetitive action, to physical abuse, to gastronomic bribes, to verbal intimidation, the goal of which is to instill obedience, servility, and profitability among the captive animals. Theirs is a management of exploitation. On the other side of the equation are the elephants. They seek to survive this predicament, and, if possible, obtain some influence over it. Theirs is a struggle against exploitation, and it can take many forms: ignoring commands, slowing down, refusing to work without adequate food and water, taking unofficial breaks, breaking equipment, damaging enclosures, fighting back, or escaping. Much of the time, it is the institutions who ultimately win out in these negotiations. But, occasionally, the elephants succeed in their rebellion. The victory may be ephemeral, extra hay or carrots. It could be partial, long-term change in training techniques. Or it might be historic, release to a sanctuary. In the case of Tilly and her latest outburst, the Tampa Zoo quickly sought to regain dominance. The elephant was taken to the privacy of the barn, chained, and disciplined. After being tortured, Tilly was put through a set of commands to see if she would obey. She did and was placed back on display. The relative calm, however, did not last long. During a final day in July, as Tilly was being led towards the barn, she was told to pause and to hold steady. The elephant, instead, marched directly towards the trainer, the same woman who had been pushed down only weeks before. The command, "Move over," was given and cued with a strike of a bullhook. The elephant responded with some slaps and kicks of her own. When the handler tried to flee the scene, Tilly pulled the woman back for more punishment. There was an assistant on hand, who tugged on and beat the elephant. But Tilly ignored the person and the pain. She would not stop kicking until the target of her rage was dead. Tilly's lethal act of resistance followed a pattern common in many zoo elephants: trouble comes in stages. There was, for instance, JoJo at the Lion Country Safari in West Palm Beach, Florida. She charged her keeper twice in the same year. The third time, in March of 1990, JoJo gored the man, crushing 5 ribs, inflicting liver damage, and requiring a transfusion of 23 pints of blood. "I told her to back up," the trainer later explained to a newspaper reporter, "and I saw it come into her eyes." This was the look of anger, and it was not to be forgotten. Then there was Tomba at the Washington Park Zoo in Portland, Oregon. She slammed her handler against a wall in 1991. Administrators dismissed this as an accident. "Don't worry about it," was their attitude. 7 months later, Tom Baugh fractured the man's skull. After this, the press demanded a better accounting. A park curator gave them one. Tom Baugh, the official stated plainly, just didn't like him. Finally, there was the case of Misha at Six Flags in Vallejo, California. She took advantage of an employee in 2001 by shoving the unsuspecting person into a bush. A year later, she tried to hit another with her trunk. Misha missed, but her message was sent. Unfortunately, no one at the park was paying attention. In 2004, she gored a third employee in the abdomen. The tusks, a fireman explained in graphic fashion, went all the way through. As for Tilly, she was sold immediately after the killing. It was her third strike, and she was, quite literally, out of the Tampa Zoo. As with her previous owner in Sweden, this park also came to realize that it could no longer hold or control the elephant. Tilly would kill again, and officials knew it. Her message, it seems, had been received. In actuality, if it had been only 2 decades earlier, Tilly would have been executed, as this had been, for over a century, standard procedure for habitual offenders. Resist beyond a certain point, and you would be put to death. Yet, with the reburgeoning of the animal rights movement in the 1970s, these institutions no longer operated with impunity, and this ultimate method of punishment had become all but unacceptable. Hence, Lowry Park ended up placing the elephant in a better equipped facility, the Two Tails Ranch. Opened in 1984 and located in Williston, Florida, Two Tails is a working ranch with a broad mission. First, in partnership with Ringling Brothers, it serves as a breeding program for the reproduction of circus elephants. These conservation centers were started in response to stricter laws and regulations regarding the exportation of elephants from foreign countries. Zoos and circuses simply needed a new, more reliable source of free labor. Second, the ranch is a training facility. In fact, its current owner and operator is Patricia Zerbini, one of the foremost pachyderm trainers in the world. If anyone could keep Tilly in line, it would be Zerbini. Finally, Two Tails is home to a number of older elephants. But this is no retirement community. Under the guise of education, these animals are used to entertain visitors, furnish rides, pose for photographs, and give demonstrations and clinics. Moreover, they are required to travel and perform at fairs, exhibitions, and special events. For most captive elephants, work is something that is never finished. In 2000, we would hear from Tilly again, but the news was not so encouraging. She had become the subject of a USDA investigation. The federal department discovered that the elephant was ill and suffering. Evidently, Tilly had contracted tuberculosis and was receiving no veterinary care for the disease. Tilly remains at the ranch. Moha. Newspapers referred to her simply as M. Was this a key anonymous source? An unknown serial killer? Or, maybe, a protected crime victim? In actuality, the answer was none of the above. M was an elephant, who lived at the Pittsburgh Zoo. An 8-year resident, she had just days earlier injured a handler. Yet, when questioned by the local media, representatives for the park, who on normal occasions are quite verbose if not braggart when discussing their operations, became strangely tight-lipped and would provide only the first initial of the involved animal. Why all of this mystery? M stood for Moha. She was born at the San Diego Zoo in May of 1982. Her mother was Wonky, a 23-year-old who had spent most of her life in Southern California. It was her first calf, and the birth was considered a triumph. For Moha was a rarity, one of the few African elephants to have been bred successfully in captivity. The zoological profession could not have been more pleased, and it touted the news far and wide. But for Wonky and her calf, the celebration was to be short-lived, as Moha was shipped in October of the following year to the City Zoo in Tacoma, Washington. If some readers are thinking that this does not sound like much time for a mother and daughter to spend together, they would be correct. Elephants are affected acutely by such an abrupt separation. In pachyderm society, family is everything. Females, for instance, are never alone. Daughters will spend most of their lives with their mothers. These intense bonds are nearly unbreakable, and extend beyond the material world and into the spiritual. Elephants are known to have their own graveyards and complex rituals regarding the treatment of the dead. Visits are made often to these funerary grounds, and the bones of relatives are touched, caressed, and even carried around. As for male elephants, the maternal bond is equally as strong for the first segment of their lives. But, upon reaching adolescence, males become more independent and begin to venture out from the herd for extended periods of time. Eventually, males separate and remain solitary, although maintaining friendships with other males is important. Zoos and circuses, however, do not recognize or value the significance of these relations, familial or otherwise. The majority of calves are removed from their mothers by the age of 2, if not sooner. Wonky, for her part, never again saw her calf. She died in 2005, somewhere in the middle of Nebraska on Interstate 80. The Chicago Lincoln Park Zoo, who then owned the elephant, had sold her to Salt Lake City. Evidently, Chicago's 2 other elephants, Tatima and Peaches, had just died of mycobacteriosis, a disease causing lameness. Wonky was also infected and dying. Local citizens wanted her taken to the sanctuary in Hohenwald, Tennessee. Park officials, however, denied the request. Instead, they sent Wonky on a 1,400-mile trip in the back of an unheated semi-trailer. With temperatures dipping below freezing and attendants bickering about whether to place a tarp over her crate, Wonky collapsed. She did not get up. Was Moha in her final thoughts? At the Tacoma Point Defiance Zoo, Moha stayed until her 6th birthday, when she was sold to a private contractor. Thus began her pitiful life in the circus industry. Interestingly, she spent at least 1 season working alongside Tyke and Elaine for Circus International. She was, in fact, backstage during the infamous 1994 Honolulu performance, wherein Tyke killed her trainer, escaped into the city streets, and was shot to death by police. That trainer was none other than Moha's current owner, Alan Campbell. Following the fatal incident, the Pittsburgh Zoo stepped forward and offered to purchase the performer. The proposal was accepted, and Moha was shipped to Pennsylvania. We would not hear from Moha again until the turn of the millennium. In late 2000, Moha, who had given birth to a calf 11 months previous, and Victoria, as she was named, was preparing to observe her first birthday. She was, in fact, the first usborn African elephant to survive beyond the age of 1 since 1985. The next time Moha made the news was in November of 2002. She and Victoria were being led on an early morning walk, when they decided to make an unscheduled stop outside of a zoo cafe. Their handlers did not approve, for any pauses or alterations in the routine were not allowed. One of the trainers shouted commands in a harsh voice and threatened with an ankus that the 2 elephants better move along. Moha and Victoria refused. At some point in the escalating argument, the mother asserted herself. She knocked the handler down and crushed him. She and her calf then walked away from the scene. Panicking, the zoo alerted city police. Officers arrived and encircled the park, and the Special Weapons and Tactics team fortified the main entrance. In the end, this show of force was not needed, as Moha and Victoria were soon boxed in by an assembly of vans and trucks and led back to their enclosure. The zoo seemed to be at a loss about the attack. Such events, it claimed, were relatively rare and largely unexplained. The head of the Oz's Elephant Advisory Committee added, "I can't say what would cause the elephant in Pittsburgh to do what it did. It's very unlike females to behave like that." One park administrator even pointed out that M was the zoo's most docile elephant and a model of subordinate behavior. "She's never threatened anybody. She's never postured to anybody. This last statement, however, was almost immediately proven to be false as M's confidential dossier was leaked to the press. 10 months previous, M had injured another trainer during a similar morning stroll. When confronted with this apparent contradiction, the zoo confirmed that such an incident did occur but that it was non-aggressive. M, a spokeswoman explained, got into a wrestling match with another elephant, and her trainer was knocked over in the process. This was inadvertent, and the man suffered nothing more than a bruised leg. Was the zoo finally telling the truth? No. For the melee not only left the employee with a severe leg injury and collapsed lung, but this former elephant trainer for the Ringling Brothers Circus was unable to work for the next 3 months. Moreover, when the man returned to the job, he refused to ever handle another elephant again. The accident was, in his mind, no accident. It did not matter what the zoo said. He knew differently. Moha had injured him on purpose, and the smart move was to avoid all future contact with these animals. Precedent, it seems, was on his side. Consider, for instance, the example of Shanti at the Lincoln Park Zoo. In February of 1994, this 3-year-old, captive-born elephant was being moved out of her enclosure when she and her handler both slipped simultaneously on a slick surface. Shanti's leg fell upon the trainer and the woman received some moderate trauma. At no time did the animal appear to be aggressive towards the keeper. This was an unfortunate accident. Well, that was Lincoln Park's story and officials stuck to it. But, according to a later lawsuit, events transpired in a far different manner. The young elephant, it was described, had snapped her chains and the trainer was trying to resecure them. When the woman slipped to the ground, she was deliberately stepped on and gored. The trainer suffered several broken ribs, a broken sternum, a collapsed lung, and a deep puncture wound. The zoo, not without retort, argued that these injuries were caused, not by Shanti, but by a pair of pliers that the woman was carrying in her back pocket at the time. The handler, nevertheless, won the suit and affirmed to the press that Shanti was quite the unruly elephant. Lincoln Park evidently came to the same conclusion, as Shanti was sold the following year to a private contractor. Then there was the case of Alice and Cha-Cha at the San Diego Zoo. In 1991, a keeper was killed at the park when struck in the head by an elephant. Zoo biologists quickly determined that a fight had broken out between 2 elephants, Alice and Cha-Cha, and this woman had somehow gotten in the way. She was quite simply in the wrong place at the wrong time, and her death, while tragic, was accidental. The Occupational Safety and Health Administration, OSHA, however, performed its own investigation. It found out that the experienced handler was actually in the process of training one of the elephants when another approached and struck her. Was this a gaffe? Was the one elephant trying to hit the other but missed the target? Perhaps a similar incident, which occurred the same year at the Houston Zoological Garden, provided a clue. 2 pachyderms, Indu and Mathai, had engaged in a tussle, when a handler stepped in and yelled at the pair to stop. Indu turned around and, like a bolt of lightning, charged. She slammed the man into a fence and proceeded to butt him repeatedly with her head. The zoo, after the fact, minced no words. Indu, depressed and aggressive since watching her newborn calf die 2 months ago, assaulted the man. Indeed, OSHA came to the same conclusion about the incident in San Diego, animal trainer killed when attacked by elephant. But let us return to Moha and her fate. She was put into isolation immediately following the attack and kept there until further notice. Pittsburgh, like other zoos facing similar circumstances, needed to make a choice. Would it transfer Moha to another institution? Would it sell her to a contractor? Would it place her in a sanctuary? Or would it take a chance and keep her? Ultimately, the Pittsburgh Zoo opted to keep the elephant. Its reasoning was coldly straightforward. This is, a spokeswoman explained, a breeding female African elephant. This is an endangered species. Moha had already given birth to 1 calf, who survived, and she might give birth to another, and she did in July of 2008. Yet park administrators still faced several unresolved problems, all of them involving their elephant and her recalcitrant behavior. As one employee summarized, she may have learned that she can push a human out of her way, and might do so again when irritated. So what was the zoo solution? The answer lay in protected contact. Known as PC for short, protected contact is an alternative system of management that is based upon the principles of a. Positive reinforcement, not social dominance, and b. Prohibition of physical punishment. Its mission is to keep a physical barrier between the trainer and the elephant at all times. This not only diminishes the chance of attack and injury but also allows the elephants themselves to have choices and control over their own environment. Walls, fences, wire, and bars, not bull hooks and sticks, provide the means of protection under the system. Significantly, the initial development of PC has two distinct parts. The first occurred in San Diego, California. It was 1988 and Dunda, an African elephant, was being punished for her continued disobedience at the city zoo. Trainers had chained each of her legs and pulled them taut. The trainers then went to work on Dunda with axe handles and clubs, beating her for 2 straight days. When a video of this was shown on a local television station, the viewers reacted with disbelief and rage. Stung by the intense response, the San Diego Zoological Society brought in 2 outside consultants, Gail Lal and Tim Desmond, to commence the implementation of a new program of elephant management. This would be the beginning of PC. The consultants' contract lasted 9 months and was meant to be renewed. But it was not, and the project remained unfinished. The Zoological Society was placing its bet on the hope that there would be no more attacks. 3 years later, after Alice killed her San Diego trainer, the zoo was forced to save face and restart the program. The second part to the development of PC happened in Oakland, California. It can be traced to the actions of 3 individual elephants. The first took place in 1988 at the Brookfield Zoo in Chicago, Illinois, when patients knocked a female trainer to the ground, butted against her, and hurled her into a stone wall. The next transpired in 1990 at the Noland Park Zoo. This time, it was Lisa who confronted the same trainer, who had since relocated to Oakland, and ripped the woman's finger off. The final event occurred in February of 1991, when another Noland elephant, Smokey, attacked and killed a handler. Cumulatively, these actions forced Oakland administrators into making a radical change in their training methods. That June, Noland Park would come to adopt PC. Other zoos would follow suit. Remember Indu? Her institution took up this new system of management and quickly. Likewise, at the Pittsburgh Zoo, Moha's second act of resistance prompted administrators to make a startling announcement. All park elephants, henceforth, would be placed under protected contact. This was a victory for Moha, however short-lived it might have turned out to be. In the coming months, administrators would renege on their promises, and PC was not installed. Today, the bull hook, the stick, and the club remain in use at the Pittsburgh Zoo, that is, until Moha decides differently. Flora. The Miami Metro Zoo had been forewarned about its newest acquisition. For while Flora appeared to most people to be gentle and good-willed, she could be quite the opposite in both mood and action. This elephant was, according to her former employer, extremely intelligent and would push the envelope. Flora had never taken a particular liking to captivity or imposed tasks, and she would, on occasion, become dangerous, even deadly. Any dealings with her called for, nay demanded, intense caution and a constant eye. Miami officials, whether they fully understood it or not, had taken on quite the challenge with this elephant, a challenge they would ultimately lose. Flora was born in Zimbabwe in 1982. 2 years later her mother was killed by ivory poachers. Flora was captured and sold. She re-emerged in St. Louis, Missouri as the proud possession of Circus Flora, her namesake. Over the next decade and a half, this elephant labored for this small, one-ring outfit. She performed at town festivals. She made appearances in elementary schools. She gave rides at birthday parties. These festivities were Flora's specialty. In her wintering home of Bethune, South Carolina, a generation of children grew up riding on her back and cheering around her feet. Season after season, Flora duly entertained the masses and created a sense of goodwill among young and old alike. Everyone respected Flora and her gentle soul. This jolly mood would last up until her 15th year. The first altercation occurred with a visiting handler. The woman had been brought in from Arizona to help train Flora. Whether the circus was beginning to have trouble with the elephant or whether this was just a matter of Flora learning new techniques, we do not know. After finishing a new exercise, the woman trainer was dismounting the animal from a ladder when she fell off. Flora then stepped on the handler's leg, crushing it. News of the stomping spread quickly, as did the speculation. Was this an accident? Was this an attack? Was Flora plotting an escape? County police, regional media, and even a television helicopter descended on the rural municipality. When we got the call, the sheriff commented, "They said an elephant was running wild through the town and 2 people were already injured. But when we got there, poor old Flora was just sitting in her pen." Circus officials said afterwards that the situation had gotten overblown. A few months later, Flora struck again. This time it happened during a circus stop in South Carolina. Flora was giving rides to patrons. A trainer was on hand. The audience was, as always, filled with a mixture of awe and apprehension. Everything seemed to going well. Then Flora suddenly grabbed an adult visitor, who was in the process of dismounting, and hurled her against an adjacent tree. After crashing back onto the grass, the woman was picked up and thrown twice more. Flora was done giving rides. In 2001, the circus sold the elephant to the Miami Zoo. One of the first things that Miami did upon obtaining Flora was to stop allowing elephant rides at the park. This was not an unusual move. The San Antonio Zoo had prohibited rides back in 1992, after Ginny, a now deceased Asian elephant, killed a handler. A decade later, officials at the Indianapolis Zoo would be forced to do the same, after 2 attacks by their African females, Sita and Ivory. For Miami administrators, it was the judicious decision. Flora had a well-earned reputation, and the park did want to take any chances of her injuring its patrons. The subsequent lawsuits would have been financially calamitous. Next, the Miami Zoo initiated a new training program. Given Flora's recalcitrant demeanor, the zoo knew it had to keep the control measures as tight as possible. Anything less and the situation could easily get out of hand. For that first year, the program worked well, and the elephant kept quiet. But, by the beginning of the second year, Miami began to experience problems. During a special group training session, Flora knocked a keeper to the ground and began kicking him. As the blows were delivered again and again, the man tumbled along like a tin can in the street. His trip ended in a pile of rocks, with a broken arm, bruised spleen, and damage to the brain. It was pretty ironic, a spokesman admitted candidly, because they were in the middle of a speech about how, in order to handle elephants, you have to dominate, and they were saying how the junior handler was trying to dominate the big elephant, and then this happened. It was kind of like a battle of wills. Well, Flora had won this battle, and Miami had only to look at the history of 3 other contemporary elephants, Sissy, Callie, and Winky, to see what was going to happen next. Sissy had been at the El Paso Zoo for only 6 months, but, as far as officials were concerned, this was 6 months too long. At her previous park in Houston, she did not even make it a full year. The trouble really started back in 1997 at the Frank Buck Zoo in Gainesville, Texas, when the elephant crushed the park supervisor to death. After that, Sissy was all but ungovernable, and no one wanted to risk having her around for any extended period of time. So, what was El Paso to do? In one word, Hohenwald. This Tennessee sanctuary has always been ready, willing, and able to take in any female elephant, regardless of her reputation. Yet, there was a significant obstacle standing in the way of this move. Namely, zoos will do almost anything to avoid confessing that they might not be able to adequately care for or tend to an animal. And they certainly do not want to admit that an animal can, by his or her own actions, force a zoo into a counteraction, that is, to actually force a zoo into releasing him or her to a sanctuary. This is why the governing body of the industry, the UZA, refuses to concede that Hohenwald exists. For true sanctuaries, in its mind, cannot be an alternative. To acknowledge them would be a fatal admission that an animal might be happier and healthier while living in another location or place. This arrogant stance on the part of the UZAs suffered a recent blow, when an extensive study was released in the journal Science in 2008 that showed captive elephants as having half the lifespan as their counterparts living free in Asia and Africa. But the zoo industry is very stubborn. It has chosen to ignore the data altogether and remain firm in its position. This is, without a doubt, what happened in the case of the Los Angeles Zoo and Callie. Callie was an aging elephant with many problems. She had a chronic leg injury, due to a trailer accident. She had degenerative joint disease, caused by years of standing on cement and concrete. She had tuberculosis, resulting from poor living conditions and lack of veterinarian care. Callie also had a record of being resistant. In 1996, in front of a crowd of visitors, she charged a keeper, butted him to the ground, and tried to trample him. Publicly, the zoo claimed that this was an extremely rare accident and that Callie merely slipped. Privately, in an OSHA report, it was disclosed that she was known to be difficult to handle and the least tractable of the zoo's 6 female elephants. For all of these reasons and more, Los Angeles wanted to rid itself of this multi-ton headache. Hearing of the plan, Southern California citizens asked that Callie be sent to a sanctuary to spend the rest of her days. The zoo ignored the pleas and instead shipped the elephant up the Pacific coast to the San Francisco Zoo, an institution with arguably even worse facilities than Los Angeles. Tinker Bell had been living there since the 1960s, and she had the same ailments as Callie. Chained for 15 to 16 hours a day to a cement slab, she had developed joint disease and debilitating foot pain. Tinker Bell also had her recalcitrant side, attacking a veterinarian in 1988 and, 2 years later, purposely pushing a trainer off a 10-foot ledge. Regardless, this is where Callie was sent. She would be euthanized in 2004. As for the decision in El Paso, administrators chose to eschew such controversy altogether and truck Sissy off to Tennessee without a whisper to the local press or public. She would just disappear from the official record. It would be the same for Winky. At the Vilas Park Zoo in Madison, Wisconsin, this 32-year-old elephant had made a mess of things. Always known for her bad temper, Winky would within a 2-year period become too much for the zoo to handle. First, in 1998, she intentionally swept a trainer off his feet, immediately after which another elephant, Penny, knelt her full weight down upon the man. This same trainer had been injured twice before by Winky. Then in 1999, while having her feet examined, she seized a vet with her mouth in an aggressive manner. The zoo director stated plainly that this was an attack. It seems like Winky doesn't react well to strangers. That seems to be her history. Fearful of what she might do next, Vilas Park packed up the elephant as quietly as it could and shipped her to Hohenwald. It was like she had never been there. What happened to our original elephant, Flora? The Miami Metro Zoo had to finally come to accept the hard truth. As the writer who Flora attacked in 1999 explained, "I just think elephants are not meant to be captive. As they mature, they get to a point where they aren't going to take it anymore. It's not her fault, she's just becoming more and more unhappy." Following the example of El Paso and Vilas Park, the Miami Zoo decided to send the elephant to live in the tree-covered hills of Tennessee. In February of 2004, she arrived. Flora, Sissy, and Winky remained there, alive, well, and in good spirits. Chapter 3, Monkeys Gone Wild. The residents of Bel Air were accustomed to many different sights, but monkeys were not one of them. So when a Japanese macaque turned up on the outskirts of this southeastern Ohio town in 1988, people took notice. At first, no one was quite sure what to think. Was there really a monkey living in the woods? Or were people just seeing things? These doubts were partially cleared when word came that an animal, fitting that same description, was missing from the Pittsburgh Zoo. Yet this news only led to further questions. This particular monkey had escaped more than 6 months ago, and Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania was over 60 miles away. Could a macaque really pull off such an extraordinary feat? Alfie was born in Texas. He was brought to Pittsburgh as a young macaque to work in the children's section of the city's zoological park. Over the subsequent years, Alfie grew into adulthood and sired several children of his own. He was, by all reports, a popular figure at the zoo among both visitors and keepers. His fame would grow even further on July 23, 1987. The previous night, a severe thunderstorm had struck the region, bringing heavy rains and high winds. The zoo received some moderate damage with overturned objects and fallen tree limbs. One of those limbs happened to fall within the Japanese macaque exhibit. Alfie and 2 others fashioned the branch into a bridge and escaped. Early the next morning, trainers noticed that a few of their monkeys had gone missing. The search was on. However, with nearly 77 acres to cover, the hunt was not going to be an easy task. The 3 macaques could be anywhere. Making matters worse, the monkeys themselves are not very big and are adept at hiding. Employees and volunteers fanned out, searching high and low. By mid-afternoon, 2 of the little rascals were rounded up. Alpha proved to be more elusive. Not only did he make it off the park grounds and into the surrounding Highland Park neighborhood, but he headed north and crossed an Allegheny River bridge during rush hour traffic. Pittsburgh administrators were dismayed but not defeated. Over the coming days, city police, zoo employees, and numerous volunteers laid down a dragnet and scoured the region. They tried traps. They put out drugged food. No luck. Residents called in to report sightings. "He's in my backyard." Officials would soon arrive, spot their prey, and take quick aim with a tranquilizer gun. Alpha, however, was always one step faster. He would dodge the dart and disappear back into the trees. The zoo assured the media that these were only temporary setbacks. Alpha was born in captivity. He could not survive on his own. Anyway, Alpha liked the zoo and enjoyed being cared for by others. Why wouldn't he want to return? But as the days turned to weeks, the zoo's confidence waned. Alpha, administrators believed, would not make it back alive. He was surely starving to death. He might have already died. This presumption was proved wrong, as news soon emerged that the zoo's macaque had been spotted again. The monkey was alive and well, and heading towards the border of West Virginia. Alpha must have looped around after the initial search and crossed the Ohio River. The media was stunned. Could a monkey really do this? The answer is a firm yes, and Alfie has not been alone in accomplishing such feats. At Tupelo Buffalo Park and Zoo, located in northeastern Mississippi, a whiteface Capuchin named Oliver escaped twice in a 4-day period in the fall of 2007. The first time, after picking his cage lock, Oliver remained on the lam for 6 days. The zoo tried to lure him back with chips, candy, and Fruit Loops cereal. Eventually, a local businessman offered a cash reward. Oliver was ratted out while dining in someone's backyard vegetable garden. The zoo spent $300 on more secure locks and put the monkey back into his cage. "I know he wasn't happy when we caught him," the park manager explained. Indeed, Oliver quickly figured out those new locks and escaped once again. "They see a lot of things and they can mimic things," the zoo demurred about Capuchins. Oliver might have a piece of wire hidden in his cage or something. At the San Francisco Zoo in November of 1994, a group of 5 patas monkeys fled their enclosure. They, also, used a fallen tree limb as a bridge. One female made it over the zoo's exterior wall into the Lake Merced neighborhood. Another soon followed. The zoo could find neither and turned to the general public for help. Please call if you have any information. No word on whether either turned up. Interestingly, monkeys have been found living autonomously in many parts of the United States. During the summer of 1992, for instance, the Miami area was literally overrun with monkeys. They were spotted in trees, yards, streets, and strip malls. They were popping up all over the city and the suburbs. For some reason, a Fish and Game officer wondered, "We've had an unbelievable rise in macaques in South Florida in the last 2 months. One of them attacked a child and another went after a cop. They're like little escaped convicts when they get loose. They're causing quite a disturbance," said the owner of an animal trapping service. Business for him had never been so good. He caught 3 in little under a month. The 4th he ended up shooting to death. Now he was after number 5, the parking lot bandit. He was acting like a little crook, a delivery driver told of the macaque. If the car was empty, he'd try to open the door. I told him no, and he charged me. In May of 1996, a monkey was spotted near the Staten Island Mall in New York City. 4 emergency service officers tried for over 45 minutes to catch the animal. He fled into the woods. "We never got closer than 25 feet from him," one of the men admitted. "He was traveling really fast. He probably climbed a tree and we'll never see him again." They did not. In April of 1999, a rhesus monkey was shot to death by Sarasota, Florida police. Residents said that the animal had been living in the area for several months. 1 year later, 3 monkeys were spotted in Sussex County, Virginia. The first report came from a motorist driving on I-95, "2 monkeys just threw a banana at my car." When a state trooper went to investigate, he was greeted with a barrage of crab apples. The monkeys slipped away. In all of these cases, no one knew where the animals came from. Most pet owners report their missing monkeys. Zoos do the same. Some speculated that the monkeys might have escaped from an exotic animal dealer or traveling circus, but that was just a guess. There was, however, another sinister possibility. They were fugitives from laboratories. The Tulane National Primate Research Center, TNPRC, has had more than its fair share of mass escapes. Founded in 1964 and located in Covington, Louisiana across the causeway from New Orleans, the TNPRC performs biomedical research with viruses, bacteria, and parasites. It houses over 5,000 monkeys of 11 different species. The first big escape happened in 1987. 100 rhesuses broke out of their corral and fled into the swamps. The second occurred in 1994, when 28 pigtail macaques made it off the grounds. Each time, the capturing process was lengthy and not always successful. Carl Hagenbeck, the prolific 18th-century exotic animal trader, wrote about a comparable expedition in northern Africa. He was rounding up baboons, which labs then and now, including the TNPRC, use in their research. The start was usually easy. Set the traps and wait. It was when the animals were captured that the drama began. First, you had to move fast, for baboons are endowed with great strength, and would soon break through the wall of their cage. Using a fork stick, the younger animals were held down and muzzled. Their hands and feet tied, and their bodies swaddled in cloth to immobilize them. As for the parents or any older baboons, they were shot straight away, too difficult to deal with. Next, you needed to leave the area and get as far away as possible. For the baboons, who were not originally caught in the traps, would return and fight to rescue their friends and family members. Hagenbeck described several such battles. One little baboon, who had been injured by a blow from a cudgel, he remembered, was picked up and safely carried off by a great male in the very midst of the enemy. In another instance, a female who already had one infant on her back, picked up and went off with another whose mother had been shot. Sometimes hunters could fend off these advances. Other times the baboons won out and opened a few cages. Making matters even more complicated was the fact that caravans of captive baboons would be frequently attacked along the way to the port. Hagenbeck writes about being great distances from the original trapping sites, but baboons were still showing up and making formidable attempts at rescue. Were these the same animals as before, following the caravan from behind? Or were they new ones, who heard the muffled cries and came to the aid of their brethren? He did not know. The third mass escape at Tulane occurred in 1998. 24 rhesus monkeys broke through the main gate. Apparently, they had figured out how to pick the lock of their outside holding cell. All but one was recaptured in the coming days. The rhesuses were part of a larger shipment that had come from the Henry Vilas Zoo in Madison, Wisconsin. A scandal had broken out there, and the University of Wisconsin, which technically owned the monkeys, was desperate to rid itself of the evidence. The trouble began in August of 1997. The UW Primate Research Center had been exposed by the city newspaper of experimenting on and killing monkeys. This was in clear violation of a prior written agreement between the school and the Vilas Zoo. According to the contract, the rhesus monkeys could be utilized but were not to be harmed in any way. There was to be no invasive experimentation. The university, for its part, played dumb on the preliminary accusations. But as evidence mounted, administrators came to admit their deceitful actions. 65 rhesuses had been used in AIDS research. 26 were killed for their tissue and organs. Another 110 were sold to other research facilities: Hazleton, Naukowitz, Ciba-Geigy, Baxter Travanall, and a variety of universities. The Primate Center had made between $1,800 to $2,500 per monkey sold. Responding to the public outcry, UW Graduate School Dean, Virginia Hinshaw, now Chancellor of the University of Hawaii, admitted that she had known about the violations for over a year but did nothing. She promised that from this point forward the monkeys would be taken care of and long-term homes would be found for them. Local school children once again raised money for the cause. A sanctuary in Texas offered housing and to pay transport costs. Hinshaw, though, reneged on her promise. The University of Wisconsin made its first shipment of 100 rhesuses to the TNPRC in March. No lab wanted the last 50. They, ironically, were sent to the Texas sanctuary. The fourth mass escape from Tulane was in 2003. 24 rhesuses made it into the swamps. 8 remained on the loose. In 2005, an additional 50 fled the facility grounds. Lab executives assured the public that there were no real dangers involved, as these primates came from the center's breeder colony and were not used directly in research. The sight of lab workers searching in protective suits, however, did not inspire confidence. By the next day, 6 rhesuses were still unaccounted for. An escaped macaque from the Oregon National Primate Research Center made it 3 days before being recaptured. A fugitive squirrel monkey from the New England Primate Research Center managed 17 days and covered a distance of over 10 miles before being hit by a car on the highway. At the University of Florida, a rhesus fled while being transferred from his cage. He dodged handlers, rammed through a steel mesh door, and tore out a window screen to gain his freedom. "We'll have to trick him," a representative said. "Hopefully we're smarter than the monkey." Officials from the National Primate Center in Davis, California were not. In February of 2003, a female rhesus vanished while her cage was being cleaned. 2 weeks later, there were no clues to her whereabouts. The center assumed that the animal must have climbed down a drainage pipe and drowned in the sewers. Her body was never found. Yet it has not just been monkeys who have frustrated laboratories. In March of 2008, at the Keeling Center for Comparative Medicine and Research in Bastrop, Texas, an 18-year-old chimpanzee named Tony leapt 15 feet in the air, grabbed the top of a wall, and scaled over. When confronted by a guard, he wrestled the man to the ground and snatched away the tranquilizer gun. Tony was shot to death by police. A chimpanzee escape, a spokesperson assured afterwards, is an extraordinarily rare event in most circumstances. Not true. Just 1 year earlier, 3 chimps had fled from Keeling Center. One of them, Jake, was able to avoid capture for several hours before being sedated and put back into his enclosure. Jake would escape again in April of 2008. But let's return to our original macaque, Alpha. He would make it out of the state of Pennsylvania and into neighboring West Virginia. From there on, there would be occasional glimpses of Alpha. People began putting out food in their backyards in the hopes of gaining a closer look at the AWOL macaque. The Pittsburgh Zoo would, in turn, send someone into the area to lay traps. Alpha, though, always seemed to be one step ahead of the authorities, as if he knew to keep moving. Sometime around the new year, the macaque crossed into Ohio. The citizens of Bel Air seemed especially enthralled with the visitor. Crowds of folks with cameras in hand flocked to the small town to try to capture an image. Alpha was a celebrity. The Pittsburgh Zoo did not see it that way. Administrators wanted their monkey back, and they hired a specialized bounty hunter to accomplish the task. In Bridgeport, a few miles north of Bel Air, Alpha's luck finally ran out and he was caught. This was January 27, 6 months after his initial escape. The macaque had traveled over 60 miles. The Pittsburgh Zoo spared no expense and flew its famous escapee back in a helicopter. When he arrived, Alpha was met by a medical team. He was given a full physical examination. This is where things took an odd turn. For the zoo not only discovered its monkey had gained weight on his extended adventure, it learned that Alpha had the herpes B virus. Did the macaque contract the virus along his travels? Doubtful. The more likely answer was that the park's entire macaque clan had long since been infected. The zoo thought it prudent to keep the news secret. The herpes B virus is widespread among macaques, but it is non-lethal for their species. Humans, however, can contract the virus and it is deadly with a fatality rate of 70%. Scratches and bites are the most common means of transfer. The Pittsburgh Zoo understood these risks. Nonetheless, it felt that, because Alfie had never been known to be aggressive, the macaque should be returned to the children's section of the park and his newly constructed escape-proof enclosure. Yet, not every monkey is so passive in dealing with handlers or visitors. In December of 2008, for example, 3 macaques in the Guangdong province of China attacked their owners. They were street performers by trade, skilled in bicycle riding. Such work is hard and the discipline can be severe. During one performance, one of the monkeys refused to carry out a command and was beaten with a large stick in response. The 2 others saw this and turned upon their owner, pulling his hair, twisting his ears, and biting his neck. The injured macaque then picked up the fallen stick and hit the man in the head with it until it broke. They were once wild and these performances don't always come naturally to them, the owner confessed. They may have built up some feelings of hatred towards me. At the Portland, Oregon Police Association circus, 2 monkeys turned on their handler. They beat him severely and dragged him into stands. There, they began to lay into audience members. It was a crazy scene, one that undoubtedly led to many lawsuits. Yet such attacks are not nearly as frightening as those that occur inside of research laboratories. In 1991, an employee at National Center for Toxicological Research in Jefferson, Arkansas was scratched by a monkey and infected with herpes virus B. He would survive and sued the federal government for $100 million. A scientist at the Yerkes Regional Primate Center in Atlanta, Georgia was not as fortuitous. In December of 1997, she was hit in the eye by fluids thrown from a macaque. The monkey was confined within a resistance-proof cage. There's no way you can get bitten or scratched doing what she was doing, the center said afterwards. but the macaque had either spit or threw urine through the cage's mesh covering. The scientist would die 6 weeks later from herpes B. In response, the Center for Disease Control took a blood survey from 231 lab workers. It found that 4 workers had been unknowingly infected with different viruses. All of them reported being injured by these monkeys, like bites, and some of them had severe bites or scratches, the report concluded. It was just a couple of years earlier when the Ebola outbreak happened in Reston, Virginia. 6 out of 178 employees at Hazleton Research Lab had contracted the deadly virus. All had been previously attacked by a macaque. As the public would find out, the monkeys themselves were infected with Ebola even before arriving at the Reston facility. Macaques came from a place called Hribal, a breeding farm located in the Philippines. What the public did not know, however, was that Hazleton continued to do business with the Hribal farm after the Ebola scare. 2 more shipments, in January of 1990 and March of 1996, contained infected macaques. As for the Pittsburgh Zoo, it kept Alfie on display for the next 3 years. When public disclosure finally came that he and 8 other macaques had herpes B, people were shocked. Why had this information been hidden for so long? What were the risks involved to past visitors? What was going to be done? The zoo director responded first that the non-disclosure was a serious error in judgment by the past administration. Second, the dangers involved, while real, were minimal. Third, the macaques had already been placed into quarantine and would have limited interaction with park employees. Alfie and the others remained in lockdown until July of 1994, when they were shipped off to a new destination. Their home was to be the Ashby Acres Wildlife Park in New Smyrna, Florida. Little Joe. Electrified wires were the answer. There was simply no way that Little Joe, a 300-pound adolescent gorilla, could ever figure out how to get around these. Sure, the gorilla had just escaped over a 12-foot wide and 12-foot deep moat, a feat which no ape should have ever been able to do. But these shock-inducing wires, the Franklin Park Zoo assured itself and the general public, would certainly do the trick and prevent any further escapes. Right? Well, no. Only 1 month later, in September of 2003, Little Joe outsmarted his captors once again and made it out of his exhibit. And this time, he made the national news. Responding to the barrage of questions that followed, the best that the Boston, Massachusetts Zoo could come up with was a collective shrug of the shoulders. How did the gorilla get over the moat? We don't know. How did he get by the electrified wires? We don't know. Is a teenage ape really smarter than a medley of experienced keepers, curators, and engineers? No comment. The zoo spokesman kept repeating, "There's a lot we have to find out, and we'll be reviewing what happened." When pressed further for a better answer, one employee slipped off the scripted response and offered his honest take on the situation. Gorillas go through a stage where, physically and psychologically, they're growing much stronger, and become much more lean and long, and containment can be an increasing challenge at the age. Gorillas, he hinted, can resist their captivity. Indeed, whether this employee fully grasped the potency of his acknowledgement or not, the fact is that these animals do have a long history outmaneuvering and overcoming the very best of ideas and designs deployed by zoological parks. At the Los Angeles Zoo, a gorilla named Evelyn escaped 7 times over a 20-year period. Born in 1976, she had been the offspring of the only 2 surviving lowland gorillas at the facility, that is, the only 2 who lived long enough to tell the tale of their transfer from the western jungles of Africa to the urban center of Southern California. The other 4 apes had died almost immediately upon arrival from a combination of negligence and sheer stupidity on the part of the staff. Nevertheless, this is the place where Evelyn was brought into the world, and it was here where she would grow both in terms of her size and her resourcefulness. The gorilla's most infamous escape occurred in October of 2000, for not only did Evelyn get out of the gorilla enclosure, but she wandered the park grounds for over 1 hour. Visitors had to be evacuated. Television helicopters crisscrossed the sky with their cameras aimed down upon the scene, each in a desperate search for the elusive ape. When keepers finally tracked her down, they shot her with a tranquilizer dart. The gorilla pulled it out and stumbled into a nearby bathroom. There, she was cornered, hit with another dart, and subdued. Park officials were not quite certain how Evelyn got out of her exhibit. There was that time when she scaled a high wall after getting a boost from another gorilla. But cooperation did not appear to be the answer here. Instead, keepers guessed that she probably used some overgrown vines to pull her way out. Whatever the case, Evelyn was not the only troublemaker at the California Zoo. In July of 2000, Jim, a 13-year-old gorilla, escaped. Approaching a group of school children, he was fire-hosed back by a keeper. Jim started running, the man exclaimed, and then soared across the 12-foot-wide moat. He landed without a wobble. In another incident, Jim made it out after noticing that someone had forgot to lock his cage. Gorillas constantly keep a close watch on this sort of thing. They know the comings and goings of employees and volunteers and whether or not all doors have been securely fastened. In the summer of 2004, 7 Columbus, Ohio gorillas did just that and fled their cage. They never were able to get out of the main primate building and onto the grounds, but, at least for a few hours, they were able to do some exploring. Then there was Mima, the San Diego gorilla. In the summer of 1992, she made it from her unlocked exhibit and roamed the park for 2.5 hours, frightening visitors, running from handlers, and dodging 2 tranquilizer darts. That same year at the Miami Metro Zoo, a gorilla named Jimmy decided to take matters into his own hands and picked his cage lock. Officials noted that for some time Jimmy had been working on this particular skill but, as of yet, had failed in his attempts. The zoo was confident that the gorilla would never be able to understand the complex locking mechanism. They were wrong. Of course, patience is a virtue that not all primates share. Waiting for a keeper to slip up or months spent learning the art of lockpicking might be okay for some gorillas but not all. There have always been those, who like Little Joe or Evelyn, have been more active or immediate in their approach to resistance. Some have tried to batter down the doors with brute strength. Jim used this method once in Los Angeles, and succeeded. Togo, a gorilla at the Toledo Zoo, once ripped off the entire roof of his exhibit. He also, on several occasions, bent the bars of his cage and attempted to slip out between the gaps. But, perhaps, his craftiest idea came when the zoo placed him behind a thick layer of shatter-resistant glass. "Let's see the gorilla get out of this one," his overseers must have laughed. Never without a retort, Togo studied the new structure for a moment and then began removing the putty that held the window in place. Other gorillas have used their keen athletic abilities to flee. An unidentified female gorilla at the Pittsburgh Zoo, for example, leapt across a 16-foot moat, grabbing a stalk of bamboo along the way, and pole vaulted herself to the other side. After the chaos had settled and each question had been answered, the media still stood in disbelief. Gorillas look so big and slow, like some sort of lumbering, lethargic giant. They cannot possibly be so agile and acrobatic. Or can they? Yes, a spokesperson assured, gorillas can. And, while Pittsburgh administrators might have been surprised by the manner in which the escape was executed, they were not caught entirely unprepared for it. These types of breakouts were the precise reason why the park developed its Animal Escape Procedure Team for primates in the first place, to strategize and prepare for the inevitable. These animals know what freedom is and they want it. At the end of the day, the Pittsburgh Zoo assured visitors that the bamboo would be trimmed to a lower height whereby no gorilla could repeat the same action. These primates would have to discover a new means to get out of their enclosure. Then there was the limber jabari of the Dallas Zoo. In 2004, this 13-year-old climbed out an exhibit that was, according to the facility director, among the best in the country. It was only a few years earlier when the entire structure had been redesigned. This happened because of another gorilla. His name was Hercules, and, after his November of 1998 escape, the zoo was fined $25,000 by the United States Department of the Agriculture. Zoo executives vowed it would never happen again. Consultants were brought in. Gorilla habitats from around the country were surveyed. The answer appeared to lie in a specially engineered wall, 16 feet in height and concave in shape. It would be, experts guaranteed, escape-proof. No gorilla could ever master this barrier. Yet, Jabari accomplished the impossible. As the Dallas director later admitted, the gorilla had to have scaled the wall. This blows our minds. And who could forget about Bokaido at the Diergaardblydorp Zoo in Rotterdam? During his escape in 2007, this gorilla scaled several supposedly unscalable stone walls. Then he somehow managed to get himself across a water-filled moat. This latter feat, a zoo spokesman explained, was most remarkable because gorillas can't swim. Significantly, there is still some debate about this, as to whether gorillas can actually swim or not. Some biologists say no. These creatures sink like stones. Others say maybe. Big apes could theoretically paddle around a little bit before drowning. Either way, everyone agrees on one particular point: gorillas are deathly afraid of water. They do not like it and do not want to wade into it. Nor are they alone. Many primates and monkeys are frightened by bodies of water, whether a stream, a river, or a lake. Zoos know this, and they use the fear to their advantage. A water-filled moat makes for a most effective border and deterrent. It is Alcatraz for primates. Nevertheless, there will always be those individuals held in captivity for whom no cage could ever be strong enough and no body of water wide enough to contain their zeal for freedom. Bokaido was one of those defiant spirits. Another was a gibbon named Archie. At his Minnesota zoo, he would regularly escape from his water-enclosed island. Each time, Archie would be netted, tranquilized, and dragged back. And each time, he would stick a figurative middle finger up in the air, overcome his fears, and cross the water again. Why did he continue to do it? A park administrator spoke candidly: Archie enjoys beating up on visitors. Indeed, for zoos, escapes are often just the start of their problems. When Little Joe broke out from his Franklin Park exhibit for the second time, he ended up attacking two people. One of them was a teenage girl. The other was a young child. The gorilla threw them both onto their backs. He dragged them about. He bit the teenager several times. After that outburst of violence, Little Joe made his way out of the zoo and into the Boston streets. The surprise of a lifetime awaited the people at one neighborhood bus stop, as standing beside them was a gorilla. Little Joe, though, decided to skip the bus and ran off again. It took 2 hours, over 50 cops and zoo workers, and more than a few tranquilizer darts to bring Little Joe into custody. Franklin Park could breathe a sigh of relief, but only momentarily. Soon, the USDA would be calling. USDA inspectors would be on their way. Local and state law enforcement would want to talk. Lawyers were undoubtedly racing each other to the park. Lawsuits would follow. The media was already everywhere. A similar frenzy attended Jabari's escape at the Dallas Zoo. He had attacked a group of parents and children. Keepers tried to tranquilize him, but they missed. Jabari was too quick. After an extended chase, the gorilla was finally cornered and shot to death by police. It was an ugly sight, and one soon not forgotten. At the press conference that followed, one particular line of questioning weighed on people's minds. Why did the gorilla do this? Why did he attack this particular group of people? Why did he attack innocent children? Such occurrences are easier to rationalize and explain if they involve zoo employees. We can imagine that a trainer probably tried to prevent the animal from escaping and thus got injured in the process. Or, maybe, the animals were extracting a little revenge for being held in captivity or for being mistreated. The first thing Jimmy did in Miami after unlocking his cage was to assault his trainer. The same can be said for Hercules in 1998. He knocked his handler down and bit the woman repeatedly on the arm and side. The injuries proved to be quite serious. Or there was the case of Congo, a 27-year-old from the Bronx Zoo. This gorilla actually made his slip while being transferred from one cage to another. When confronted by his keepers, Congo did not hesitate. He ran straight at the two men. The scene was chaos, one witness observed. Yet, when we insert visitors into this question of attacks, it becomes more problematic. Was Jabari or Little Joe making a random choice? Were these visitors in the wrong place at the wrong time? Or was there intent behind the assaults? The Dallas Zoo favored the first explanation, the attack was random. Similar was Franklin Park's explanation. Little Joe, the director stated for the record, could not be blamed for acting like an animal. He meant no harm. His actions were an aberration. But a deeper investigation into these incidences suggests other possibilities. For instance, witnesses at the Dallas Zoo reported that a group of children had been teasing Jabari immediately prior to his escape and attack. The gorilla, they believed, had been provoked. Significantly, the zoological industry has always had trouble in dealing with cruel and sadistic behavior on behalf of visitors. Some parks have attempted to tackle the issue by posting warning signs and hiring more security guards. Others have chosen to ignore it. Few have ever admitted publicly how frequently captive animals are tormented by zoo visitors. The hard truth is that teasing is endemic at zoos, and it is perpetrated by both children and adults. The sight of visitors yelling, screaming, and banging on windows and fences is normal. People hurl rocks, coins, bottles, cans, and other objects at animals. Cigarettes butts have been found in cages for as long as there have been cigarettes. Sometimes, even needles, pins, nails, razor blades, and shards of glass find their way into exhibits. Every year an undetermined number of animals die, or become ill, due to the accidental ingestion of foreign items tossed into enclosures by visitors. Can visitor behavior possibly get worse? Yes, it can. Animals have been poisoned at zoos. They have had acid thrown on them. They have been punched and kicked. They have been stabbed and shot. Pellet guns seem to be a particularly favorite weapon among visitors. But let's return to the matter of intent in escaped animal attacks. We know that Jabari had been teased and thus had motivation for his attack. Whether he chose the right group of children to take his frustrations out on is another issue. Neither the Dallas Zoo nor the parents involved have been forthcoming with such information. As to Little Joe, no reports about taunting surfaced in the days that followed the incident. His attack, however, was anything but random. The teenager involved turned out to be an off-duty zoo volunteer. Little Joe could have chosen any number of visitors to beat up on. Yet he chased down this particular person. He obviously had his reasons. And while Franklin Park administrators chose not to acknowledge this fact, they still had to deal with it. In the end, there were 4 separate investigations. The OZA threatened to pull accreditation. The zoo itself refused to rule out putting the restless primate to death in order to protect the public. Little Joe had caused a public relations nightmare. At the Los Angeles Zoo, Evelyn and Jim's escapes in 2000 caused similar unwanted attention. Stories began to emerge about the decrepit conditions of the gorilla house. Reporters wanted to know more about escapes. When they were told that the zoo did not keep records of such things, they started their own investigation. The results were shocking: 35 breakouts in the past 5 years. In November 2000, the USDA demanded that the park secure its exhibit. Every time a gorilla escapes, a handler admitted, "We raise the walls a little higher and we're about to do it again. We really need a better, more secure enclosure. It would make it a lot easier for me to sleep at night." In 2003, the zoo shipped its entire gorilla population to Colorado until an entirely new, more secure enclosure could be constructed. Ironically, 1 year later, Evelyn would escape from her Denver Zoo habitat. Along the way, she assaulted a keeper, roamed the primate building for nearly an hour, and caused a code red alert. The event prompted an independent investigation, and the findings made the national wire. There had been 45 separate incidents in the past 5 years where a Denver Zoo employee had been injured by an animal. Back in Boston, Franklin Park officials decided ultimately not to execute Little Joe. Instead, they placed him into solitary confinement where he would remain until a new enclosure could be designed and built. Years ticked by and Little Joe stayed out of the public view. Rumors surfaced that the gorilla was being drugged by keepers in order to keep him under control. These stories were denied. In 2007, the exhibit was unveiled. With triple-layered glass walls, a woven steel cap, and 24-hour video surveillance, the place made for quite a spectacle. Franklin Park, though, was not nearly as excited as the media or visitors. It just prayed that there would be no more escapes. Stay tuned. Ken Allen and Kumang. While bread and circuses might work to pacify the human species, orangutans require a different combination of incentives. Their control lies in bananas and sex. Orangutans are almost helpless amid such temptations. It's instinct, don't you know? Surely, if San Diego Zoo officials could just discover the correct instinctual cocktail, they could solve their orangutan problem before it got any worse. All they needed was a lot of bananas, some willing female participants, and time. Efforts on this project began in earnest in the summer of 1985. The new Heart of the Zoo exhibit had opened 3 years earlier, and day-to-day operations could not have been going better. But then that darn Ken Allen started acting up. Ken was born in February of 1971 to the San Diego Zoo's Maggie and Bob. He was, officially speaking, a Bornean orangutan, although he never stepped foot on the island nor knew anything about arboreal culture. It might be more correct to classify him as a zoo orangutan. Institutional life was the only one that Ken had ever experienced. The zoo is where he was born, and the zoo is where he died of lymphoma in 2000. In between, Ken had to deal with captivity on a daily basis. Interestingly, the San Diego Zoo understood from the very beginning that he was going to be more difficult to handle than the facility's other orangutans. In his nursery, Ken would unscrew every nut that he could find and remove the bolts. Keepers would no sooner put them back when he would be at it again. Nor could Ken ever be kept in his room. One of his favorite schemes, a trainer described, was to grab someone's hand who was waving at him, and swing himself up. Good luck trying to catch the little red devil after that. Yet, for the zoo, the ape's later life would represent a much greater challenge. In fact, when Ken was first moved into the Heart of the Zoo exhibit, he was caught throwing rocks at a television crew that was filming the neighboring gorillas. When he ran out of rocks, Ken threw his own shit. The crew scattered. In an ironic twist, there would be a similar problem at the zoo several years down the road. Large glass windows had been installed in the exhibit, and the orangutans took to pitching rocks at them. San Diego officials, thinking quickly, instituted an exchange program. One non-thrown stone would get you a banana. But the orangutans were not interested and kept trying to break the windows. The park finally had to bring in a contractor to dig up the entire ground floor of the exhibit in order to remove all of the rocks, as each shattered window cost the zoo $900 to replace. What happened next? The orangutans began to tear the ceramic insulators off of the wall and threw them instead. Evidently, these animals really wanted out. Ken Allen would make his first successful escape on June 13, 1985. Keepers found him mingling among visitors outside of his exhibit. After he was placed into isolation, officials set to work trying to figure out exactly how he did it. A few years previous, Ken had constructed a ladder out of some fallen branches. He was very methodical about it, one employee noted. He would carefully put the foot of the ladder on the ground, and pound it with his hand to be sure it was solid, and then he would climb to the top of the wall and climb back down. but there was no ladder to be seen this time. So that was ruled out. It might have been human error, a door left ajar or something. But that didn't appear to be the case either. The zoo was stumped. But it was not going to take any more chances. Cinder blocks were stacked to raise the height of the retaining wall, and several portions were smoothed over to prevent any handholds. These alterations, the zoo anticipated, would do the trick. They didn't. Ken escaped again on July 29 and then again in early August. Each time, San Diego zookeepers made additional changes. The walls were built taller. The surfaces were made smoother. Electrified wires were added to guard the perimeter. Keepers brought new females into the exhibit. The hope here was that one of young ladies might attract Ken's attention. "We want," the trainers stated bluntly, "to turn his wanderlust into just lust." San Diego even started using spies. Zoo employees would disguise themselves as visitors. They would dress up in blue jeans, sunglasses, and Hawaiian shirts, and watch from afar to see if they could spot anything unusual happening. The zoo eventually began using 2 spies at the once, as officials were certain that Ken recognized its informants. This belief would be affirmed. Less than an hour after being released from solidarity confinement on August 13, Ken was spotted standing with a small crowbar. Undercover trainers figured that someone must have forgotten it during the last round of construction, and they were alarmed. What would Ken do with it? Should they clear the area just to be safe? Those worries were put to ease when the orangutan casually tossed the tool aside. Ken did not appear to be interested in it, although the trainers should have known better. As one noted expert warned, if a tool like a screwdriver is ever accidentally left in a cage, an orangutan will notice it immediately but ignore it lest a keeper discover the mistake. That night, he'd use it to dismantle his cage and escape. Strangely enough, the crowbar itself landed only feet from a fellow inmate, Vicky, but this did not ring any alarms either. The keeper's focus was on Ken, and they followed him as he meandered across the exhibit to the far side. Within minutes, a loud noise disturbed their concentration. Vicky had been hard at work in a secluded spot, attempting to pry open the molding between 2 glass panels. The glass cracked but held in place. "I'm having a lot of trouble staying one step ahead of this group," the head trainer admitted afterwards. Some at the San Diego Zoo believed that the 2 orangutans were in on this escapade together with Ken supplying the distraction and Vicky the muscle. To err on the side of caution, administrators placed both animals into isolation. It was not long after being released, now for the 4th time, that Ken made yet another attempt at escape. On this occasion, the zoo spies were finally able to catch him in the act. He was hip-deep in the shallow end of the moat when he pressed his feet against one wall and his hands against the other. Slowly, he inched his way up. The keepers were amazed for 2 reasons. First, orangutans are supposed to be intensely hydrophobic. That's why zoos use water-filled moats as a deterrent. Second, they had no idea that an orangutan could climb in that manner. Such feats, though, are not unheard of. At the Houston Zoo, for instance, Mango once escaped by pressing his fingers against a glass edge, toes against another nearby edge, and scaling his way upwards. "It's incredible," said the curator of primates. "There wasn't even enough to grasp. It was all finger pressure." Houston ordered an angled window. As for Ken, his trip was brought to an abrupt end after he touched the newly installed electrified wires. The shock sent him running back into the exhibit, and the zoo was marginally pleased with itself. "We have discovered his way out," a spokesman explained with a measured tone. "But once he realizes we've blocked that exit and turns his wits to the rest of the enclosure, we may wind up chasing him again." As the months ticked by, Ken seemed to quiet down. The structural modifications, in all appearances, must have been working, and San Diego breathed a sigh of relief. Everything had returned to normal. In April of 1987, this relative calm came to an abrupt end, as the orangutan was spotted outside of his exhibit. Repairs were being made to the moat's water pump that particular day, and the orangutan used this opportunity to flee. Ken was just biding his time until the electricity was shut off. How he came to understand that fact, we do not know. Perhaps he was watching carefully. Or maybe he performed random checks on the wiring and just got lucky that day. Significantly, a similar case occurred at the National Zoo in Washington, D.C. Keepers there discovered that one of their orangutans had learned to recognize the very slight buzzing noise emitted by an electronic gate when it opened and closed. On those rare occasions when the door malfunctioned, this animal would head straight for it and walk out. But at the San Diego Zoo, its exhibit gate had remained locked. Moreover, the zoo had widened the moat after Ken's last attempt. So even if the electrical wires were shut off and the orangutan noticed it, he still should not have been able to scale the wall. It really surprised us, a spokesman chirped. We honestly felt that we had him contained. But Ken had escaped and he was now on the loose. During his previous getaways, keepers were able to coax Ken back into his enclosure with little difficulty. A few bananas usually did the trick. But this time, it was different. Ken had no interest in complying with anyone. He was on the run, and the zoo knew it. Facility personnel armed themselves with darts and live ammunition, and went in pursuit. They were, according to subsequent reports, prepared to shoot Ken if necessary. The guards at the San Diego Zoo are trained for lethal action. If he were to have attacked somebody, we would have had to kill him because a tranquilizer takes time to take effect. In the end, Ken chose to avoid using any means of violent resistance. Some orangutans, however, have gone in another direction. Frank Buck had considerable experience in dealing with the red ape, as he was one of most prolific animal collectors of the modern era. It is with a combination of amazement and horror that one reads his travel journals. The sheer numbers of animals that he killed and captured is staggering. Indeed, after scrolling through the writings of Buck, Carl Hagenbeck, Alfred Wallace, Henry Ward, and the rest of the 19th and 20th century collectors, one can argue with strong confidence that the Natural History Museum and Zoological Park have been a driving force in the diminution and extinction of animal species on our planet. Buck would usually kill the mother orangutans and seize the children. Adults were too difficult to control, plus museums would buy their cadavers for taxidermy. The young ones were much easier to deal with, although even then there certainly could be problems. Put your hand too close to the bars of these tree dwellers that resents his captivity, he warned others, and there's a good chance that you'll get only part of it back, or, if you get it all back, it won't be in working order. Buck's favorite method to discipline these apes was to use a crowbar, as a blow to the head was better than a gunshot to the body. The key was to bring them back alive, so that the animals could be sold in one piece. Zoos, in fact, have very strict protocol when it comes to dealing with orangutans. All locks must be double-checked, because the animals watch everything you do. Weapons must be kept nearby but must remain out of sight of the animal. Orangutans know what guns are, and they don't like them. Employees must never cross the lines painted in front of the cages, because the orangutans will grab you. This is what happened at the Miami Metro Zoo in 2003, when a veterinarian got too close to Thelma. The 20-year-old ape reached through the bars and pulled the employee's arm in for a bite. Zoos must also practice yearly drills, preparing for the inevitability of escapes. Each facility must have a command center. Each must have warning codes. The color red means danger and all visitors must exit the zoo or be placed into secure positions. The color green means that an incident is taking place, but that the zoo will try to keep it confidential from the press and public. When an escape does arise, a keeper must never engage the animal without assistance. Orangutans may act very differently when free. Furthermore, after the response team has been assembled, only those individuals that have a positive relationship with the animal should advance. Orangutans may become dangerously aggressive if confronted by people whom they dislike. Even with these precautions, attacks still occur. There was the case of Sarah at the Gulf Breeze Zoo in Pensacola, Florida. She had fled from an unlocked cage in September of 2000 as it was being cleaned. A trainer tried to lure her back. "If she had seemed the slightest bit unsettled or crazy, I would never have approached," the woman remembered. But she was perfectly calm. Despite this, Sarah jumped on top of the trainer and bit her repeatedly. The orangutan evidently did not like the woman. Sarah was born in quarantine, the head zoo administrator deadpanned, and will remain in quarantine. More recently, there was the rampage at the Shaoshan Zoo in Taiwan. A local television station happened to be filming at the park that day and caught the entire incident on tape. An unidentified male orangutan was running loose. As he overturned motorbikes and smashed picnic tables, visitors screamed and hid inside of buildings. Police arrived, chased after the ape, and then were themselves chased by the ape. For 2 hours, the standoff continued. It concluded with a shot to the chest by a stun gun. The zoo used a small bulldozer to move the orangutan's unconscious body back to the cage. As for Ken Allen in San Diego, his standoff may have concluded more peacefully, but that did not mean he was happy about being captured. He was very, very agitated and upset and wound up because this time it had been a real chase, a keeper commented. It ended up taking the zoo over 3 hours to get the orangutan downstairs and into his basement holding cell. The struggle was considerable. At least the zoo could now rest easy in the knowledge that, if the electricity stayed on, Ken Allen should remain enclosed. But what San Diego did not count on was the fact that another orangutan was about to make her own brand of trouble. In late August of 1987, Kyumang made her first escape from the heart of the zoo exhibit. Visitors stumbled upon her and alerted officials. This 9-year-old orangutan had been exploring the park for about half an hour. Unsure of how she fled, San Diego turned to professional rock climbers for consultation. The keepers don't feel real secure, they think it's just a matter of time before the orangutans get out again. As the climbers inspected the walls looking for hidden crevices, each of the animals was tucked away in the basement. It was better not to take any chances on them witnessing this activity. In the battle of wits, the orangutans were clearly winning. 8 months later, Kyumang would make another successful escape. This time she enlisted the help of her sister, Sarah. Zookeepers quickly discovered the orangutan's means. It was a mop handle, a device which, in order to be used effectively, required cooperation between 2 conspirators. One of animals had to hold the stick in place while the other climbed. There is a paradox involved in this. Organization and mutual aid are essential aspects in many animal cultures, including elephants, gorillas, and chimpanzees. Zoos, however, are places wherein that culture is restricted, altered, or even destroyed. This is done, whether intentionally or not, through the removal of autonomy, the breakup of the family unit, restrictions on corporeal movement, continuous transfer of animals from one facility to next, and in the alteration of other living patterns. Psychologists call this a process of alienation and institutionalization. Hence, within these species, what we tend to see in zoos is a much more individualistic-based community. Yet, orangutans are a highly solitary creatures. They spend much of their time living alone in the trees and rarely have much contact with each other. But in captivity, this world is turned upside down. Orangutans are now thrust together in very confined circumstances. They have to learn how to live together in groups. Thus, in a unique twist, not only have orangutans come to adapt to this particular environment, they have developed organized means to overcome it. Maybe this is what the Russian chess master Tartakower was thinking that day at the Moscow Zoo, when he developed the orangutan opening. These creatures can observe, experiment, and evolve. Kyumang and Sarah certainly did, when they used cooperation as a tool to enhance their resistance. They have not been the only ones. In October of 1991, a mass escape took place at the Woodland Park Zoo in Seattle, Washington. Here, 5 orangutans were able to slip through several security doors and scale a high wall. The zoo's response team initially tried to entice the group back to their enclosure with bananas. The tactic failed. Woodland Park then turned fire hoses upon the orangutans. But this method failed. The group, holding together as one, simply would not budge. It was only after each of the 5 was tranquilized that the altercation was brought to a close. Our first relief was that we were able to dart the large male, Toan, a general curator explained. He can be very dangerous. Ironically, we just recently had an emergency escape drill and the animal I chose was Toan. The zoo was certain that he was the ringleader, and it needed to be extra careful with him from now on. The best way to accomplish this, administrators decided, was to purchase a brand new security system. 2 years later, though, Toan would beat that system and broke out once more. We don't know if he had help. Then there was Sayabu, Sarah, and Buzer at the Chaffee Zoo in Fresno, California. In 2004, they spent weeks, maybe months, unraveling a small section of the nylon netting that surrounded their enclosure. On October 14, one of them was finally able to push his body through the hole and make it outside. They're very, very smart, an official confided. They may have been hiding it from us what they've been working on. All 3 animals were placed into special holding pens for the immediate future. As for Kyomang, she would escape 2 additional times from her San Diego exhibit. The first was on June 9, when she was found sitting among the flowers in a nearby orchid garden. Refusing to be taken on her own accord, Kyomang was shot with a tranquilizer dart. Significantly, a trainer later commented that these orangutans know full well that, if they choose to escape, there will be severe consequences. Good, bad, or indifferent, every action leads to a counteraction, and these creatures understand this. Kyomang evidently believed that some risks were worth taking. The second escape happened the very next day. Kyomang was spotted standing outside of the Duklungur monkey enclosure. When confronted, she climbed atop the bird sanctuary and awaited her captor's response. They shot her with another dart. It was soon thereafter that the zoo discovered Kyomang's method of escape. She has learned how to ground the hot wire, a trainer explained to the local reporters. She'll take sticks and pieces of wood and lean them up against the wire so that it is grounded. Then she pulls herself up by using the porcelain insulators on the wire as handholds. I'm not sure I would have been able to figure it out, the employee finished. Over the years, zoo orangutans have developed a variety of creative means to overcome detention technologies and their captors. Some, like Kyomang, figured out the basic principles of electricity, and thus have used a piece of wood or a rubber tire to ground wires. Others came to learn the engineering of locking mechanisms. The writer Eugene Linden explored 2 such orangutans in his book The Parrot's Lament, 1999. Fu Manchu at the Omaha Zoo used a thin piece of metal wiring, which he kept hidden in his mouth, to pick open his cage lock. Jonathan at the Topeka Zoo crafted a device out of a slab of cardboard in order to release himself through a complex guillotine door. Both of the apes would eventually be found out, but that did not diminish their accomplishments or their hope for future escapes. The San Diego Zoo, for its part, decided that the best way to deal with its own orangutan Houdinis was to confine them into their basement holding cells until the exhibit could be completely redesigned. This time around, the facility was going to take an aggressive approach to the problem, and it budgeted $45,000 for the task. The escapes have been a source of frustration for everybody involved, a spokesman bristled. The orangutans had to be stopped. Construction began immediately. For the next 3 months, the remodeling continued. The walls were made taller and smoother. Every corner was rounded. The existing hot wiring was ripped out and replaced with a more advanced system. New, stronger doors were installed. In the meantime, Kyomang, Ken, and the others sat in their dank, underground quarters. One employee spoke candidly about the situation. People might think this is horrible, but at zoos back east or in the Midwest, this is where their animals live all winter long. Every year. We're real fortunate with our climate. It certainly is not ideal by any means, but it could be worse. In February of 1989, the exhibit was at long last completed. Administrators, though, took one more precaution before the animals were released. They paid a contractor to sweep the entire enclosure with a high-powered magnet. No way were these little red apes going to get their hands on anything of use. With that done, the grand opening took place. What a great day for the city of San Diego and its tourist trade, the zoo boasted. The orangutan exhibit was back in business. Yet, behind the scenes, zookeeper confidence was not so high. You never guarantee anything with these guys, one person grumbled of the orangutans, because their nature is very manipulative, very observant, hard workers. We won't really know if it's been successful from an escape standpoint until maybe 2, 3, 4 years down the road, until these guys have had time to scrutinize our repairs. Indeed, 4 years later, an orangutan named Inda finished her examinations and escaped from the exhibit. It was back to the drawing board for the San Diego Zoo. Mo. What would begin in Tanzania would come to an end in the San Bernardino Mountains of Southern California. The former marked a transfer into the world of domestication, and the latter witnessed a conclusion to it. In between, the life of Mo the chimpanzee was a complicated one. He was a pet. He worked as a commercial spokesman and actor. He became a criminal and served time. Mo, ultimately, gained an understanding of something that few among us ever have, the realities of Hollywood and the entertainment industry. When he arrived at Los Angeles in 1967, Mo was nothing more than an infant, and he must have been scared out of his wits. It was only several weeks earlier that his mother was killed right before his eyes, shot dead by poachers. And that flight from Eastern Africa to Lax could not have been pleasant or soothing. In any case, Mo now had a new home. It was deep in the valley, West Covina to be specific. His owner was James Davis. In his early years, Mo did what many young, captive chimps do, he worked the circuit. Everyone loves a cute chimpanzee and most are willing to pay for the pleasure to see one up close. Mo attended birthday parties and entertained children. He held scissors at ribbon cuttings for local businesses. He rang doorbells and sold Girl Scout cookies. He rode in parades and waved to the people. He posed for photo ops with city officials. Eventually, Mo got into acting. He was a chimp for the television show BJ and the Bear, and he performed in a number of movies. The Davis family must have made a fair amount of money from all of these activities. This was, for a long time, Mo's life. It was off to a gig in one part of town, maybe to another somewhere else, and then back home to West Covina and his 10 by 12 foot steel cage. Yet, Mo reached a point in age where domestication was no longer tolerable. He simply refused to work any further, and all attempts to force him to do so led violent confrontations. Mo had grown big and strong, and the Davises decided that it would be best to lock him in his cage and leave him there. Mo would have a great many days and nights left ahead to ponder his captivity. In August of 1998, at the age of 32, Mo made his first escape. No one was quite sure how Mo got out of his cage, but he did. He also made it out of the house and into the neighborhood streets. Local residents barricaded themselves inside of their homes and called the authorities. When the police made it to the scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Mo would soon be captured, or shot, and that would be that. But before the cop could even make it out of his car, the chimp seized him. As the city prosecutor later explained, the monkey beat the out of a police officer. When animal control arrived, the results were not much better. One of their officers was wrestled to the ground and bit to the bone. For 3 hours, the standoff continued. Mo would bite a total of 4 people and punch 1 police car, before being felled by 2 tranquilizer darts. The owner James Davis admitted candidly to the press that the chimp had been locked up so long he wanted a stroll. Mo certainly got that and then some. There have been other chimpanzees who have made similar escapes. In August of 1992, for instance, Rosie fled from the Holly Wild Animal Park in Inman, South Carolina. It was detailed afterward that she was able to pry open the trapdoor of her cage just enough to squeeze her hand through the slim hole and twist the lock from the other side. A woman hanging her clothes was the first to spot the chimp. Rosie tumbled her to the ground and took off running. "I tell you," the woman sighed, "it's a dangerous thing living beside a zoo." 5 years later and one state north, another chimp made his getaway. His name was Sydney and he lived at the Metro Zoo, a privately owned facility located in rural Rowan County, North Carolina. One day, Sydney bent the steel bars of his cage and slipped through. An entire week passed before the chimp was captured via a tranquilizer dart. Yet, even under heavy sedation, Sydney continued to put up a fight. This point was made most emphatically, when authorities attempted to place him back into his cage. A local TV reporter filming the scene caught the worst of the chimp's blows. His camera went from being aimed towards Sydney to having it thrust back violently into his own face. Perhaps most infamous chimp escape artist was Gracie of the Los Angeles Zoo. From the years 1997 to 2004, she managed to escape 5 times. The first occurred after Gracie was able to open a guillotine door from the inside, a feat that keepers could never replicate, and lead a mass exodus. When a veterinarian tried to block the group's way, Gracie ripped an exit sign off the wall and hurled it at the doctor. The next escape happened 1 year later in August of 1998. The zoo had just finished the grand opening gala of its new $5 million Mahal Mountain exhibition. The following day, Gracie scaled a supposedly unscalable wall twice. Each time keepers had to turn the fire hose on her. Los Angeles officials decided that it would be smart to shut down the exhibit for 2 weeks. They installed an electric fence around the perimeter, and constructed an outcrop of fake boulders to inhibit climbing. The moment Gracie was allowed back in, she headed straight for the wall, but the countermeasures worked. She could not get out. In the end, it took her a little over a year to develop a new method. All she needed was a running start and proper positioning. In September of 1999, over the wall she went again. Administrators spent an additional $35,000 building a large overhang. There was no way Gracie could get around this, they assumed. 5 years later, she found a way. She managed, a spokesman described, to bounce from one wall to another, and she got a handhold over one of the walls. For 45 minutes, Gracie roamed the park. All 9,000 visitors had to be evacuated. The zoo ended up putting Gracie into a special, secure enclosure till it could figure out what to do next. After Mo's escape, the Davis family put him back into his cage. The city of West Covina tried to impound him. Citing a 1960 municipal code, the city argued that an individual could only own a wild animal so long as this creature was not dangerous. The chimpanzee, having attacked 4 people, was a public hazard. Nonetheless, a judge allowed the Davises to keep Mo for the time being. This arrangement came to a swift end in September of the following year, when Mo chomped down on the finger of a visiting woman and she filed a complaint. Animal control officers arrived the next day and took Mo into custody. He was placed in a state-run quarantine facility. We would not hear from Mo again until March of 2005. The chimp had been transferred to the Animal Haven Ranch in rural Kern County, north of Los Angeles. This official-sounding facility was really just a private home with some small enclosures built in the backyard. The occupying family owned 6 chimps and 1 spider monkey. This is not an unusual arrangement. There are currently over 250,000 exotic animals licensed to private owners in the state of California alone. The number of unlicensed is undeterminable. The creatures themselves can be held outdoors or indoors. They may be penned, caged, chained, or just locked in a room. They can be kept as pets, used in canned hunts, or killed for their skin and organs. The Fish and Game Department is responsible for the oversight, but there is little true regulation. In most states, anyone can own an exotic animal. There are almost no qualifications for licensing, and even those few can easily be circumvented. At Animal Haven, the chimps were all rejects. There was Susie, a 59-year-old who had somehow lost an arm along the way. She spent most of her life as a breeder, laboring to reproduce chimpanzees for use in the laboratories. There was another female, Bones, who came from an abusive home. Again, this is not unusual. There was, for example, the recent case of Swicko of Kansas City, Missouri. She lived for years in a home, wherein her owner made her wear an electrical shock collar. It was only after Swicko's escape that her severely scarred neck came to the attention of authorities. Animal Haven also had Buddy and Ollie. They were both former actors, owned by Bob Dunn's Animal Services. The entertainment industry uses chimpanzees when they are young and easy to control. But when they get older and more resistant, the chimps are sold for little to no cost to the buyer. Just take them off our hands and do what you will, is Hollywood's attitude. The Davis family knew about Moe's move to Animal Haven and they came on March 10 to pay a visit. It was a bad day to choose. For soon after they arrived, Susie, Bones, Buddy, and Ollie broke out of their cage. The female chimps made for the woods. Buddy and Ollie menacingly advanced towards the visitors. Mrs. Davis had her thumb ripped off. Mr. Davis had his hand, groin, and most of his face chewed off. Ironically, a group of school children was scheduled for a field trip later that day. They were lucky. The police in their subsequent investigation wanted to know how the chimps got out in the first place. That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? One commented. As it turned out, the chimpanzees had discovered how to jimmy their lock using a stick. The news did not disturb the Fish and Game Department. It renewed the license for Animal Haven. As for the chimps involved, Susie and Bones were both captured. Buddy and Ollie did not survive. The ranch owners shot them dead. The history of chimpanzee shootings is a long and extensive one. Stuffy and Ellie were killed in a hail of bullets in 1987 while leading a mass escape from the Toledo Zoo. Stuffy was the first chimp ever to be produced from artificial insemination in the United States, and she had a notorious reputation at the Ohio institution. She would do things like hold milk in her mouth for hours until it turned sour and, when the head trainer came close enough, would aim and spit. She intentionally hit the back of my neck, it would go down my shirt, the person grumbled. The trainer started wearing a raincoat and face shield for all subsequent visits. Yet Stuffy kept at it for months. The Toledo Zoo definitely had a love-slash-hate relationship with its chimps. It loved them for their popularity and cash receipts that this fame brought in. It hated them for their resistance. Whether it was the chimps' very inelegant habit of tearing things to pieces or their savage and unmanageable behavior, zoo officials always had their hands full. As one keeper snarled, "They are psychos." Coco, for instance, enjoyed throwing his shit at visitors. Scatological humor, trainers call it. Ultimately, Coco was not even allowed outside of his singular cage ever. Toledo considered him to be too dangerous. Chip and Happy were shotgunned in 1999 at the Hogle Zoo in Salt Lake City, Utah. They, along with Tammy, had just escaped their basement holding cell. While Tammy went one direction, Chip and Happy went another. The latter pair had a target in mind, a particular volunteer whom they both hated. When they found him, they attacked. One former employee detailed how the zoo had been warned, several times, not to allow this person to perform as a volunteer in the ape house, as it agitated the chimpanzees. There's a lot going on in that building, and the animals, particularly chimpanzees, will bait keepers into making mistakes. The one-time famous animal collector Ellis Joseph found this out the hard way in 1921, when he went to greet one of his former chimps. The animal, which seemed to be overjoyed to see him, bit him on the face and back. Reuben, Jimmy, and Tyler were shot dead in 2005 at a roadside zoo in Royal, Nebraska. Reuben, 22, was born at the St. Louis Zoo. At the age of 1, he was taken from his mother and sold to Folsom Children's Zoo, and, when the cute infant stage wore off, he was sent to Royal. Jimmy was somebody's pet before being abandoned. Tyler was a one-time Hollywood actor. None of the three deserved their fate at Zoo Nebraska. Like the vast majority of roadside zoos, this place was a dump. Between 2000 and 2005, the park received no less than 100 citations: general disrepair, no sewage drainage, no veterinarian care, no drinking water, no heat during the winter. Ken Schluter, the park's then director, ran an auto parts store before taking the position. Was it at all surprising then that the chimps would make a run for it? Unfortunately for them, they ran into a group of heavily armed individuals. Visitors reported hearing extended rounds of gunfire from every end of the park. Reuben ended up being shot in the back with 3 different types of ammunition. Johnny was gunned down in 2007 at the Whipsnade Zoo in Bedfordshire, England. It was early in the morning when he and Coco fled their exhibit. Authorities later discovered that the two had dug a tunnel to freedom. Both chimps were recent transfers from Regent's Park in London. There, they had lived with Cherry, Coco's mother, since 1998. Interestingly, Coco and Cherry had been separated for 25 years before being reunited in London. On that special day, they recognized each other immediately and embraced. Coco, though, had a reputation for being difficult with keepers and visitors. Above her cage in Whipsnade read a sign: "Beware, Coco spits and throws poo at people." Johnny, for his part, was liked even less. Keepers called him a thug and, during the escape, shot him straight away. Coco made it into a nearby field before being surrounded. She gave herself up. As for Mo, he sat passively during the entire melee at Animal Haven. The facility would transfer him soon afterwards. His new home was to be Jungle Exotics, an animal leasing agency located on the eastern outskirts of Los Angeles. It provided tigers, lions, bears, chimpanzees, pigs, and other creatures for work in motion pictures and television. The site also housed Amazing Animal Productions, a direct-to-video company owned by Sid Yost. Yost, who liked to call himself Ranger Rick, had been sued multiple times for physically striking his chimps. He was even banned by a judge from having any further contact with primates, but he did so anyway. In fairness to Yost, the entire industry is guilty of such actions. It is standard practice to beat animals into submission and force them to perform. Steel pipes, cans of mace, blackjacks, and rubber hoses are some of the more favored devices. On the set of Project X, 1987, to illustrate, trainers regularly beat the chimpanzee actors all while a movie was being filmed that depicted the United States Air Force's use of monkeys in radiation experiments and directly questioned the ethics of that practice. And who could ever forget about everyone's favorite orangutan, Clyde, from Every Which Way But Loose, 1978, and Every Which Way You Can, 1981. One of the ape actors who played the role was bludgeoned to death during production. His name was Buddha, and the axe handle that killed him was affectionately called, by his gentle jungle owners, the Buddha Club. We do not know what happened to Mo while he was living at Jungle Exotics. He was retired from the acting business, but he still had to live in a hostile and unhealthy environment. Indeed, it is little wonder then that on June 27, 2008 Mo escaped for the final time. We can't figure out how he broke those welds and got out, the leasing company puzzled. That cage should have been able to hold a gorilla. The last people to see him were a group of construction workers. Mo, they pointed, was headed straight into the San Bernardino National Forest. The search went on through early August, but it turned up empty. Neither volunteers, helicopters, nor bloodhounds could find him. Everyone involved presumed that the chimpanzee was dead. We, however, can be more optimistic in our hope. Mo might be up in the mountains, living free. Chapter 4, Slippery when wet, sea mammals dream of freedom. Since its opening at the turn of the 20th century, the Toledo Zoo has seen more than its fair share of marine mammals come and go. Yet, within the lore of this Northwest Ohio institution, few among these animals have stood out so much as two notorious sea lions. Their names were Lily and Cyril. Lily was infamous for escaping from the zoo, while Cyril grabbed headlines when he was discovered swimming freely in the Maumee River, which borders the zoo. Both animals led their captors on wild, extended, and ultimately humiliating chases. Lily was a female sea lion. She was born, in all likelihood, somewhere along the coast of Southern California or northern Mexico. She would have been captured while she was very young. As so often happens among wild animals, the older individuals are very morose and unmanageable, collector Carl Hagenbeck explained about the species. They think of nothing but regaining their liberty, and cannot be persuaded to take any food. It was the same way with other sea mammals. The commonest way of catching young walruses is to kill the mother, indeed this is usually necessary before the capture can be carried out, Hagenbeck chillingly wrote. Yet such methods were never foolproof. The capture of some of my last walruses nearly cost the hunters their lives, for the young cubs which had been brought on board gave out such appealing cries for help, that a gigantic male was attracted and delivered a furious attack upon the boat, driving 3 great holes through it with his tusks. Lily arrived to Toledo in the early 1900s. Her new home was an outdoor fountain, little more than a swallow saucer of concrete. This was a stark contrast to the Pacific Ocean and its rocky beaches. Where once Lily could play in the sand, explore kelp beds, and swim among a sea of fish, she now resided in a sterile, lifeless environment. She experienced extreme sensory deprivation. Then again, Lily probably could not see much at all, at least not in summertime. Her fountain had no shade to speak of, and the sunlight, and its reflection, would have been blinding. For captive seal lions, the situation has never really improved. In some ways, it has actually deteriorated. Many of today's exhibits, besides being empty of ecological stimuli, are often made with glass, and the pool water is saturated with chlorine. At the North Carolina Zoological Park, Sandy suffered for years with swollen and blistered eyes. An official acknowledged that the condition is not uncommon in captive sea lions due to multiple factors, i.e. lack of salt water, direct sunlight, lack of shade, reflection of light from pool bottom, water quality, etc. For Sandy, the absence of shade proved particularly debilitating. But the zoo chose to continue to keep her in the open and under the blazing southern sun. Visitors prefer it that way. They want a clear, unobstructed view of the animals, and they want it sunny. In 1996, during an operation to repair the lesions on Sandy's eyes, she went into cardiac arrest and died. She was only 12 years old. In the ocean, Sandy could have lived well into her 20s. At the Louisville Zoological Garden in Kentucky, Bo had ulcers on his eyes. His medical records indicated that he had the affliction more than 6 years and that one of his corneas was peeling off the eyeball. Bo died in 1997 while under anesthesia for a root canal. He was 10. At the Riverbanks Zoo in Columbia, South Carolina, Sophie endured 4 years of painful abscesses on her face and body. She died in 2002 while under anesthesia for treatment of a chronic ear infection. She was 15 and hers was the third death of a marine mammal in only 4 years at the park. Lily, for her part, did not intend to wait for such an ominous fate. In 1910, this sea lion clambered out of her fountain and made a daring bid for freedom. Standing in her way were 2 wrought iron fences, but somehow Lily managed to navigate herself over them. Next she had to choose a direction. To the north, west, and south, lay the city. To the east, there was a park and then a river. Lily chose the river. She made it to the water and swam away. Hers, however, was not the first sea lion escape. In 1903, Ben fled the Lincoln Park Zoo in Chicago, Illinois. He flopped over a fence and waddled into Lake Michigan. The zoo tried for weeks to capture him. It even offered a reward to local fishermen and made desperate requests to the lake-faring public. "Please, help us catch our sea lion." Ben, though, remained on the loose. It was a full year before they tracked him down. His body had washed up on a Michigan beach. 4 years after that, another prominent escape involving a sea lion occurred, this time at the National Zoo in Washington, D.C. It was in the middle of the night on May 26 when an unidentified male made it out of his enclosure and into Rock Creek. He swam south and camped out next to the P Street Bridge. Sometime in the morning, he was spotted. Keepers soon arrived and prepared for what they hoped would be a short chase. Their equipment included fish nets, poles, brickbats, gastronomic delicacies, and a large cage. Local residents and passers-by crowded in to watch. It was not long before traffic was backed up in all directions. The keepers, now ready, assembled along the creek and began their attempts. With each one, a chorus of AHS and OHS could be heard arising from the crowd. This would be followed with loud sea lion honking. As one witness described, each time he foiled an attempt to catch him he would honk like a touring car. The morning turned into afternoon and tempers rose. "He's the most derisive seal I ever fished for," a keeper fumed after falling face first into the creek. One observer openly wondered if these men were not going to beat him over the head with a club at the finish. Fortunately, it did not come to that. The sea lion was finally netted around 5 o'clock and returned to the zoo unharmed. Back in Toledo, officials tried all of the same ploys to capture their escaped sea lion. They used poles. They tossed nets. They offered stinky treats. But none of these methods worked. Lily was too crafty and she remained free. As the days merged into weeks, more sightings were reported to the zoo. The head keeper, Louis Schurer, would venture out each time and make additional attempts to recapture the elusive creature. Each time Schurer returned empty-handed. Months went by, and everyone had given up hope. It was then that Lily appeared near the town of Port Clinton. Schurer headed out into Lake Erie to give it one more try. He got lucky and caught the sea lion. Lily was returned in her cement fountain. It would take nearly 5 decades before another sea lion made a big splash in the news. His name was Cyril. On June 20, 1958, Cyril arrived from California at his new home in London, Ontario. The place was Storybook Gardens, a newly constructed theme park catering to young children. The park was set to have its grand opening on the following day, and Cyril was meant to play a large part of the festivities. That night, however, the sea lion escaped and made his way into the nearby Thames River. Cyril swam to the southwest and wound his way through the Oneida Indian Nation and the Munsee Delaware Nation. Along the route, employees from Storybook Gardens made multiple attempts to catch Cyril but were always thwarted. They even tried playing previously recorded sea lion barks in the slim hopes of luring him to their nets. It didn't work. The London Free Press, fearing the worst, offered a $200 reward for his capture, but no one succeeded in claiming the bounty. Not only are sea lions elusive and cunning creatures, they are well-known biters. Woe to the novice trapper who got within arm reach of Cyril. As one modern keeper divulged, sea lions can have a nasty, treacherous disposition that is totally at odds with their appearance. The first time he ventured into such an arena, for instance, an adult sea lion named Nero took full advantage of his inexperience. "Nero snatched me off the floor by my butt. I felt the clamp of jaws, and I was raised and shaken as if I weighed nothing." Cyril would continue his journey down the Thames for another 80 miles or so until it emptied into Lake St. Clair. From there, he turned south and squeezed between Detroit and Windsor. The city lights must have made an amazing view for a sea lion who had been born just 2 years earlier on a remote beach. The pollution and dead fish, in contrast, could not have been that endearing. Cyril next entered Lake Erie and decided to follow the contours of the coastline to the south. The path, he had traced up to this point, was once a well-trodden one. It was a key route in the Underground Railroad. Toledo was the next major stop on Cyril's freedom ride. The sea lion's appearance in the city brought about something of a carnival atmosphere. Newspaper reporters grabbed their cameras. Local citizens rushed to the riverside. Sportsmen jumped in their boats. Everyone wanted a piece of Cyril. The sea lion even earned a nickname, Slippery Sam. But it was the Toledo Zoo who was the most determined to catch the prey. Its staff tracked him to the east to the Lake Erie Islands, to Sandusky Bay, and then to Port Clinton. On June 26, the keepers finally managed to get a clear shot and hit him with a tranquilizer dart. Cyril, after having traveled a distance of over 400 miles, was captured the following day. He was taken to Toledo and placed on exhibit. Storybook Gardens, for its part, demanded that its sea lion be returned immediately. The Toledo Zoo refused. "He belongs to us," the director proclaimed, "since we caught him in U.S. waters." On June 29, 23,000 paying visitors, a one-day record, crammed into the park to see Mr. Slippery. Some came from as far away as Indiana. The zoo kept Cyril through the 4th of July weekend. 2 days later, he was turned over to Canadian authorities and given a police escort back to Ontario. A crowd of nearly 50,000 people awaited him. As the brass band played and majorettes twirled their batons, the sea lion was put back into his enclosure. The City of London declared it Slippery Day. Cyril spent the next 9 years of his life at the theme park. Over the course of the decade, he would witness the publication of 2 children's books, The Day Slippery Ran Away, 1959, and Slippery, The Wandering Sea Lion, 1963. He would not, however, get to see the 1995 television documentary made in his honor. Cyril died on January 11, 1967. He was 11 years old. Chuckles. Chuckles was born somewhere in the vast Orinoco watershed of South America. He was an Amazon River dolphin, or botto. The botto is one of 3 types of freshwater dolphins currently found on the planet. The other 2 are the susu from the Ganges River and the bulan from the Indus. There was a 4th type, the baiji from Yangtze River, but they have, in just the past decade, become functionally extinct ground under in China's great push for industry and capital. Sadly, with India racing toward a similar kind of pell-mell industrial development, neither the susu nor bulan have much time left. Soon there will be only one freshwater dolphin left, at least, one who might reside outside of an aquarium. In 1970, Chuckles was captured in Colombia. He was just 2 years old and still living with his mother. Nevertheless, his captors packed him up without a thought or concern and shipped him to the United States. It was at this point that Chuckles ceased to be a river dolphin. He was now institutionalized and the proud property of the Pittsburgh Zoo and Aquarium. For the next 32 years, Chuckles lived in a tank of water. The Pittsburgh Zoo originally bought 4 bottos in total. It was hoped that these specimens would represent a permanent collection at the park. It didn't work out that way. Inexplicably, zoo biologists first placed the bottos into a deep water tank, designed for marine dolphins. In these unfamiliar and inhospitable waters, the animals had to expend a much greater degree of energy to survive. They could never get a decent sleep. They were overly stressed. The bottos died. It was not until later that the tank was redesigned with shallows and sloping banks to meet the needs of the river dolphins. But by then only Chuckles remained. In fact, among the over 100 dolphins taken from the Amazon and Orinoco River basins during the late 1960s and early 1970s, Chuckles was among the few to survive beyond a decade in captivity and the only one to last more than 16 years. Zoos and aquariums have had a miserable record when it comes to keeping these sensitive aquatic mammals alive and well. At the Oklahoma City Zoo in the 1990s, it was a simple matter of contaminated water. The bacteria levels had gotten too high and park officials knew it. Yet they were either incapable or unwilling to fix the lethal problem. 4 Atlantic bottlenose dolphins died in succession. In 2000, an outbreak of deaths occurred at SeaWorld's now defunct Aurora, Ohio park. Over the course of 11 days, 3 of its dolphins died. Biologists were puzzled. Some suspected that a type of bacteria might be behind the fatalities, but nobody could say for sure. They just didn't know. At the Clearwater Marine Aquarium in Florida, the dolphin tanks were plagued by dangerously high chlorine levels. For 2 straight years, federal inspectors cited the park for the offense. Dolphins couldn't fully open their eyes and their skin peeled off, one inspector wrote. Yet no one at the aquarium fixed the problem. In 2001, a 22-year-old bottlenose dolphin called Sunset Sam died. Records regarding his death were left incomplete, and the toxic situation continued. In August of 2003, Nicholas and Panama were showing symptoms that are indicative of excessive chlorine levels and / or otherwise detrimental water quality, such as skin sloughing and squinting. In October, Spirit died due to pneumonia caused by a bacterial infection. In 2004, inspectors noted that still another dolphin, Presley, could barely open his eyes and his skin was severely irritated. The aquarium director countered that Presley was just fine. At the West Edmonton Mall in Alberta, the dolphins developed stress-induced ulcers. Shopping malls are enough to drive most individuals insane, given enough time spent in them. For Edmonton's dolphins, though, there was no escape. Every day was the same. Shows were performed twice a day. The water tanks never got any larger. The light always remained artificial. The crowds of shoppers never stopped coming. The enervating elevator music never stopped playing. So it was hardly surprising that all 4 of the mall's dolphins suffered from stress-related afflictions. Brought to Canada during the mid-1980s, Maria was the first to die in 2000. Gary followed in 2001 and Mavis in 2003. Howard, languishing with ulcers and extreme weight loss, was kept alone for 2 years before being shipped off to another facility. He perished soon after the move. The Miami Seaquarium experienced the same problem in 2000, when a bleeding ulcer killed its fan favorite, Pearl. Regarding her death, park officials refused to answer any questions nor would it allow any public examination of Pearl's medical records. Other aquariums tend to be just as secretive. Records are purposely left incomplete or not released. I wouldn't want to send a necropsy report out into the public to be kind of tossed around, a senior veterinarian for SeaWorld commented arrogantly. It has a lot of information in it, most of which the average person doesn't understand. Still, these high death rates pose a major challenge for the industry. As the Director of Conservation and Science for the USAS stated bluntly, these animals are valuable and they are difficult to replace. In the late 1960s, a park could purchase an Atlantic bottlenose dolphin for about $300. Today, that same species will cost more than $100,000. Indeed, this spike in price has forced zoos to change their entire philosophy. The attitude was these marine mammals were an expendable commodity, a former vice president of SeaWorld confided. If these animals perished, you'd just go out and replace them. The E's didn't drive a great deal of research of what they needed to keep them healthy. Nowhere was this reckless attitude more obvious than with the Amazon River dolphins. Chuckles survived more out of sheer luck than any sort of care or concern shown by the Pittsburgh Zoo. Yet if expendability was the industry's previous philosophy, reproduction came to be its new one. The key date for this transition was December 30, 1986. On that day, SeaWorld bought Marineland, a mid-sized aquarium based in Los Angeles, California, for $23.4 million. Oddly enough, SeaWorld had no interest in the park itself, and Marineland was closed less than 2 months after the acquisition. SeaWorld's real interest lay in 2 killer whales, Corky and Orky. At nearly $12 million apiece, it was a steep price to pay for a pair of marine mammals, but they were one of the few reproducing pairs of orca in captivity. Live capture had become a political liability, and SeaWorld was desperate for a new source of labor supply. Yet, there was one hitch when it came to Corky: none of her calves had ever survived. The first calf in April of 1977 survived for 5 weeks. The second in October of 1978 lived only 11 days. At Marineland, the longest lifespan of any of Corky's young was 46 days. The situation did not improve after her transfer to SeaWorld. She miscarried in August of 1987 and, soon thereafter, stopped ovulating. Veterinarians did not know what to make of her condition. In an ocean environment, female orcas can produce healthy calves well into their 40s. Corky was only in her 20s. What was happening? According to the medical examinations, there was nothing wrong with her physiologically, and she was receiving the best in pre- and postnatal care. Perhaps there was a psychological disorder? A longtime handler of Corky disclosed that the whale never seemed committed to keeping her youngsters alive. Out of her 7 pregnancies, all of them ended in either miscarriage, stillbirth, or a brief life for the calf. The zoological industry, for its part, dared not to speculate any further, for to do so would invite uncomfortable questions about captivity and free will. Was Corky refusing to reproduce? Was this infanticide? SeaWorld did not want the answers. Instead, the company chose to focus on other, more willing female orcas. In the case of dolphins, the emphasis on reproduction began a few years later. Aquariums have to date been most successful with the Atlantic bottlenose. Other species have been more difficult, even with the advances in the medical technology. This has been especially so with the white-sided dolphin. After years of failure, the Shed Aquarium brought in a ringer in 2005 to impregnate its white-sided females. His name was Jump, and he was on loan from SeaWorld. Officials were sure that he would do the job. Jump did not, and the Chicago facility was forced to try artificial insemination. Success at last. 2 females, Cree and Teak, became pregnant. Shed triumphed the news to anyone who would listen. Finally it would have its calves. Wrong. Cree's calf ended up being a stillborn. And Teak neglected to nurse hers. Was this a refusal to reproduce? The aquarium suggested that it was simply a matter of maternal inexperience. Teak's calf soon died of starvation. Chuckles at the Pittsburgh Zoo never had sex. He spent much of his life isolated and alone. Yet, he had his own way of showing his displeasure with captivity. Amazon River dolphins have the unique ability, due to an unfused neck vertebrae, to pivot their heads at a 90-degree angle. Chuckles used this to his advantage. Every single trainer was bit, a former zoo employee remarked. I was bit. He got me good a couple times on the fingers. He once grabbed a female trainer and yanked her into the water. Another time, Chuckles clamped down on a patron's arm and only let go after being beaten with an umbrella. Such was the fate to an undisclosed number of visitors who got within reach. People at the park learned to be wary of this dolphin. While river dolphins are enthusiastic biters, the Atlantic bottlenose prefers to resist in other ways. Marine World of California used to house 2 infamous bottlenoses, Ernestine and Lucky. Ernestine was known for her prolonged struggles against any attempt to examine her. It could take 5 burly men anywhere between 45 minutes to 2 hours to get a firm hold on her. The trainers were often forced to lower the water level and bring in a net. They would get all pumped up with adrenaline. Make 'em think God's got 'em, a head trainer would yell to the others. Don't make your move until you're ready, and then boom. Go all the way, don't hold back. Yet, every encounter with Ernestine turned into a knockdown, drag-out fight. She would toss the men into the air. She would roll them underwater. She would do flips and crash down onto their heads. And, when it was all over, Ernestine would calmly swim away as if nothing had happened. "She doesn't look too awful terrified to me," one employee grumped after a particularly long encounter. "Nah," the head man responded, "she just likes to get it on, make it tough for us." As for Lucky, no number of trainers was enough to constrain him unless he chose to be constrained. Lucky was one big dolphin. He would bash the men with his head and tail. He would kick for the shins and groin. He once shattered a man's arm with a mere twist. "It looks more like the work of a sledgehammer," the doctor exclaimed upon inspecting the appendage. Lucky also, depending on his mood, could shut down an entire performance. With the stands full of paying visitors, he would just stop in the middle of a show and float about lazily. And the other dolphins would follow suit. The trainer would blow his whistle till his lips chapped or swing his hand in signal till his arm unscrewed. But it did not matter, and an angry audience would begin to shuffle out of the stadium. One young trainer got so crazy with the frustration of a no-dolphin show, a longtime employee recalled, that he jumped into the water with his clothes on and swam through the show himself. Lucky had that kind of effect on people. In fact, after his death, Lucky's acts of resistance became something of a legend at the park. Did Lucky once punch out 7 handlers in less than an hour? Did he really leap 20 feet in the air to knock a trainer, whom he hated, from a ladder? The new terrain for dolphins is swim with programs. Springing up around the globe, these centers can be found in Japan, Hawaii, Mexico, Bahamas, Florida, New Zealand, and Dubai. Visitors pay anywhere from a couple $100 to a couple $1,000 to spend a half an hour to several hours in a pool with these animals. For another $25, you can even get your picture taken receiving a dolphin kiss. The parks keep these pools open 12 hours a day, 365 days a year. Visitor after visitor, up to 1,000 a day at SeaWorld's Dolphin Cove, wades in, each with his or her wiggly little fingers extended wanting to touch the pool's cetacean occupants. A single dolphin can generate $1 million a year in revenue. At the Dolphin Academy in Curacao, swimmers can participate directly in tricks. It's cute and patrons pay more for the pleasure. In 2008, 6 visitors were in the pool holding a long pole. They were awaiting a dolphin, who would soon leap into the air, clear the pole, and amaze everyone. That dolphin was Annie, an 11-year-old from Honduras. She burst out of the water, turned herself sideways, and landed with her full weight down upon 3 of the swimmers. Annie had gone off the script, and park personnel reacted in a quick and decisive manner. All cameras were seized and the footage deleted. The Dolphin Academy had been through this before. In a press release, the company only stated that a little accident had occurred. In the aftermath of a serious biting incident at Dolphin Cove in August of 2006, SeaWorld reluctantly admitted that such unfortunate events are rare but inevitable whenever swimmers and dolphins are mixed together in such close proximity. The best that the park can do is to provide the proper training of its dolphin workforce and to adequately staff and supervise the pool area. The young dolphin involved in the biting incident, to illustrate, would be watched carefully from this point forward and might be removed for further behavior modification. SeaWorld, however, was not at liberty to release any details regarding the attack. Nor would it provide any specific information about similar attacks at Dolphin Cove. A spokeswoman would only admit that it has happened a handful of times. In truth, most dolphin attacks never make the press. The Swim with Dolphins programs zealously cover them up. Most lawsuits are settled out of court with non-disclosure clauses attached to the monetary deal. On occasion, though, information does leak out. There was the dolphin at a Japanese park who jumped on top of a woman and broke her back. Or there was the case of the TV journalist, who suffered a cervical injury and permanent hearing loss when a dolphin landed on her head. In court, the woman's lawyer argued that the Nassau, Bahamas facility neither advised nor warned the plaintiff of the potential dangers of a dolphin encounter. Interestingly, there was a recent study done at a New Zealand park, which showed that aggressive behavior was initiated by dolphins against swimmers about 8% of the time. It took the form of firm nudges, strong pushes, to full-on rams. Swimming with dolphins, the report concluded, was risky. The Pittsburgh Zoo and Aquarium would most certainly concur with that assessment. Its star, Chuckles, never allowed any patrons into his pool. The swimmers, if they were able to walk away, would have done so with large chunks of their flesh missing. This was one resistant dolphin. On February 23, 2002, an obituary summed his attitude justly: Chuckles, the much-beloved Amazon River dolphin with the perpetual smile and natural penchant for biting trainers and a few unlucky visitors, died yesterday afternoon. Nootka. It was the first time that a trainer had been killed by a group of captive killer whales. There had been previous attempts, a great many, actually. But the trainers involved, whether through rescue by other employees or a stroke of luck on their part, had always managed to survive. This attack, however, proved to be different and fatal. It occurred on February 21, 1991 at Sealand of the Pacific. That day's final performance had just ended at the Victoria, British Columbia-based aquarium, and the audience was pleased. They got to watch 3 killer whales, Nootka, Haida, and Tilikum, swim around and perform tricks. It looked like wonderful fun, that is, until a female trainer fell into the water. As she attempted to climb out, an orca latched onto her. The whale got her foot, an audience member recalled to reporters, and pulled her in. We do not know which orca it was that started it, but all 3, Nootka, Haida, and Tilikum, took their turns dunking the screaming woman underwater. She went up and down 3 times, another visitor continued. The Sealand employees almost got her once with the hook pole, but they couldn't because the whales were moving so fast. Another trainer tossed out a flotation ring, but the whales prevented her from grabbing it. In fact, the closer that such devices got to the young woman, the further out the whales pulled her into the pool. It took park officials 2 hours to recover her drowned body. Responding to the death, Sealand dismissed any claims that the whales had hurt the woman on purpose. It was just a tragic accident, the park manager lamented. I just can't explain it. A few of the trainers speculated that Nootka, Haida, and Tilikum might have been playing a game that simply went wrong, and their co-worker was mistakenly killed in the process. There was, however, precedent for a much different interpretation. In 1989, there had been 2 violent attacks involving Nootka. The first occurred in April. A trainer was in the middle of a routine activity, scratching the orca's tongue, when that orca decided to turn the tables. Nootka bit her hand and dragged her into the whale pool. The woman had to be rescued by a fellow employee. Sealand, for its part, chose not to notify the authorities or the press. It believed that, although the trainer received lacerations and needed stitches, Nootka did not really intend to bite the person, and the situation remained in control. The trainer thought differently. Citing unsafe conditions, she quit her job. Nootka struck again later that year. A tourist was taking pictures, when he accidentally dropped his camera in the water. The orca quickly noticed the object and put it into her mouth. When a trainer tried to retrieve the camera, Nootka used the opportunity to grab the man's leg and jerk him into the pool. The trainer had to be rescued. Sealand administrators chose, once again, to deny that there was intentionality behind Nootka's actions. No one needed to know. Nevertheless, more trainers resigned their positions. Nootka, they believed, was purposeful and acted with dangerous intent. Elsewhere in Canada, other theme parks were having their own troubles. About a decade earlier, the Vancouver Aquarium had its hands full with Skana and Hayak. Both orcas were described by their trainer as moody. Working with Skana was particularly precarious, as the female whale often switched from an obedient disposition to a rebellious one in minutes. Skana once showed her dislike by dragging a trainer around the pool, a Vancouver employee explained. Her teeth sank into his wetsuit but missed the leg. For Marineland, near picturesque Niagara Falls, a similar story played out with a different pair of whales. There was Candu. She once yanked a trainer around the pool by the leg after the man fell on his back during a stunt. The employee was evacuated to the hospital and a pale audience stumbled out of the stadium in disbelief. Then there was Nootka, a similarly named but altogether unrelated orca to the one at Sealand. During a mid-1980s performance, she struck a trainer in the head with her pectoral fin. Aquarium administrators pronounced that it was an accident. Her trainers knew better. As one of them disclosed, Nootka often leapt out of the water in order to punch her trainers directly in the chest. She wanted to hurt people. To date, there have been at least 5 orcas named Nootka. SeaWorld had one. Marineland had another. And Sealand had the other 3. Nootka I was captured in 1973 off the coast of Vancouver Island. She died after 9 months. Sealand tried again in 1975 with another female brought from the same waters. She did not fare any better and died within the year. Less than a decade later, Sealand decided to make one more attempt and flew in a young Icelandic female. She, miraculously, survived. Tragically, the average life expectancy during this era for captive orcas stood between 1 to 4 years. Aquariums often went through a whole series of whales before just one of them made it into adolescence. Today, the life expectancy of captive killer whales has improved, rising to about 10 years. Yet this is still a far cry from the 30 to 60 years that orcas can live in the ocean. SeaWorld has owned 51 orcas called Shamu. The original Shamu was captured in 1965, after animal collector Ted Griffin harpooned the calf's mother in Puget Sound. Betting with the odds, SeaWorld chose only to lease the animal at first. Who knew how long she would last? But, when the young orca made it through the year, the park bought her outright for $100,000. SeaWorld made Shamu the central figure in its operations. All marketing from this point forward was geared towards her. There would be Shamu commercials. There would be Shamu shows. There would be Shamu dolls and t-shirts. Shamu became, in the words of one director, the park's Mickey Mouse. This iconic orca, however, possessed the power to disrupt these well-laid plans. In 1971, during a publicity stunt, Shamu was being filmed with a bikini-clad woman riding on her back. Suddenly, the whale tossed the woman off and began dunking her underwater. There were 2 divers in the small pool, but Shamu shrugged them off like little minnows. The terrifying scene unfolded for a few minutes, a hysterical woman, divers tumbling in the wake, and trainers at the poolside desperately holding out poles. The woman was eventually rescued. But the deed was done and the shocking images made the local news. Shamu was not nearly as friendly or cooperative as the amusement park would have liked us to believe. SeaWorld had experienced its first major orca attack. At the end of the day, though, the whale's rebellious actions were not enough to bring down the park. Operations continued and, 51 shamas later, SeaWorld has thrived. It has become a flagship vacation destination with 3 current locations, San Diego, Orlando, and, oddly, San Antonio. The company owns hotels, restaurants, and roller coasters. It relentlessly hawks merchandise. It offers adventure camps for grade school and high school students. It purveys a multitude of animal exhibitions and performances. It funds extensive breeding and research programs. Shamu has made SeaWorld's owners very rich. Back at Sealand, the situation was not as rosy. The attack by Nootka, Haida, and Tilikum left the park in a public relations free fall. Administrators promised changes. New safety procedures would be initiated. Physical contact between the trainers and whales would no longer be allowed. Guardrails would be installed along the poolside to prevent slips or bites. But the public pressure did not let up. Between the daily protests at the park's front gates, national demands that the orcas be released back to the ocean, and the city council's entrance into the debate, Sealand's will crumbled. In August of 1991, the park reached a startling decision. After a lot of thought and discussion, the director clarified, it was decided killer whales should be phased out. Less than a year later, Sealand shut down its entire operations. The 29-year-old institution closed permanently. The 3 whales, along with Haida's newborn calf, were sold to SeaWorld for $5 million. The sale was made in secret, and the export permits were granted behind closed doors. Tilikum was shipped out under the cover of night to Orlando, where he still resides. Nootka soon followed him to Florida. She died in 1994 at the age of 13. Haida and her calf, KY, were shipped off to the desert in San Antonio, Texas. 3 years after the death of his mother in 2001, KY made news of his own. During a July performance in front of 1,000 people, the orca jumped on top of his trainer and repeatedly pushed the man underwater. Afterwards, SeaWorld tried to pass the incident off as a bit of rough play, saying that at no time was the trainer in any real danger. That's not how it appeared to the stunned audience. As one of witness explained, the whale was staying between the exit ramp and the trainer, and finally the trainer jumped on top of the whale's back and leaped over him, and another trainer caught him. The whale turned around and slammed down on the ramp, and he was pretty upset that the trainer got out of the pool. Orky and Kazatka. Sometimes a single violent encounter can trigger a wave of enormous and lasting proportions. In late 1987, one such wave washed over SeaWorld, San Diego, and sent the entertainment park's owner, Harcourt Brace Jovanovich, tumbling in the wake. The media investigated park operations. Protesters picketed the front gates. Lawsuits drained the corporate coffers. Even the normally tame OSHA got in on the act and issued a report censuring the park. In the end, SeaWorld had to sacrifice its own staff to survive. The park president, chief trainer, zoological director, and public relations chief were all fired. It was a little less than 2 years later when the wave finally receded and claimed its last victim. Harcourt Brace Jovanovich quit the aquarium business and sold its parks. The incident, which initiated this whole affair, happened during a weekend performance on November 21. A trainer was riding on the back on a killer whale, when another orca leapt into air and landed squarely upon the individual. The man, who had been training orcas for 2 years, was crushed. His ribs, pelvis, and femur were all broken into pieces. He would survive, but only barely. It was a timing problem, a spokesperson stated afterwards. It was absolutely not an aggressive act on the part of the whale. Orky, the whale in question, had simply made a mistake. Yet others were not so sure. As the pressure mounted on SeaWorld, new facts started to emerge. It was soon reported that 3 trainers had been injured in the previous 3 months. According to the park, these were only minor scrapes. No big deal. Later, though, more numbers leaked out. There had been 14 separate injuries in past the 5 months. Some were not overly serious, such as bites to the hands. But others were more troubling. Trainers had been rammed while in the water. In fact, among the 14 injuries at the San Diego park, at least 3 had involved neck and back trauma. In June, an orca named Kandu jumped on top of a person during a rehearsal. In March, Orky snatched a trainer during a performance and pulled the person down to bottom of the 32-foot deep tank. He then rushed to the surface and spat the trainer out. Moments later another whale slammed into the individual. With the person floundering about, Orky grasped onto the man once again and pulled him back under. The attack lasted 2.5 minutes, and the trainer was taken to the hospital with broken ribs, a ruptured kidney, and a lacerated liver. Subsequent lawsuits disclosed the next round of revelations about SeaWorld. The documents showed that the company's trainers considered the orcas to have dangerous propensities. As one trainer spoke candidly about the attacks, "It's not a question of if but a when." Orky was revealed to be partially blind and had other severe health problems. Yet SeaWorld forced the whale to perform anyway. So damning was the evidence presented in the trial for the November 21 incident that Harcourt and Brace lawyers cleared the courtroom beforehand and had the majority of the record sealed from public view at the conclusion. But the trouble did not stop there. Now it was OSHA's turn. The agency's report, which was later made public, concluded that SeaWorld's orcas were under a tremendous amount of stress and that this factor could have been a central cause in the attacks. This was not an unsubstantiated hypothesis. SeaWorld orcas work as many as 8 shows a day, 365 days a year. In the ocean, these whales can swim up to 90 miles a day. In captivity, the tanks are measured in feet. In the ocean, orcas have highly evolved and cohesive matriarchal cultures. Generations of family members, combining both females and males, spend their entire lives together with each family, or pod, communicating its own unique dialect. In captivity, little to none of this exists. Orca culture is effectively destroyed. Lawyers for Harcourt and Brace wasted little time in dealing with OSHA. The federal office was threatened, told to withdraw its findings, and required to make a public mea culpa. OSHA backed down. But the damage had already been done. SeaWorld was forced to admit that it had a problem. A series of accidents had occurred that are more serious than we've had in a short period before, a high-ranking corporate official stated for the record. The theme park would, he went on to promise, thoroughly review each of the incidents, so that new safety measures could be devised and implemented. In the meanwhile, the orca shows would continue, but no trainers would be allowed in the water. I don't know, the individual continued, how long it will be before they are permitted back in. Behind the scenes, SeaWorld was grappling with a different issue. Namely, what it was going to do with Orky, for all of this trouble began in the spring when he first arrived in San Diego. Orky and Corky had been the star attractions at Marineland since the early 1970s. Located in the Palos Verdes section of Los Angeles, the Ocean Aquarium was California's first aquatic theme park. Orky and Corky themselves came to Marineland in 1968 after being captured off the coast of British Columbia. They were just a year or two old. From the Sea Zoo's perspective, this is the most convenient age to nab orcas. When whales reach adolescence, controlling them becomes far more difficult. Orcas begin to resist. In the case of Orky, he became, in the words of one trainer, gruff, stubborn, and plain exasperating. The most notable incident involving the whale took place on May 2, 1978. Orky was in the middle of rehearsing a new routine, when he suddenly stopped and flipped the trainer off his back. He then pushed the woman to the bottom of the 23-foot deep tank and pinned her there for almost 4 minutes. It was the head curator and an assistant who finally pulled the unconscious body out of the water. They were able to revive the woman with CPR. While in the hospital, the trainer was asked why the whale did what he did. "I guess," she joked, "he just overestimated how long I could hold my breath." More seriously, she added, it was the first time in months and months that anyone had ridden the whale. Maybe he didn't like it? As for her return, she was going to play it by ear. Ironically, in northern part of California, 2 similar scenes transpired around the same time, both involving a whale named Chinook. On one occasion, Chinook purposely lowered her immense body down upon a Marine World diver. All but his little arm disappeared, one co-worker remembered. The whale eventually released the diver with no apparent physical damage done. Even so, the man immediately gathered his gear and left the park. He was never seen again. In a second incident, a trainer was trying to ride on Chinook. She threw him off, a senior official described, and chased him out. No one was certain what would have happened if she had caught the trainer. Indeed, Marine World employees confessed that they worked in a certain amount of fear. Some of them had been sharply bitten. Some had been bumped or rammed. Others had been yanked from stages and detained underwater. Trainers had the scars on their legs and arms to prove it. Working with orcas was always dangerous, and parks have had to figure out ways to minimize the perils. The most common method of orca control is through the reward or withholding of fish. At Sealand of the Pacific, the trainers often withheld 25 to 35% of their orcas' daily food allowance to compel discipline. Marineland tried to do this with Orky, but it was not successful. After one particularly poor performance, the whale's trainer decided to dock his pay and refused to give him any fish. Orky would have none of this. He shrieked angrily and jerked his head at lightning-quick speed. The whale then gave the man the red eye. Translated, it means anger, and when it happens, trainers run for their lives. In this specific case, the man tossed a large quantity of fish towards Orky and then promptly left the scene. This orca had a way of manipulating those around him. Several times, a senior employee explained, "I've seen Orky take advantage of a single trainer on a specific point over a period of several days. He would take a brief swim between routines. This delay would, as the days progressed, grow longer and longer. Eventually, there was barely any show to speak of. To entice Orky to return to performing at full effort, Marineland had to greatly increase his payment of fish. All of SeaWorld's parks, in fact, have alternative plans built into their performances to deal with whale work stoppages. You have to make allowances for the animal," one administrator acknowledged, "because they can recognize the show ending, they will just stop and refuse to perform. To prevent such strikes from ruining the show," he continued, "a lot of variability and flexibility is built into our shows. If trainers are losing control of a situation, they will often switch whales. If this doesn't help, they will distract the audience by giving a lecture about orcas and the oceans, or they will start a video on the Jumbotron. New mothers are especially notorious in their refusal to work. To combat this, the calves themselves are brought into the show. Yet, for parks like Marineland or SeaWorld, attacks on trainers represent a higher level of struggle and risk. For its part, Marineland decided that Orky's punishment for his May of 1978 assault would be isolation. "No one is going near Orky for 3 days, a spokesperson bristled. "Yes, you could say that Orky is in solitary confinement." As for SeaWorld, after the series of 1987 attacks, it decided to scrap its entire training program. Called the SeaWorld Method, the program emphasized less predictably. The payment of fish was regularly replaced with toys, games, and tactile stimulation. The point was to keep the orcas guessing and thereby turn them into better, more reliable performers. But in the battle over the control of production, the orcas ultimately won out. The SeaWorld method was replaced with a version that relied much more upon the direct reward of fish. The switch seemed to have immediate results, and the park's trainers were allowed back in the water in May of 1988, just in time for SeaWorld's 25th anniversary. Matters improved for SeaWorld when the primary troublemaker, Orky, died 4 months later. An autopsy revealed that the 30-year-old had the organs of an orca twice his age. Orky had been literally worked to death. Nevertheless, Harcourt and Brace was done with the whale business. The company finalized its sale in September of the following year. Anheuser-Busch was now the owner of SeaWorld. Over the next several years, relations between the SeaWorld performers and their trainers remained relatively calm. This would, however, begin to change when another orca, Kazitka, matured into adulthood. Kazitka was born in 1976 off the coast of Iceland. Her subsequent capture and sale represented something of a change for SeaWorld. In prior decades, the park seized the majority of its whales from the Puget Sound area. Yet in 1976, it was banned from further capture operations. The key event for that prohibition happened in March of that year. Ralph Monroe was sailing one day when he witnessed a flotilla of boats, a seaplane, and a fishing trawler driving a pod of orcas into a cove. As he motored over to get a closer look, the hunters yelled at us to get back and we asked them what authority they had to chase these whales. They screamed back at us that they had permits and to get the hell out of the way. Monroe, a future Secretary of State in Washington, refused and witnessed what happened next. The whales were frantic with no place to go. As the whales realized that they were at the end of the inlet and into shallow water, they swung around and headed back out to deeper water. But the trawler had already set a net across much of the harbor and the whales ran square into the net. As the captors started to close the nets around some of the pod, a torch was lit on the stern of the fastest chase boat. Then the captors started to light the underwater explosives, seal bombs. As fast as they could light them, these were dropped in the water to drive the whales into the circling nets. It was a tragic scene. Some whales were inside the net and some were outside. The whales were crying out to each other. Explosives were going off, motors were being revved up full, captors were using pike poles to push and drive the whales into the nets. I was so disgusted that I wanted to throw up. We were furious. SeaWorld's longtime collector, Ted Griffin, admits whales die in the hunt. If I have dead whales, he went on, I'm going to conceal it from the public, which is what I did. His favorite technique is to slit open their bellies, fill the whales with rocks, and sink them to the bottom. As for Monroe, he not only would file a lawsuit against SeaWorld for its actions, but would win the case and prohibit the capture of orcas in the Puget Sound. The people are sick and tired of these Southern California amusement parks taking our wildlife down there to die, he stated to the press. They keep naming the whales the same name, but they're not fooling anybody. Their bottom line there is commercial profit. Their scientific studies are baloney. Less than a decade later, SeaWorld tried to get Alaska to sign an agreement for the capture of 100 orcas, 10 of which they would put into captivity. The park needed more whales, and it was not afraid to push hard to get its wish. SeaWorld's owner lobbied state officials and took out full-page advertisements. It promoted the necessity of scientific testing. It highlighted how its biologists would perform blood work, extract teeth, and take liver biopsies and stomach samples. Some orcas would be fitted with radio transmitters, while the rest would be branded for future identification. Alaska citizens bought into none of this and rejected the petition. Iceland, for the time being, would remain SeaWorld's only option for its labor supply. Between 1976 and 1987, a grand total of 8 orcas were captured in those icy Atlantic waters. Among them, Kazitka would become the most infamous. Troubles with her began to appear in 1993, when she tried to bite a trainer during a show. It was an aggressive act and one which, if done successfully, might have injured or even killed the individual. SeaWorld cautiously wrote it off as an anomaly. 6 years later, Kazitka made a similar public attempt. With the employee escaping with only an inch to spare, it was too close for comfort. She definitely tried to bite the trainer, a spokesperson confessed. Kazitka was sent back for some additional training and behavior modification. Until then, she would continue to perform but not in parts of the show while a trainer is in the water. The next incident took place on November 29, 2006. It was during the final performance of the evening, when Kazitka decided to alter the script. Instead of rising up out of water, so that her trainer could dive off her nose, the whale grabbed a hold of the man, pulled him under, and pinned him to the bottom of the pool. The 16-year veteran managed to wiggle free, only to be dragged under once again. While he had been able to evade Kazitka's jaws a few years earlier, he had no such luck this time. In the aftermath of the attack, SeaWorld went into full crisis mode. The news had already made the national and international wires. And it was just a matter of time before new information began to leak out. At first, the park tried to convince the public that this was just an isolated incident. But then Kazitka's earlier episodes were brought to light. Next, SeaWorld confessed that Kazitka did have a history, especially with the one trainer, but that its orca program was firmly under control. This too turned out to be false. It was only 14 days earlier when Orchid, a 17-year-old captive-born whale, had crunched a senior trainer's ankle during a show and yanked the person to the bottom of a tank. In 2002, Orchid broke another trainer's arm in a similar attack. Then there were the recent incidents at other SeaWorld locations. In April of 2005, Taku, also captive-born, hospitalized his Orlando trainer with a vicious blow to the body. That previous summer, another orca jumped on top of his San Antonio trainer. SeaWorld, however, choose not to divulge any of this information. As for Kazutka, she was sent back to work almost immediately. She's been one of our strongest, most consistent performers, the park emphasized. There will be restrictions with her, as she will be limited to performing those stunts that do not directly involve trainers. The show, nonetheless, will triumphantly go on. Behind the scenes, though, SeaWorld officials once again crossed their fingers and hoped that business would return to normal. It did, for 5 months. In April of 2007, Orchid made the news once again. During a routine medical examination, she had pushed her trainer off a high retaining wall. SeaWorld claimed that it was just an accident. Epilogue: when orcas resist. When orcas resist their exploitation, they do so with measured levels of intensity and warning. What starts with a look of anger will precede a bruising bump. The grabbing of limb can be followed by repeated dunking underwater. In the final act, orcas will hold or pin their trainer at the bottom of pool until that person drowns. These are highly intelligent creatures. They have come to understand the fragility and weaknesses of their human counterparts. They know that they can hold their breath far longer than we human, a useful bit of intelligence that one orca, in particular, has put to use more than once. SeaWorld was warned about Tilikum when the park purchased him in 1991. He had already been involved in the drowning death of a trainer and was known to be difficult to work with. Officials took precautions from the start. Only the most experienced trainers were allowed to handle him. No one was allowed to swim with him. All interactions took place on shallow ledges, 3 to 5 inches deep with water. Orcas routinely propel themselves up onto these aquatic platforms to amaze and entertain the audience. For the trainers, this dry form of contact has an added advantage, as they can easily retreat if they see any signs that the animal is about to stop following directions. These ledges, by design, both enhance the performances and lessen the chance of attacks. On February 24, 2010, Tilikum figured out a way around this. With his trainer leaning over the shallow ledge, he surfaced and grabbed her. This was supposed to be a relationship session, with the handler and orca interacting good-naturedly and appearing somewhat close to one another. The orca would then be signaled to swim down to an underwater window and pause for photographs. Tilikum, however, had his own plan. He chose to use his understanding and experience to reverse the situation. He chose to take advantage of his trainer's vulnerabilities, both in terms of her position and inability to hold her breath. He chose to drown the woman. These actions were done with intent and purpose. Tilikum's clear intention was to kill his trainer. After obtaining a firm grip, the orca shook the woman so violently that he fractured her back, ribs, legs, and arms. He then held her underwater for 5 minutes. Employees attempted the entire time to get Tilikum under control, as they would explain in the initial sheriff's report. But the enraged orca was not giving up. The confrontation lasted for over a half an hour. Even after the staff had trapped and netted him, Tilikum refused to let go of the body. They had to pry the corpse out of his mouth with a pole. Then they had to pry out the trainer's arm, which had been ripped off in the melee. There is no question that Tilikum wanted this person dead. As to his ultimate purpose, this was a clear, pronounced demonstration of his dislike of captivity and all that it entails, from the absence of autonomy to the exploitative relations to the ever-increasing workload. Visitors reported that during the earlier show the orcas were not responding to directions and appeared agitated. Tilikum refused to obey the command to splash the audience. Another refused to do a trick. The trainers told the crowd that the orcas were having an off day, that they were being ornery. This should have been taken as an ominous warning. SeaWorld officials knew, for instance, that it was only 2 months previous when a trainer had been killed at Loro Parque in the Canary Islands. Quito, a captive-born orca who was on lease from SeaWorld, was rehearsing a routine when he decided to violently ram into his handler's ribs and drown the person. The almost exact same thing happened in 2007 at the island park, when another captive-born whale, Takoa, slammed into his trainer's chest and repeatedly dunked the woman underwater before finally letting her go. Another message left unheeded. After Tilikum's lethal attack, everyone had a theory. Many trotted out the usual excuses. The orca was a testosterone-driven male, wild and unpredictable. Others referred to his species' common name, killer whale, and believed that he was just following his natural instinct. Some pointed to his history of prior attacks and branded him a dangerous serial killer. A few got more complex and suggested that Tilikum suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder. Long used as a diagnosis for humans, PTSD was first applied to elephants in order to provide an explanation for their aggressive behavior. The theory goes that, if an elephant attacks a human, it was because he or she had cracked up due to some past trauma. He or she might have witnessed the killing of family members or been extensively abused. For Tilikum, since he had been snatched from his Atlantic pod and thrown into captivity, people theorized that he too was suffering from PTSD. There is, however, a significant problem with this direction in thinking. Resistance is not a psychological disorder. Indeed, it is often a moment of distinct clarity. This is not to say that Tilikum and others are not suffering from clinical depression or stress-related ailments. Rather, the point is that captive animals have used their intelligence, ingenuity, and tenacity to overcome the situations and obstacles put before them. Their actions have had intent and purpose. If anything, these animals are psychologically strong, not weak. They are choosing to fight back. As for SeaWorld, it trotted out its own explanation for that day. What you need to remember is, the corporate curator began, "We've done thousands of interactions with this animal with no incidents whatsoever." Furthermore, the park's head trainer added, "There wasn't anything to indicate to us that there was a problem." The orcas during the previous performance were in fact being very cooperative. What happened was an accident. The trainer's long braid of hair had swung down into the water and flowed into Tilikum's mouth. He grasped onto it, like a child takes a hold of a new toy. He was just being curious and playful. As in the Kurosawa film Rashomon, most of the approximately 50 guests who were present at that show reported different versions of the attack. Tilikum, one person described, took off really fast in the tank and he came back, shot up in the air, grabbed the trainer by the waist. Several others, including a park security guard, said that the woman was initially seized by the arm. Another visitor thought it was by the shoulder. All of the witnesses detailed the shocking violence with which the orca then shook the trainer. Tilikum, in their view, was definitely not playing around and this was no accident. Despite these discrepancies, SeaWorld stuck with its story and followed the standard public relations script. Shows resumed 3 days later. This was a risky but not surprising move. As a theme park consultant assessed, SeaWorld operations are built around Shamu and the orca. So quantitatively they mean literally hundreds of millions of dollars to that company. Remember, the 6 million annual visitors who come to the Orlando location do not pay $78.95 apiece to watch fish swim in an aquarium. They come to be entertained. Blackstone, the private equity firm that bought the park in October of 2009, understood this and put the orcas back to work. As for Tilikum, he remained behind the scenes and isolated. SeaWorld was treading carefully. Park officials stated repeatedly how essential and valuable Tilikum had been to their operations. This is true. Zoos and circuses are a business, and Blackstone paid $2.3 billion for its purchase. The most productive employees in that business, in terms of labor and revenue, are the orcas themselves. Tilikum has performed for almost 19 years in Orlando, sired 13 calves, and produced in the range of $1 billion in revenue. Nevertheless, SeaWorld did not believe that Tilikum had earned the right to retire. None of that $1 billion would be used to build an ocean sanctuary for older captive orcas. They do not deserve it. Tilikum was going nowhere. The zoo industry is full of such contradictions. It helps people learn about the importance of animals, but not what is vitally important to the animals themselves. Sea mammals, elephants, and primates are capable of so many amazing feats, but they are incapable of demonstrating their intentions and making their own choices. The industry encourages you to think that these animals are intelligent, but not intelligent enough to have the ability to resist. The industry encourages you to care about them, so that you and your children will return for a visit. But it does not want you to care so much that you might develop empathy and begin to question whether these animals actually want to be there. Tilikum has made two pronounced statements about his captivity. The first was in 1991 and the second in 2010. Other animals have made their own, from Tyke, to Ken Allen, to Kazitka. There is a long history to this struggle, which stretches back centuries. Zoos and circuses live in fear of it and the historical changes that it can bring. We, however, do not have to be afraid. Instead, we can recognize the struggle, learn from it, and choose a side. Where does Tilikum want to be? Certainly not confined in the lonely and sterile tanks of SeaWorld. Acknowledgements. I wish to thank Peter Linnebaugh, my teacher. Diane Britton, for firmly reminding the Toledo Zoo that, because it was a public institution, I must be allowed into its archives. Manuel Yang for help in the preliminary stages of this project. Counterpunch and its editors, Jeffrey St. Clair and Alexander Coburn, for the room to express my ideas. Teresa Marshall and Jennifer O'Connor for the mountain of photocopied primary sources that saved me a year's worth of work. Gail Lal for corrections on protected contact. Jeff Howison for his keen knowledge of chess. Ralph Monroe for sharing his experience. Now Magazine, Toronto. The Local History Department at the Toledo/Lucas County Library and Greg Miller. I wish to give a special note of gratitude to Tracy Briggs, for wading through every draft of this book. And to my parents, for their continued faith.